session because we have many sessions going on, very important. So I'll get the session started. Good morning, everyone. It's for me and for ICARDA an honor to have you here today and to discuss something that is very important for the CGIAR, which is the dryland agriculture. So, and the idea, this is a strategy that was put together by many centers, and we have all of them here. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Marcela, Purmina. We're waiting for Richard. She's coming, I know. Thank you, Stan, for providing this support to the CG and to ICARDA. And this is an initiative between the two centers to bring together the dryland research, which is key for sustaining the food system in the future. And why this is important? Is this okay? So this is a consortia of centers that has been participating in the process, and what we think is the sum of many becomes a powerful one. And so that's what we're here together to work on this initiative. Why is important? Because the dryland has been becoming drier. This is a reality. So more than 60% of the land of the earth is covered by drylands, and about 3 billion people live on that land. So there's a lot of opportunities for us to have impact on our technologies in the CGIAR. So this is an area where conflict and fragility characterize the population with unemployment and migration. We have high level of population for such a dry area in the world. There was water scarcity for sure, so the use of water is a valuable resource in this part of the world. So for the tropics, water is plentiful, and people don't put value into the water. But for this part of the world, the water is very important, and so management the water, management the natural resources is key for the success. So of course, nutrients are scarce, so malnutrition is a consequence of this. Land degradation continue to be a problem, loss of biodiversity, and climate change is what is bringing all this to be a problem. I just said that 45% of the earth is covered by drylands. 1 in 3 people lives in the drylands, and more importantly, the people in the drylands are producing food, and then we need to help them. This is a scenario. So as I said, 60% of the MENA region resides in this area, and approximately 35% of the population is residing here. And so we're bringing a set of solutions. These are integrated solutions which will create a farming system in the desert that will be sustainable. So this is like a circular economy system. We want to create climate optimized farming and diversify the agri-food system, bringing more food, conserve the current natural resources in the communities that are being protecting them. We need to manage the soils because they're fragile, and we need to increase the water productivity in these soils and ensure that there's access to diversity and healthy diets. And we have to translate this into an evidence approach for policy development because water management and the use of resources requires policy. So we are committed to design climate-smart dryland farming systems for productivity, diversify the crop base with livestock, and also forages, prioritize the breeding, which is crucial for the line-drying crops. So we need to bring the breeding of the future. We need to breed other crops, and we need to breed for other systems. We need to support optimal climate adaptation for the livestock and aquaculture, which aquaculture is a value proposition for the drylands that could extend not only the access to protein, but also increase the capacity to grow in open land crops. And then we have to understand better how climate change will affect the progression of food systems in this area of the world. So thank you. And with this, I would like to invite my colleagues from the center, so from CIMMYT. Kevin, please, if you can come to the in front. At Stan, please come in the front. Marcela, Purmina, and then Rachel will come, I'm sure, soon.
In order for us to speak, or
no? Well, we will start with Stan, and then we'll follow with Purmina. Because, yes, in front. And then if you presentation, yes, please.
Well, good morning, all. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to this very important session, and thank you to Augusto and the team. It's been so good to work with ICRISAT. I would acknowledge Director General Abu Saba, who's here, and our board member, Dr. Nick Austin, who is also in the room this morning. You know, this has been the work of months and years to come to this point. Of course, we talk about co-hosting between ICARDA and ICRISAT, but really we can see that this is a one CG initiative around the global strategy for resilient drylands. It will not be surprising to you that ICRISAT is so excited about this. Our ethos talks about transforming dryland agriculture. So it really does mean that we see that we are bringing the technologies, whether it's around crop improvement, whether it's around the resilient farm and food systems, and certainly how we can actually enable systems transformation across all of the geographies that we work. In the case of ICRISAT, in Asia, in Africa, with our 8 host country agreements, but of course working much more broadly across the continent. And even beyond that, as we start thinking about other dryland areas where we know that ICRISAT technologies, whether they be varieties or new ways to harvest water or to manage degraded lands, will be able to bring innovative activities, not just on our own, but obviously in collaboration with our CG partners. And maybe the other point that I would like to make, and it's great to see other colleagues in the room, this is not limited to the CG system. We're looking for other partners, national programs, other research institutions that can bring new ideas, creative ideas to the things that we want to do. Of course, the vision of ICRISAT talks about a food secure, prosperous, and resilient dryland tropics. But I think that's the message that we all share by the very fact that we are here this morning. So I'd just like to congratulate the entire group for bringing us all together. This is the start of the activity, but now we will really judge the global strategy on how it is that we work together and how we make progress. So thank you for being here. I realize it's a very busy day and that people will be going in and out, but I would just encourage you to have a look at the program, because there will be so many opportunities to learn and to engage about how we can make further progress with respect to the global strategy on resilient drylands. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Rachel McDonnell. I'm the Deputy Director General at the International Water Management Institute, IMI. We are one of the CG centres. And as the name says, we work on water. So we try and balance water and food security. So when it comes to drylands, water is obviously the big limiter. So it means this is the area that we need to focus on many different scales. So to me, we work on 3 different areas as the CG. We need to be more productive with the water that we have. So we work on different genetics, different on-farm practices. How can we bring water and the water that is there and make it more productive? We also work on bringing new types of water. If you're relying on your groundwater system or your river that's under massive strain, we need to bring new, different types of water to agriculture. And what are those different types of water? Well, we can bring saline water, and that's a very specific area of expertise, particularly led by ICARDA on this. We can bring treated wastewater, so circular economy, making sure that precious water is used more than once. And what we know with that is we then have to bring in all sorts of protective mechanisms. That water has viruses and bacteria and all sorts of issues that can hurt humans. So as we're doing that, we need to make sure we have the right treatment, not only at the wastewater treatment plant, but how we then use it afterwards. So we can try and do that. We also are seeing increasingly desalinated water. If you get desalinated water from a diesel pump or even from the main system, this is very expensive water. It's $3 per meter cubed. So therefore, you're going to have to come up with something very good with that. So we're seeing desalinated water, the small-scale desalination on many of the farms I'm thinking about in the UAE, and then we try and use the brine for fish farms or for other things like that. Again, increasing the productivity from every single drop of water that we have. And then the third area is about protecting water. So what we see is that in drylands, water is incredibly precious, but is also contested. The big problem with water is not like soil. Soil stays on the ground and it's there. Water moves. And water is also used by so many other sectors. It's used in our hotels, it's used in agriculture, it's used to generate power, whether it's hydroelectric power or cooling and thermal power stations. It's used in industry. And one of the problems with agriculture and water is that your dollar per drop, which is what water is often thought about, is much less than in some of those other areas. So what we need to do is we need to protect that water. This means good water governance, understanding allocations, and being able to protect water for all as we're doing that. So we need to think about the water systems. So the CG is about food, land and water systems in a climate crisis. And we try and bring that water lens to drylands, where the climate crisis is bringing increasing floods, sometimes very fast water, as well as increasing droughts. And is also the rainfall seasons are varying, so shortening the growing season. So the CG brings incredible opportunities. It brings not only seed systems and on-farm practices, it also brings ecosystem restoration, which can hold the water on the land. There's nature-based solutions. We also bring water and infrastructure and how we can manage that water infrastructure better, whether it's dams or irrigation systems, also water policies and water incentives and all that type of analysis to make sure we protect and ensure that drylands have good water for all. So thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Good morning. I'm Purnima Menon, Senior Director for Food and Nutrition Policy at IFPRI. Thank you so much for having us here. Firstly, I think this is a wonderful coming together of so many different CG centers and our partners to think about the wide range of problems that exist in dryland areas really around the world, and how to think about collectively how we solve those problems. At IFPRI, our work is very much centered around solving problems, identifying the best possible solutions to solve those big problems. And, in a sense, by doing the kinds of work that we do, and I'll say just, briefly a little bit about that in a moment, helping us tell the story. I always say to people, as we embark on new initiatives, let's think about what is the legacy we want to leave of this, the evidence-based legacy of this. Let's articulate what those outcomes are that we want to demonstrate to the world. Let's think about how we put in place the impact evaluation work, the policy research work, the analytic and sort of empirical work that tells us, once we're 5 years from now, did we actually solve the problems? I think you laid out the wide range of problems that cut across the CG's 5 impact areas. And so from my part, I just want to say the more that we can lean in, both on the solutions and the technologies that we offer, but also the outcomes that we want to demonstrate impact against, I think we can really bring to that effort then the kind of work and the methods and the approaches that we have to work with partners to pull together the evidence that tells those stories over this period of time. So at IFPRI, our work sort of hits 3 different approaches. And I think in this case, all 3 of those approaches to research are really applicable to the wide range of issues that you've spoken about in the dryland strategy. So the first is really articulating and clarifying what are the problems and what are the future problems that that we need to spend our time worrying about in these areas. So that's the work that we do with foresight and policy modeling. It's the work that we do with analyzing large-scale data sets to kind of characterize and understand the challenges in the world we live in. The second is a large body of work on testing and scaling interventions and innovations. It's really neat to see in the collection of what you have here, the number of technology innovations that you have in place. What we know from our work in the drylands is that we need to be bundling this with the wide range of social innovations and policy innovations that are being put in place to solve the big challenges of sustainable, healthy diets and other such things. And then the last, of course, is to say, what is the enabling environment? For a global discussion on drylands, I think you're creating that right here. But within each of the countries and each of the regions, what are the governance and sort of policy enabling mechanisms that you need to have in place to finance, to scale, to really support getting these technologies out to people, but coupling them with existing policies that aim to change the very outcomes we care about here, whether it's sustainable, healthy diets, whether it's incomes, And so I think across those 3 buckets of work that we spend a lot of time developing methods and tools around, we think they're very applicable to this. We're really pleased to work with you. A lot of experience already working with the policy context in many of the countries that are in this portfolio of work. So, again, thank you for having us. We really look forward to bringing sort of the fullest range of our expertise and our partnerships in these. And I really hope that 5 years from now, with pulling together some really good work on telling the stories with really robust data, we'll be able to leave a legacy for this work that enables us to also think about the next generation of efforts we need to see. So thank you, and really look forward to working with all of you.
Okay, thank you. I would prefer doing like this because otherwise I would have to be. Yeah, this is customized for this time. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Marcela Quintero. I'm the Associate Director General of the Alliance of Bioversity International and CIAT. And yes, thanks again to ICARDA and ICRISAT for putting together this strategy, but also more importantly, also to invite other CGIAR centers to contribute with the different capabilities and areas of expertise with which we can support the implementation of the strategy, because I think this is now the most important part, is how we are going to implement it. So I was thinking with my team in the Alliance how we can contribute the most to achieve the objectives and the different components in the strategy. So here I would like to mention a few ones. So first one is related with that part of the strategy that is about how to improve agricultural systems for these dryland ecosystems. So in this regard, we definitely would like to contribute with our capabilities to develop demand-led beans that are adapted to drylands through our breeding program, but also through the PABRA network, how we can create and together an extension of PABRA to the drylands to secure that the improved beans really reach the millions of people that need to have access to this. Also, in our seed bank in Colombia, we also safeguard many other legumes. And I think that will be very good if we join efforts to unlock the potential of that germ plants that can have some genetic traits that could be important for the drylands conditions. Then also we have been working on how we improve and we change a bit the way we do breeding by using artificial intelligence. We are already testing with Artemis, that is an initiative that is trying to use computer vision solutions with artificial intelligence and also with smartphones, deployable devices to support the crop phenotyping processes when we do breeding. I think, and we have been in conversation with ICARDA, that I think will be very good to see how we can adapt these methodologies to the breeding programs of ICARDA and ICRISAT for crops that are adapted to drylands. So that's from the crop perspective. And also there was something that I like of the strategy is that it's trying to bring a holistic approach, right? So it's having the right crops adapted to the drylands, but also how to combine this with good soil and water management. Rachel already spoke about water, and I would like to speak about soils and agronomy. Something that we have been doing in the context of excellence in agronomy in the CGIAR is to develop these science-specific digital advisories that basically combine machine learning with remote sensing, legacy data, basically to do agronomy that is data-driven and is also site-specific. And I think this is important for drylands because in drylands, the recommendation has to be very specific to the conditions in drylands, of course, related with the scarcity of water, related with the different dynamics in the soils to make those fertile to produce foods. So there are some digital advisories that we already have developed, and then I think can be perfectly being adapted to the drylands. So there are many examples, and I'm sure if you were in the sustainable farming session yesterday, you heard some about some of these digital advisories. And then to finalize, I would like to mention that the Alliance is also leading the Accelerated for Impact platform. The Accelerated for Impact platform, and is also related to other part of your strategy, that is how to scale solutions. So what this platform is doing is trying to identify solutions that are in CGIAR centers and in partners that are ready to be scaled out, but need support from private sector or other actors to be used at scale. So basically, the platform tries to put together these actors with these innovations that are ready to use. So we already have been implementing different activities related with this platform, together with ICARDA, IWMI, and IFPRI, and many other partners in Morocco, for example, in Egypt, in Uzbekistan, and now very soon in Tunisia, together also with ICARDA. So I'm very happy also to announce this upcoming collaboration. So with this, yes, I would like to stop, and I'm very excited to see how we are going to mingle for the drylands. Thank you.
Morning, colleagues. I have a very beautiful PowerPoint presentation, but I don't want to blind my colleagues. So I'll use it just to guide myself. I'm speaking on I'm Kevin Pixley. I'm the director of CIMMYT's Dryland Crops Program. I'm speaking on behalf of Sarah Hearn, our Chief Science Officer at CIMMYT, who was invited as co-authors of the Dryland Strategy for CGIAR to present some of what CIMMYT would like to contribute as part of the Dryland Strategy. So we bring science, as our theme for this meeting says, with science we can, but we also think with partners we can. So we are really bringing partnerships as well as great science to the dryland crops strategy of the CGIAR. You'll be hearing from a team in the next subsection of this side event about the network of the African Dryland Crops Improvement Network. So I won't dwell on that. But with that group, together we bring a shared portfolio of breeding pipelines in which we have 6 crops that we are working together with partners from 18 countries, 18 NARS partners, and sharing the pipelines. So CIMMYT does a small portion, and each of the NARS partners, according to their expertise and abilities, are contributing portions of those pipelines. And you'll hear more about that in a few minutes. I think of great interest to this whole community. We've managed to set up with partners again, more than 25 or 30 locations that are specialized for stress screening. So we can provide platforms that are crop agnostic, can work with all of the dryland crops to look at specific biotic and abiotic stresses, along with protocols to ensure that we have standardized protocols for phenotyping these important stresses. Together with partners, last year released more than 24,000 metric tons of seed of 7 different crops. And this includes bean with CIAT and cowpea with IITA, who are partners in the African Dryland Crops Improvement Network, with a total value of more than $480 million just in 2024 alone. We're doing a lot of work on seed systems, and I was delighted to see that this is a priority for all of us. But just in Senegal alone, last year reached more than 115,000 farmers, 58% of which are women in different villages working on seed systems work with a strong team across Senegal. VAX breeding. CIMMYT, on behalf of CGIAR and with FAO, are hosting the VAX breeding network, which includes 7 crops, some of them particular to the drylands, but others cutting across others, and working together with ICRISAT, working together with IITA, with WorldVeg to bring expertise and diversity, biodiversity to the drylands. And so this is a great opportunity for us to work together on diversifying. The last thing I'll mention, CIMMYT brings great strength to this partnership on gender and youth and equity issues, diversity issues. We've hired a director for gender equity and social inclusion. Her name is Maureen Miruka. She brings expertise that would like to share with you. And specifically, we're following a framework which we call the REACH, Benefit, Empower, and Transform. platform or strategy to include at least reaching. We hope to benefit, we aspire to empower, and our goal is to transform gender and youth and diversity and equity across the drylands. So finally, in conclusion, CIMMYT contributes excellent science, but our partners and our partnerships are the greatest strength that we want to bring and invite to work with us in this strategy. Thank you very much.
So I would like to close the session to thank all the panelists because you covered the areas where we're looking for, which was partnerships, which was working with NARS. Thank you, Kevin, because that's very important. Also to bring the excitement about working together for a very challenging environment, which is the drylands, how to improve the water use, how to bring new germplasm, how to boost in an agnostic manner, how to improve crop production. So I think this is very important. So with this, I would like to give the floor to my DG, Dr. Ali, to give his remarks. Thank you.
In the interest of time, I'll speak from here just to thank everyone for being with us today. And on behalf of my fellow DG of ICRISAT, we've discussed yesterday a number of points. We will reflect on them in the afternoon. But the point I would like to emphasize today is to first of all thank the very wide cross collaboration from every center in the CGIAR, because the success of the implementation of the dryland strategy, it can only happen if we all work together. The one message I would like to also add here is that the drylands have lost its visibility across the world. So a very important part of this strategy is to hopefully bring back the importance of the drylands as a very essential piece in the food and agriculture transformation. And I hope by working together, by advocating together, by raising funds together, we would be able to bring the drylands where it needs to be, because that's a very essential part of the solution for the climate resilient food systems for the future. I just wanted to leave everyone with this thought. Thank you very much.
So I think we can move to the next session. Who is, okay, please.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Andre van Rooyen. I work with ICRISAT. I'm the country representative in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa, and it gives me great pleasure to orchestrate the next event. I've been given 5 minutes to introduce this session, but our good colleagues have been extremely efficient, so we've got a few more minutes. And I want to use that time to leave you with two thoughts that I want you to keep in the back of your mind as we go through the rest of this day. Apart from my day job in ICRISAT, one of my hobbies within science is studying complex systems. And within that framework, the first point that I want to leave with you is we heard our esteemed colleagues talk from the different institutions, but from complexity theory, the overall functioning of a large system is a function of the interaction between the components, not just the components. And that's what the one CGIAR is all about, is how do we maximize the interaction between the components, between the centers, because that's where the transformative power lies. Unfortunately, it doesn't lie only within the institutions. If we really want to be effective, we need to exploit the interactions between the institutions. So let's keep that in mind. And I think, well, that is why I'm excited about this relationship is within the drylands, is how do we maximize the interactions between the components so that we can become more resilient? That brings me to the second point I want to make. In the last 15 years or so, there's a huge amount being published around resilience. But when you go back to the foundational work, by Hollings and Volker and Burks, there are 4 pillars of resilience. And since we're talking about resilience, I want to go through them very quickly with you and then reflect as we go through the presentations and the panel discussions on how much of this do you see? How much resilience are we actually building? So the first component of resilience is the willingness, the capacity to embrace change. We've seen in the formation of the one CGIAR, there was a lot of resistance. I don't want to change. I don't want to do this. We've been doing this for 50 years. It's the right thing. If we cannot change, you cannot be resilient. Okay? So let's keep that in mind. We have to be dynamic. We have to be agile. We have to embrace change. If you don't believe me, go and study Volker. The second point is diversity. Okay, we have to increase the diversity within systems, within institutions, and then within the system. And the way we do that is to bring the centers together to create diversity at the meta level. But where you work at ground level, you have to increase the diversity, whether it is in soil organisms or the different ways in which you fertilize soils or the crops you grow or the livestock you keep or the markets you engage in or the safety nets that you establish for poor people. The layer diversity in systems is critical to foster resilience. So when you have this incredible diversity, it means that you have to manage, and that's the third point, knowledge. Because you have a diverse system, so you're going to need more integrated knowledge systems and better ways in which we share knowledge and integrate knowledge. And the integration of knowledge is really, really important. A very simple example about integrating knowledge systems is the agronomists tell us you have to put X amount of fertilizer on a crop to get the maximum yield. That maximum yield is not the economic optimum. The economic optimum is often somewhere below that. So the economists will keep telling us, no, that's not the right. And the agronomists will tell you, you got to put more. And the poor farmers sit in the middle and we complain that they are not applying the right amount of fertilizer because we as scientists often struggle to integrate knowledge systems. So at the higher level, we need to learn how to effectively integrate knowledge systems. And that's why we're in this room. So the last point, and this is again, at numerous levels, but also for us. If you change, if you increase the diversity and you have more knowledge and have to integrate knowledge, one of the other cornerstone of resilience is self-organization and reorganization. Because change and diversity and knowledge systems will demand from us to reorganize ourselves. And that's, again, what we are doing in the CGIAR, is we're reorganizing how we're working together. This whole event is about reorganizing how we integrate knowledge systems, et cetera, et cetera. So remember those 4 things: change, diversity, integration of knowledge systems, and self-organization. We do not need Ismahan to tell us what to do. We need to organize ourselves. And that is what will bring resilience not only within the system, within the CGIAR system, but also where we work on the ground. So that is my 2 sort of clouds of information that I want you to keep in mind and reflect on as we move through the rest of the day. So that's me. The rest of the time, I will just stop you when it's time to stop, and I will introduce the next person. And I will be strict because many people has got many things to do. So we are 7 minutes ahead of schedule. And my dear friend, Chris Achua, who, please, my brother, come. Chris is going to talk to us about developing resilience in drylands through the CGIAR and NAS partnerships. Again, organizing ourselves. And Chris, you've got 20 minutes, and then I will stop you. Asante.
Thank you. I hope it is 20 plus the 7 that is just left. Okay. Thank you. Already introduced as Chris Ojeo, and I'll be expounding a little more about a presentation that has been almost everyone has been repeating about the dryland systems, and particularly I'll be putting emphasis on the African Dryland Crops Improvement Network and that topic of developing resilience in drylands through partnerships. I hope it clicks. Oh, super. I'm glad that it's moving. And so African Dryland Crops Improvement Network, otherwise called ADSIN. So if I use ADSIN going forward, I'm sure you understand now. What is it that keeps us awake? One of our greatest concerns is looking at the latest averages between 2021 to 2023 in terms of food security. We find that up to 50% on average of African countries, particularly those in sub-Saharan Africa and those in dryland areas that we would like to address their concerns, are operating between severe food insecurity situations. And that is not something that we'd like to see happening over the next several years and decades. We'd like to have a change of that. On the other hand, if you look at the flip side of it in terms of adoption of technologies, particularly with the interest to new varieties and, of course, integrated crop improvement practices that go with those varieties, we find that on average, again, with references, I think the first reference is coming from FAO Stat on average, and the next reference is on S&P Global 2021, showing an average of just about 20% adoption of improved varieties and production practices. We'd like to change that. We'd like to move that to over 20 to 30 to 40 to 50%, if possible to 100%, and the 50, the numerator to 0. How do you want to do that? By working through developing regional crop improvement networks, working with the CGIAR and the NAS in a shared crop improvement programs, and also developing overall capacities of the partners that we work with within these programs. What's our vision? Our vision is to create a dynamic and sustainable network for improving dryland crops, leveraging basically capacities, because we know that the partners within the network have different capacities. We'll be expounding on that shortly. And with an ambition of working with these stakeholders in sub-Saharan Africa to apply the latest research, expound and enhance the research capacities, as well as utilize our collective strengths to ensure that we use cutting-edge technologies to improve the dryland crops, not just in terms of varieties, but also in terms of production systems. And the key pillars here for us are basically partnerships, systems thinking that Andre has done a good job in explaining, and also inclusivity. And our principles basically coming from talks that we have with partners on the ground, asking them about the feedback, what should we do differently? And they said, what we want to see is better and more equitable sharing of resources and projects and investment among the partners. We'd like to see greater investment in crop breeding through shared regional programs. And we want to see a renewed commitment to benefit especially the hard to reach poor farmers. And that's where our emphasis is. And with our measures being basically increased resilience, sustainable and timely access to seed, especially quality seed for this matter, and strategies deployed across crops, as well as enhanced capacity between CGIAR and the national programs. And just to explain a little more on what Kevin described earlier about shared network, with the understanding that the national programs have different capacities. Basically, this is not my statement. This is a statement coming from the national programs themselves and saying some of us actually have capacity to do all that you people at the CG do. So work together with us through elements to do with product design, product development, and product delivery. But of course, among the national programs themselves, conducting what I would call mini breeding program assessment tool among themselves, they come back with reports and saying some of us do not have that strong capacities to do early generation work like trait discovery, trait deployment, even things like crossing and making deployment of strategies of breeding. So, but we'd like to work with you in the program, in the platform. So can we benefit from the capacities that others have? So we have different categories of the NAS programs, type A having capacity across, type B having within upstream work, and you go to type C that have, they would like to receive, for example, segregating population to be able to fix and deliver. And with that approach, every member within the network, among the 18 network country members that we described about, have their level of benefit and utilize their capacity and comparative strengths in terms of the traits of their interests. For example, somebody has the capacity to handle Rust, and which somebody doesn't have that capacity to handle, basically working on a particular trait on behalf of others. And to put emphasis on that, I would like to invite my colleague, Mark, who leads part of the network in terms of breeding, to give us a little more highlights. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you very much, Chris. Good morning, everyone. Now I'm gonna take you a bit deeper on the partnerships that we have, but with a particular focus on plant breeding and genetics. So the first step that we did was co-create. So how many of us have been asked to do something we have expertise on, but we were not consulted on the decisions? Thank you, Kevin. So the first step is co-create. We convened partners in each of these countries that we work in to decide on what market segments they have and the product profiles. So we convened 56 product design teams across countries and crops with hundreds of scientists, stakeholders, seed processors, farmers, who are the most important. And we came up with 92 sub-regional market segments, of which 47 are prioritized. So this is a co-design, co-create process where everybody was involved. Now, coming to co-design, we work together with our partners in breeding to create the prioritized which of these regional market segments we have to prioritize and create the breeding pipelines. Now, an important point is that these are shared breeding pipelines. It's not the conventional or traditional CG system pipeline where a CG center breeds and distributes materials to the partners for testing. This is an actual shared pipeline where there's more involvement of our partners from the process themselves, decisions on the process up to the testing. And this well aligns with B4T that we heard about, was it yesterday, on increased participation of the partners. So we have this, these are not just statistics, these are so-called flesh and blood. 28 shared pipelines, 48 population development centers. So these are CG and NAR centers. We have 3 CG centers, CIMMYT, ICRISAT, and IITA. And NAR centers performing population development. This is an example of what I was talking about on shared breeding pipelines. For example, in white sorghum in ESA, we targeted 7,000 new lines for a segment, for a pipeline, 80 populations. So ZARI will contribute 2,800 new lines. CIMMYT will contribute 3,700 new lines, and so on. I think that CIAR also will contribute. So you can see a lot more involvement of our NARS partners in developing these breeding pipelines. At the core of our partnership is also to co-innovate. Now we have established regional pathology network on screening of our priority traits. So 47 screening locations across crops and locations, focusing on 17 biotic stresses, and we have screened almost all of our candidate founder germplasm, and these are guiding us on our breeding decisions. Co-innovate also involves our use of routine use of our marker application. So the keyword here is routine. I think this is the first time in these networks that, for example, F1 QA/QC has become routine. It's no longer ad hoc. We require our partners. Now we're not gonna, even if you give us 5,000 lines, we're not gonna proceed with those lines if these populations have not gone through the proper QA/QC. That's very important to attain genetic gain. And we are proud that we have attained 23,000 samples for parental F1 and line QA/QC and across. And also, to emphasize, NARS scientists have been given the opportunity to lead as trait champions. So these are scientists who lead trait discovery and deployment. And finally, we are leveraging the new technologies to co-advance. Sorry, one more minute, please. To co-advance. So breeding informatics for data-driven decisions, improved marker panels, reference and pangenomes, genomic selection and sparse testing, and we have finalized our collaboration with CIAT to work on Artemis and Image Safari for our dryland crops. So with that, I'd like to invite my colleague, Mariam, to talk about her story on Burkina Faso groundnut program, a very personal story, please. Thank you so much.
Okay. Oh. Thank you. Yeah. Sure. Okay, so yeah, I can okay. So thank you, Mark. He also give how arts-in really work. So I'm going to tell about how practically arts-in work in Burkina Faso. In Burkina Faso, arts-in has been supporting 4 programs: sorghum, millets, coffee, and groundnut breeding programs. So I'm a groundnut breeder. I will show you how arts-in have been helping our groundnut breeding program. So we first define, let's say, the market segment for our groundnut breeding program. What we did is to bring together all the stakeholders and the multidisciplinary team of scientists composed of socioeconomists, pathologists, entomologists, and breeders. And then we define 14 unique market segments for the regional, at the regional level for Western and Central Africa. And then from this, 6 were defined in Burkina Faso, but we have to prioritize our market segment. We cannot just we cannot just work on all the traits. So we just prioritize the market segment based on the importance in terms of let's say in terms of area cultivated for this market segment. So and then after defining the market segment, we now define the let's say the product profile. We are involving the let's say to really design the trait we are going to let's say to improve our objectives. So this included agronomic traits like high yield, resistant to disease, tolerance to drought, and also nutritional traits like oil content, protein content, and also acid oleic content. So after designing the product profile, and then now we design the how are we going to get this product. So we designed the breeding scheme for this product. This is what we did. So in the after designing the breeding scheme, we designed the breeding pipeline. Who will do what? This is what we did. So for the case of Burkina Faso, after the assessment of our program, they found that we are not strong enough. So at this time, we are just doing the late trial assessment. This is what we are doing. So we have 5 programs, breeding programs. They are working on the population development, crises, QA/QC control, like CIMMYT, Ghana, Mali. These programs are really strong. So now they are working to develop the breeding populations. So what we really benefit from the ATSIN network is that really the capacity building, which is very, very important. We got capacity building in different fields of plant breeding, like quantitative genetics, biometrics, and yeah, we have been bred. Me, I'm a breeder, our technicians also. So I'm currently a part of a wonderful program, CIMMYT Adjunct Scientist program, which is very, very interesting. They are providing us with the adequate tools to lead our breeding program. So now, okay, I'm really happy to be part of this program. So seriously, it is really a practical, yeah, what you have been doing. So we also got what I really appreciate with this network is this facility we have to exchange material. So that really help us to improve our genetic material. Currently, we have almost 1,000. Before we have maybe less than 200, but now we have almost 1,000 accessions in our Gen Plus. Yeah, I really appreciate it. So I am Kulibali Mariam. I'm working in our Environmental and Agricultural Research Institute in Burkina Faso. I am a young scientist and I'm dynamic. So I really ambition that to build a strong random breeding program in Burkina Faso and also to become a product development center. So I am sure that with ATSIN, we can do it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Marion. I think, thanks, Andre, for another 3 minutes or so to just wrap. 2, 3, you said 5, but they've reduced to half. Okay. Just to wrap it up to say that after the breeders have done their very good job of developing varieties, my emphasis has always been that varieties don't make impact until they reach the farmer's field. And for them to reach the farmer's field, it requires seed, because I always say that seed is the vehicle that carries all the improved technologies which the breeders make efforts to do. So all the improvements is carried in a tiny little organ of a plant called the seed, and I've always put that emphasis. So what we do in terms of seed systems, first we need to understand the varietal traits and the value proposition of those varieties. So we work with the network members to understand which varieties are ruling, why should we replace them, what is the strength of those varieties, and what are the weaknesses that we need to improve, and feedback to the breeders to ensure that the varieties that are developed are fitting into the markets, and together do a demand creation and a demand analysis in terms of what is the current level of demand, what are the demand trends, what is the foresight that enables us to plan better in terms of seed production, and what is the evidence in terms of data that can convince the other stakeholders, especially on the grain side, to invest in commercialization decisions. Altogether, this enables us to do what I call varietal positioning in the right market segments. And once we do the varietal positioning in terms of demand, then we design what we call response mechanisms to those demand signals, and such includes seed business strategies and models and approaches to deliver seed, and seed roadmaps to ensure that we have inclusivity in terms of our value chains and targeting, and that together enables us to do a proper product handover, but also a product life cycle management in terms of how that product grows, but also how it declines and it gets replaced by another variety. Once that is well understood, then we go into deploying the varieties through inclusive seed systems that includes seed production practices, especially in terms of technologies that ensure that we have inclusive delivery, variety registration and seed certification, seed quality assurance, alternative methods that ensure that when the farmers actually receive the seed, it's not too expensive for them to invest in the quality seed. And also strategic partnerships, especially with private sector along the value chains that ensure that we are able to reach the farmers at scale, especially the last mile farmers, the hard to reach farmers, and all together with this ensuring that there is capacity, particularly for early generation seed production, because we have to keep the pipeline full. Otherwise, we deliver seed and if we don't have the early generation seed to get into the system, we fail to keep the pipeline. But of course, speaking between the early generation and later generations to ensure that there is a continuous supply. At this stage, I think Andre wants to introduce the panel. Do you want to introduce the panel?
I I want to make use of my power of holding the mic to push back a little bit on what impact is. Impact is not when you have crops in the field. That's an output. Impact is when you increase food security, reduce stuntedness in children, have more sustainable environments. So you need to develop a few more Ds for your impact.
That was pathway towards impact.
Thank you. I am not going to waste any more time. Thank you very much for your team. And I'm going to hand directly over to Kevin. And if I can ask the panelists to come forward so we don't waste time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you just tell me what time is our estimated ending time?
5 minutes for introduction and then 30 minutes for your...
So at 9:35, we should wrap up.
That's right.
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you very much, Carl. I'd like to invite our panelists. Maybe we can turn off so they're not blinded. We can perhaps turn off the projector. So we have an exciting panel set up for you. Oh, sorry, you can pass this way. Hopefully you saw the title of our panel, CGIAR's Partnerships. Innovative, brilliant, or crazy? Maybe it's crazy, right? I mean, one thing that wasn't mentioned before by the speakers is that not only are NAR's colleagues sharing the pipelines, they're sharing the budget to implement those pipelines. Almost 60%, 58% to be exact, of the budget that was entrusted by funders to CIMMYT to implement dryland crops work is being shared with partners to help them fund the co-implementation of these programs. Now, CG centers are also benefiting from some of that 58% of the budget, CIAT and IITA in particular. And we're delighted to do that, not because we want to share money, but because we need that co-implementation. We need those capacities that we don't have, those capabilities that we don't have to be able to be successful. So we were going to use Slido, but technology failed us. And as we were well told, we have to be agile. So let's be agile and let's do this by a show of hands. I'm going to ask you to vote. And you've got I'll tell you the 3 choices you have, and then we'll go back and I'll ask you to vote. So as you've heard it so far from the presenters up until now, do you think that this model of CGIAR's partnership is innovative? You're not sure, but you'd really like to know more, or it's just business as usual? Okay, so how many of you think it's innovative? Raise your hand. Okay, that's about 16 of you. Thank you. Somebody write down 16. How many of you really aren't quite convinced yet? You're not sure. You'd like to know more. Oh, that's almost a dead that's 15. Somebody write down 15. Okay, how many of you think, you know what, we've seen this 50 years of CG, 60 business as usual? Business, I see 1. Come on, somebody else. 2. Okay, 3 of us think business as usual. Okay, so 16, 15, 3. Okay, panelists, we got some convincing to do. We got some work to do here. All right, so questions to the panel. What is different and innovative about the current CGIAR's partnership modality for you and for your crop improvement program? And let's start with Evelyn.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Evelyn Sawarugo Kompore. I am a social scientist at INERA, which is the Institute for Environment and Agricultural Research, based in Ouagadougou. Okay, thank you. Burkina Faso. So what the exciting question that we have this morning to discuss. So thank you so much to Kevin for this question. I would like to say that earlier when Chris was talking, he mentioned the word inclusivity. You know, inclusivity got many dimensions when you talk about inclusivity. It's not like you are just part of it. It's about how you feel about being part of it. And it's very important talking about feelings for being part of it. We are nurses, and usually when you are a nurse, you don't have much to bring on the table in terms of cash, in terms of you got the energy, you got the motivation, you got the willingness, but sometimes you have kind of empty pockets. So, and in this, at the scene network, what is very, very important that I want to mention here is how we feel. We got a steering committee, and I'm part of this steering committee. And in this steering committee, this is where decisions are made, discussions are being done. And we as NAS, we have our voice, and it counts. It's not more about who you are, it's more about what you bring in terms of ideas, in terms of initiative, in terms of the movement for the same vision. And this is very important and crucial that this network is bringing us, giving us that we usually don't have in farmers or other initiative where you feel a bit shy because you don't bring much. So you feel that I'm not supposed to talk because I'm not strong enough to speak. But here I'm speaking, and it's not like because I'm speaking in this room, I used to speak in the steering committee and my voice count. That is just one thing I want to share. And I think we got so many things to share.
No,
thank you.
Evelyn, it's too bad that, Evelyn is so shy. I wish you weren't quite so shy and you'd tell us a little bit more. Okay, but Rekia, you're a trait champion, isn't it? So maybe you can tell us, what do you think is innovative about this way of working?
Okay, Abdulmalik Rekia, sorghum breeder from the Institute for Agricultural Research, Ahmadu Bello University Zaria. This initiative, I would say, is innovative. Like Evelyn, I used to be shy, but I think I have more confidence now to speak. And what's innovative? Like she said, inclusivity has different aspects. Now, the CGNAS partnership, has brought about inclusivity for the NAS, where the breeding program, the CG programs have aligned their breeding targets with national demand. It wasn't like that before. It was more of an autonomous stuff. So when they bring their demands, we, the NAS, we're reluctant because we feel it doesn't address our problem. So the zeal to move with that was not there. But now we've been brought in, just like she said, we feel part of the committee. We feel part of the CG. At times, I even see myself as a CIMMYT staff, sorry. So we've been included in the breeding process where we co-develop, co-design, co-create. Our breeding programs now have, we've been able to develop market segments, targeted product profiles where the farmers, we include them. It's more participatory, unlike before. So I will say, as a trade champ now, our breeding programs have been given opportunity, or our breeding program have been given the opportunity to have this is it QC, that's trait development, trait discovery. It wasn't there before. Initially, we just make our crosses, then we move on. At the end of the day, we realize that what we have been spending so much time on, it's nothing. We have wasted so much time. But with this, I think this is what I have to say, and we're grateful for this partnership. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rekia. Now, we've just got some good news, more good news. We have an extra 15 minutes, and that means you guys are going to have a chance to ask some questions. So start thinking about what you might like to ask our wonderful panelists as you listen to the rest of this discussion. Okay, thank you, Rekia. That was quite informative, but really, I mean, are these new approaches likely to achieve more impact than previous approaches? I think some of us are still a little bit questioning and doubtful about that. So, who's willing to take that challenge? Bright, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, thanks very much. My name is Bright Jumbo. I'm a plant breeder. I work for ICRISAT and I lead the sorghum breeding program in Africa. I'm based in Mali. Yeah, so thanks very much. Yeah, I think this network brings a lot of hope. And I think it's because of how this has been designed, bringing together, all the players, the stakeholders together. So when we're talking about being effective, as said earlier on, that we should be looking at the adoption at the end of the system. If farmers are adopting the varieties that are coming out of the system. So if you look at the way this has been set up, you will find that all the players from the design of the technologies, the testing or advancement up to the seed systems, it is well coordinated, and all the instrumentation have been put in place in terms of trying to look at it in terms of resilience. You find that all the teams, the expertise have been put in place. There's a lot of capacity building that is happening to make sure that people are equipped with the skills. There's also a lot of capacity in terms of equipment, in terms of analytics support. So all these count a lot to make sure that the things are done properly and being more effective to collect the data to make in order to make best decisions for selection. So I think this is really very good, and really there's a lot of hope that this can be effective. Thank you.
Okay, that was all very nice, but you didn't say, you said there's a lot of hope. Yes or no? Is this likely to have more impact than previous approaches, or you're not sure? Yes, no, or not sure?
No, there's a lot of
no, it won't have more impact. Sorry, go ahead.
For me, I feel that there is a better hope compared to the ones in the previous ones.
Oh, sounds a little bit agnostic, but hopeful.
Yeah.
Okay, let's hear from someone else. Charles, tell us, what do you think? Is this going to be more impactful than previous attempts?
Yes, thank you, Kevin. My name is Charles Beth. I work for ICARDA. I've worked on dryland crops for a very long time, for more than 25 years. And yes, Kevin, I think this is going to create a lot of impact. And what I think is that this question has come a little bit late. I think it should have come when we were starting our ADSIN about 1.5 years or 2 years ago. So yes, this is going to create a lot of impact because we already have a lot of impact which is happening now, as mentioned by my colleague from ICRISAT. We have a lot of infrastructural development, and we already have new products which are coming into the market. In Kenya, for example, we've released some sorghum varieties which have come through the breeding pipelines, which I think does a lot of impact. And our initial analysis shows that our farmers or our clients are actually very happy about these products that are coming out of these breeding pipelines. And I think also this arrangement in terms of capacity building, he has mentioned the issue of infrastructural development. We have benefited from some infrastructure development like screening facilities in Eastern Kenya, in our station in Eastern Kenya, and even in Western Kenya. And also training. There's some people who have already been trained, or already in training as a result of this. So yes, I think it's going to build in the earlier process, or in the earlier process, and eventually we are going to have a lot of impact. Thank you.
Thanks, Charles. Thanks very much. In fact, through the generous funding of Crops to End Hunger, the ADSIN network has managed to successfully request and obtain grants to build infrastructure at many of the locations across the ADSIN member countries. And I do want to mention, very much a big thanks to the PABRA team, JC Rubiogo and Claire Mukankuzi in particular from the Alliance Bioversity CIAT. Spent a lot of their time discussing with us how to organize a successful network that we could then try to pick all the good and maybe improve on some of the opportunities for improvement from the very successful PABRA network. Okay, so I'd like to now move on to what's being done to make this model sustainable. Because in fact, one of the criticisms we hear, well, this is great as long as there's money, but what happens, if some of our generous funders stop providing those resources? So what's being done? Harish, do you want to comment on that one?
Yeah, I think that first of all, thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Harish Gandhi. I'm a breeding lead and interim associate program director for Dryland Crops program at CIMMYT. I'm based in Nairobi. And sorry for the weather today, even though we are talking about drylands. And I was hoping to be a drier day. But anyways, I think the sustainability would come from proving the value of the network, first of all. I think our Director General at CIMMYT always says, don't focus on funding, focus more on impact and the outcome you bring. And I think if the ADSIN needs to sustain, first of all, it has to deliver. It has to deliver to its immediate customer, which is farmer, which is smallholder farmer, also to processors, value chain actors, and also to the consumer. So I think the way we have been working with each other, we have been looking at across, I think you notice on the crises slide that there's a component around developing right products, having right market segments, having right, target product profiles, and then proper testing, and then, proper demand creation and deployment. So if you believe in the process, and if everything goes, as per the process, we are hoping, this will deliver the products. So that's one important component is the delivery needs to be really, really focused on. The second part is governance of the ADSIN. I think in order for us to sustain for longer term, we need to make sure we are able to remain together, work together for longer term. So the governance structure is quite critical. And I think Evelyn alluded to that she is part of the steering committee. So for ATSIN network, we have created a structure where we have 2 steering committees, one in ESA, one in Western Central Africa, one in Eastern Southern Africa. Each steering committee, have members from NARS. I think she's one of the members. Charles is actually a chair for Eastern Southern Africa steering committee. And those members come from the NARS countries. And I think I'm proud to say in the 15 members steering committee we have in Western Central Africa, I believe 12 of those or 13 of those actually come from NARS. And only 2 or 3 of those comes from, CG Center. So that's one important part. And then we are also putting together a membership agreement between all of the ATSIN members that allows us to, we abide by some of the principles we have set for ourselves. So if I am a partner in ATSIN, and I'm committed to develop 30 breeding populations for groundnut, if I don't deliver those, there has to be, some performance-based approach. So I think those are, 2 areas, we have been working on. And of course, also investing some of our resources and time on developing strategic partnerships, which, with different research institutions, which will also bring more resources and funding. I hope I was able to answer.
Yeah, I'm not sure you really answered the question. That was all very interesting, but and it does contribute to sustainability. But let's hear from one of our NARS colleagues. Rekia, what do you think? You want to say something also? We'll come back to you in a moment. Let's go to Rekia and then we'll come to Bright.
I think one key area, as identified earlier by one of our presenters, maybe the country rep ICRISAT, is the knowledge sharing. NAS has been given great opportunity to learn more and to gain more knowledge through this partnership. Example, my sister, the adjunct scientist now. So she has been given that opportunity, which is great. And also at times the CGs come down to the NAS to actually share knowledge and to actually learn about what happens so that they can better, create or better, their policies on how NAS operates. And the other thing is that the infrastructure which we have benefited for NAS, we at our institute, we have put in place an irrigation facility system now, which wasn't there. So now we're able to have rapid generation of population, rapid cycles in a year, which was not there before. So I think with this, we can even sustain ourselves in terms of fund. We can even, because when other partners want to maybe carry out a trial and they don't have the facility, we can do that. It's a source of revenue generation for us. So we can be able to diversify our fund sources. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Ricky. Bright, you wanted to comment on this one?
Yeah, I think now she.
Oh, and now also I think Evelyn. Okay, this one generated some excitement. We'll take 2 quick. Bright first.
She said she wants to comment.
Oh, she wants to go first. Okay, then we'll go to Bright. That doesn't matter. Don't fight about it. Go ahead, Evelyn.
Actually, I just want to add just one sentence to what she said. Because outside the NARS and the CG, there is also the networking between the NARS. So it's not only NARS CG, it is also among the nurses. Like my institute can collaborate directly with her institute. Is definitely quite a synergy that bring people together. So even CG and CG, nurse and nurse is all about a win-win situation. That's what I wanted to highlight this point. Thank you.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Over to Bright. Now, please.
No, I think I just wanted to emphasize on the capacity building. So, like we said before, that there's a lot of training that is happening. It's not only, short-term training, but we also have, interns, they come in and they learn a lot of things through the network. And this is building capacity for the future. And also, there's a lot of, like we said, a lot of support in terms of data analysis and the tools that are being availed. So all those are very important to build in, the resilience to make sure that the system, is able to handle all the challenges. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, no, thanks very much for that, Bright. I mean, I do think capacity building is quite different. At the moment, one of the big changes in capacity building is that we're learning together. I mean, this is the CG, CIMMYT, CIAT, IITA. We're learning together how to do QA, QC. This is not CG training NARS partners. No, we're in this together. We're also building our own capacity. How are we going to implement genomic selection in a network program where we have some of the materials evaluated in 8 different locations spread across different NARS as well as CG locations? So this is really co-learning. The adjunct scientist program, this is not Mariam learning from CIMMYT. This is CIMMYT and Mariam learning together, and CIMMYT scientists spending time also in Burkina Faso, in the program in Burkina Faso, on the ground, crossing ground on their bellies, laying in the field. Hopefully we'll very soon have a greenhouse to do it in the greenhouse. So it's really about learning together and not about one-way unidirectional capacity development. Let's move to the last question, which to me is the most challenging one and maybe the most interesting one for the group here. What are the biggest risks and what could go wrong by following these new approaches? And of course, what are we doing, or what is ADSIN doing to try to ameliorate some of these challenges and risks? Let's start with Charles.
Thank you, Kevin, once again. I think that's an important question that probably we need to ask ourselves. What are the biggest risks that face this network? For me, there are two major risks. One, of course, is that for this web network to be able to run, we must have funds. Now, the question is, what happens when those funds get finished? What happens, you know? So that's a big challenge. But we have some framework on how to address that particular problem, which also addresses the issue of sustainability. Secondly,
no, wait, you didn't answer. What are you doing to address that threat?
Thank you, Kevin. Yes. So what are we doing to address that problem of in case the funds dry up? One is that we are doing joint proposals, first as NAS and also jointly with CGI. So we're doing some joint proposals to see if we can get some more funding for the network. And then secondly, the issue also of institutionalization of this network. We are trying to institutionalize this network in our institutions by having an agreement which our DGs are going to sign. So when they sign, I think probably in future, if there are some funds, it can go to the network. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Rekia also mentioned a minute ago that the fact that you're building capacities to do more than one season per year, so accelerated breeding, that will stay with you. That infrastructure development will stay with you, and you'll still be able to benefit from that. Okay, that was better. Thank you, Charles. What was the second part? You had another comment. Please go ahead. No, wait, you weren't finished, were you?
Yes. The other biggest challenge that I wanted to mention is that the issue of institutions. You know, we are working in different institutions with different organizational structures. The question is, if some of these institutions, if those government structures change, what happens? So if it changes, probably it might have an impact on our network. But then what are we doing? What are we doing to address this problem? What we are doing to address this problem is that we are doing a network agreement, which is going to be signed by all our partners. Thank you, Kevin.
Okay, thanks. Now, Bright, you wanted to make a comment, and then I'll come to Evelyn. Also, we'll get to everybody a chance, but over to you, Bright.
Okay, no, thanks very much.
Remember, risks and what are we doing?
Yes, it's just an addition. So one of the risks also, we are living in an evolving, climate. There's climate change. Sometimes in some of the locations, there will be drought, and we may not be able to get a crop. So the advantage with the network is that, as Mark presented, we have got several locations spread across, such that if some of the locations fail, we are still able to get data from the other locations. So that is really a big, achievement. And the other thing is about security. In some of the locations, there might be some challenges in terms of security. And again, because the locations are spread all across, so still more we can rely on those areas where we're able to get the data. So I just wanted to.
Excellent. Thanks for those additions. Let's go to Evelyn, and then we'll come back. I hope you're all thinking about the questions you want to ask, because we're going to have some time, and I'll come back to the audience for some questions. Evelyn.
Okay, thank you so much. Anyway, there is no risk zero. That's what we used to say in French. Le risque zéro n'existe pas. So it means that, yeah, we are not expecting to face, to just have a nice pave and don't feel at any time something may happen. But this will never stop anybody challenging or taking this risk. One of the tiny risk, I would call it, is like, you know, with the adjunct scientists, my colleague Mariam was excited here when she was talking about having sometimes with the CG. I was a bit scared. I said, what if she was able to be convinced and in the end of the day, she stayed with CIMMYT? So is INERA become a loser or not? It's just a risk. But I think it's part of a personal promotion that I shouldn't see it as a risk that should stop us going for capacity building. Instead, I think the nurses should just get ready to be recruiting more and more, and this will be kind of job opportunity. So I should say that this is not like something that we should say we will prevent it. If it happened that she would be happy at CIMMYT, and CIMMYT is happy to hire her because she can make better of her capacity, it means INERA is going to have new staff. And I think the promotion is going to be continuing. That's what I can say because the risk zero does not exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Harish, you wanted to comment on this one?
No, I think she stole my thunder, so I think okay.
But she's so shy. It's just too bad. I wish you weren't. Okay. Anybody else would like to comment? Let me just check with our panelists and then we'll turn to the audience. Any final thoughts from the panel before we go to the challenging questions from the audience? Yes, Bright wants to make a final. We'll give everybody a chance to make one last statement. Bright, over to you.
Yeah, I think one comment that I just wanted to make is because we are developing these technologies targeting the farmers, and these farmers are really operating in systems. So I think one thing that we may wish to expand in terms of testing is to accommodate more other experts, maybe in terms of testing, just not only looking at our traditional way of testing the varieties, but try to bring more specialists in terms of systems approach. So that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Absolutely. We need to focus on systems approaches. You want to go next, Rikia? Go ahead.
I can say just some things that part of this partnership, it creates continuous dependency on these donors for funding. So I think if we're able to, you know, create or diversify our source of fund, it can help us, the NAS, because whether we like it or not, a time will come, it might stop or gradually reduce. So how prepared are we on that? So some of the strategies, of course, in our institution or the national in Nigeria is there's a growing commitment now by the national agri-research. They're focusing now more on agri-research, especially example, the National Seed Council, developing something like a seed tracker where they link with various value seed chain actors and also to monitor seed production. So things like that. So I think that's just what I want.
Yeah, thanks. No, yesterday there was a session that unfortunately I couldn't attend. Hopefully some of you were there. It was about making NARS sustainable. I hope that there were some great answers coming there, but you know, ultimately I think NARS need to be supported as well by their governments with operational funding. At some point we have to reach that status. Another comment, if there's any funders in the room, please close your ears for just one moment while I make this comment. So if there's any funders, please don't listen to this. Jido Kane, one of my good friends, the director of Seras in Thiès in Senegal, he once told me, look, all we need for a network is WhatsApp. We can talk to each other and we can share experiences. But okay, you can open your ears now. But anyway, we do. It is a serious concern. Thank you, Rekia. Who wants to go next? And then we'll go to the audience. Evelyn? No, Charles. Go ahead, Charles.
Asante sana Kevin. Hapa Kenya tunasemanga usipojipanga utapangwa, si ndivyo?
I hope you all got that, right?
Yes.
He said ads is going to succeed, so don't worry.
Yes. So what So what I was saying is that what we are doing in this arts is organizing ourselves to address a common problem. And what in that Kenyan lingo, what we say is that if you don't organize yourself, you're going to be organized. And you're going to be organized. For us, our biggest challenge is the climate. And you can see what's happening today. It's going to organize us if we don't organize ourselves. And it's going to lead probably to anger or something like that. So, and finally, my final thoughts and comments is that I really liked what was presented by our colleague in terms of the complexity theory, that you start with change, and at the end of that theory, you are talking about reorganizing yourself. So we are actually reorganizing ourselves to address the challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charles. Okay, I think there's two quick, because then I want 15 minutes for audience participation. Go ahead, Evelyn.
Okay, so very quick. I think they have already said some of what I wanted to say. So I just want to add a little thought that we haven't mentioned. The network is not closed. This network is open. So it's just to say that it's not a closed network where you can just admire the network without being able to join. So my final thought is like, if you're already feeling that, wow, this is something that could really bring, I got expertise that I can bring in, I can also learn, please feel free to get in touch with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Evelyn is a member of the steering committee. This is not CIMMYT's network, so you don't ask CIMMYT if you can join the network. We need to write to the steering committee and they will consider your request to join the network. You want to make a comment? Go ahead, Harish.
Yes, that's, I think this is, just like to make a comment here is, this is something new and unique we are trying. And as a scientist, we always like to do experiments. So, and this is we believe this is a bold experiment, which is away from traditional approaches of doing breeding, doing population improvement, and also delivering in the hands of farmer. I feel, I spoke with so many different NARS colleagues in the last 3 years. Moment I talk to them, they feel so enthusiastic, so motivated, and I think you could see also some of the energy coming on this panel as well. And I feel very, very confident that this will deliver. Just give us another 4 or 5 years, and I think you will see the impact, very, very clear impact.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have one convinced person in the audience. Now it's your turn. Who wants to ask? Okay, we have one question. Maybe I can get a volunteer to help with the microphone. Is it you? Sorry. Oh, you have a mic. Oh. Right, okay. I'm glad there's a smarter person in the room than me. Please go ahead.
Not really. Good morning, everyone. I'm Cynthia Ahungu, a plant pathology lecturer from Technical University of Kenya. And I must say I'm very much impressed because most of the time plant pathology is actually neglected in the food system discussions. But at least in this session, I see that a lot of effort has been placed on plant pathology and even breeding, because you can breed for drought resistance. But if you leave out breeding for disease resistance, then you'll not be doing anything. So I have 2 quick questions. I think one question will go to either Bright or Charles. One of you can take this. After all, also, apart from this, I'm also spearheading a project by Global Development Network, where we are trying to do a case study of this intervention.
Question, please. Question, please.
So that's why I'm interested in this. I just want Charles to either expand on this, like what lessons have really emerged when you talk about these interventions, as you try to promote them in these dryland areas, like what lessons have you gotten from these interventions and how can they be used to inform the scaling of these projects so that they can help the farmers, right? Hope I'm clear, right? And then to Harish, if I've gotten you right? Okay, I want to know how participatory approaches with agro-pastoralist communities can actually be strengthened so that you ensure there's successful adoption of these strategies that you're actually introducing to them.
Okay, thanks. Let's listen to some more questions. Try to keep your comments, questions very short so we have some time, and your answers also very short. Remember the questions. Michael, you had a question, right? Or a comment?
Yes, I had a question. Maybe to you. Centralized versus decentralized investment. It's nice to have this development, and how do you decide? Because I hear somebody builds a glass house, so how do you decide what is more efficiently to be centralized and what is
Okay, thank you for that question. Probably one of the steering committee members can answer that one. Any other question? Yes, please.
Okay, my question goes to Charles. Have you incorporated or have you tried any projects in Turkana County on these dryland crops? And also, how do you measure the impact of your projects? And finally, how do you incorporate or integrate the indigenous knowledge and local traditions, especially in areas where we have agro-pastoralists in the dryland areas? Thank you.
Okay, we might not be able to answer all those great questions, but we'll give it a shot. We'll take one more and then we'll come to the panelists. Please go ahead. Was there somebody over? Did you want to ask? Okay, we'll take these two and then we'll go to the panel. Please go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question. And I think that's why I've been brought in about the importance of livestock feed traits, especially to the lady from INRA, because we set up
to the mic.
Sorry, we set up a livestock nutrition lab at INRA in Burkina Faso, and I'm just wondering how effectively that's been incorporated into the breeding program. So what's the importance of livestock feed traits? Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks for that question. We'll take one more and then to the panel.
Just a quick question. Excuse me. It's great to see the gender roles and adaptation focus that was mentioned earlier. I think it was Maureen from CIMMYT that you mentioned. But I was just wondering, it was great to see so many young people present as well. And I'm just wondering if the program has a youth focus because of just climate projections, but there's also projections about urbanization and people moving out of rural areas for adoption of the new varieties. Thanks.
I didn't quite catch the question. Did somebody on the panel catch it? Can you restate, clarify?
Does the program have a youth focus?
All right. Thank you for that question. Who wants to go? Maybe we just start from that and Charles, and we work our way this way. Short, concise answers, please.
Thank you very much. Those are very good questions from the audience, and we really appreciate it. It's going to help us to improve. Now, the first question was from Cynthia on lessons on upscaling and approaches. Yes, as mentioned earlier, we have different networks within the network. We have the interdisciplinary network, we have socioeconomics network, we have pathology networks, we have all those types of networks. So in terms of the lessons and upscaling approaches, the socioeconomic group is working on a model for upscaling the products that are coming from the network. And the model is called the accelerator. We have an accelerator model, and I think it's in one of the sessions in the campus today. So if you have time, Cindy, you can go to that particular side event. And then in the last question that was directed to me is the issue of what are we doing about Turkana or Turkana County in Kenya? You know, do we have projects, dryland crop projects in Turkana County? Yes, what we did, I think my colleagues mentioned that we started by defining the market segments. So when we define those market segments, we cannot work on all those market segments, but the products that come from those other market segments similar to Turkana actually are going to be adopted across those agroecological zones or those market segments. And by the way, I mentioned that I've worked on dryland crops for a very long time. I've worked in Eastern Kenya, but now I've been transferred to Baringo County. So that's very close to Turkana. So we'll bring more projects to Turkana. Thank you. And then the last one was the impact of projects and how do we integrate ITK. In terms, I mentioned the issue of a socioeconomics group or a working group. They are working on some of these issues of looking at the impact, looking at the outputs, and also looking at the outcomes, using initially starting by looking at adoption and then looking at those outcomes. So those ones, we are addressing them through studies where we try to do some ex ante and ex post impact assessment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Now we have to be very brief, panelists, please. We only have about 4 more minutes to answer questions. So
yes, so I will answer just 2 questions out of, okay, the one I think asked by Michael, centralized versus decentralized. I think what we believe in the drylands, you know, many of the problems are very, very localized. This was pretty evident during when we were developing the dryland strategy with the 8 centers. And so our approach is, you know, we need a global, you know, expertise, but we need a localized implementation. So it's important to develop the basic minimal capacities in each of, you know, the countries. You know, I think that's what one of our what you call a theory of changes. You know, we need minimum basic capacity in each country to do a testing, proper breeding for their country and also help provide a regional impact. So I think that is what I would answer. In terms of question on how we are engaging farmers in making sure our varieties, which we are developing through the network, are relevant to them. And we involved in the on-farm varietal trials using the approach from TriCard. I think some of you may have heard about it, where, you know, we, you know, test, if, for example, in Tanzania, you know, 20, 30 varieties with hundreds and hundreds of farmers before, those are being released in Tanzania as of now. And I think this is being used by the variety board in Tanzania in a release process. So I think those would be my two short answers.
Thank you, Harish. Very good.
Okay, I'll just chip in a bit about this inclusion of farmers and youth. I think this method and this network, it's more of participatory. It's not a top-down approach, it's a bottom-up approach. So before any variety is being really developed, we actually get our market intelligence, where the NAS involves all the stakeholders, the farmers, the seed value chain actors, the producers, the processors. Of course, there's gender, youth, they're all encompassing, they are in the team. So we try to get our information. What is it that you want? What is it that is working? What is it that is not working before we start our product development? We don't just go ahead, because why? When you do that, at the end of the day, you have your variety staying on the shelves and they don't go forward. At the end of the day, there's no impact. So we make use of this method. This is a new method we make use of. And so far, I think we've seen better adoption, because before it comes out, they already know what they are going to expect. So far, I think we've measured great impact in terms of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mariam. I think what I just want to highlight is the fact that on top of the approach she mentioned, is that the product development team is a pluridisciplinary team. So to answer at the same time the question addressed to Burkina, so in this team you have phytopathologists, entomologists, livestock scientists, so nutritionists, so everyone are on board, including the farmers. So in the whole process, we can't miss anything, because we make sure that even climate specialists are part of the whole process. So we are making sure that the product in the end of the day are taking into account all the different dimensions, either pathologist aspect, either entomology aspect. So everything is in place so that the breeding is a breeding for the need of the people, taking into account all the challenges. And also going back to the steering committee, we have also this pluridisciplinary team in this steering committee. So we have pathologists, so that when we're discussing about prioritizing where we are going to put the funds, so the point of view are quite complex, and we are sharing it in such a way that we end up having a holistic idea which incorporates social scientist perspective, those who got a background in gender or got a background in entomology, all are in place so that we don't miss any specific aspect that is supposed to be taken care of. So this is a point that I wanted to add, and to answer at the same time where do we decide to put the funding and so on. Thank you so much.
Right, thanks. Oh, good. Last comment, quick, please.
Yeah, last comment. I just wanted to mention about something about the youth. These breeding programs, the nurseries, we do a lot of pollinations, and we engage a lot of youth to support doing the pollinations. At the same time, like I mentioned earlier on, that the programs, they also accommodate a lot of interns who become the future scientists. So there's a lot of opportunities for the youth in this program. And the other thing I wanted to make a comment on incorporation of agro-pastures and also crop livestock interactions. As I mentioned earlier on, that we are on the expansion to accommodate, systems approach. So this will take care in terms of crop livestock interactions, and the products that are coming out of this system is we're developing dual-purpose varieties, for example, in sorghum, in millets. So all that will take care of all the systems that the farmers expect. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. That made me think ICRISAT and CIMMYT are together. We've presented a proposal to a major funder to work together on cropping systems for the drylands. So we're very hopeful that will empower us to share more resources and work together with NARS on a more systems-oriented approach. On the youth issues, I hope you've all received these flyers. There's a comment here about the youth and women quality centers in Tanzania and Kenya. Have a look at that. It's also about what we're doing with youth and women. We also would invite you to look at the other flyer on the ADSN, has a QR code with a lot more information that you can find there. So I want to thank the panel. I want to thank you for your questions. And we have 2 minutes, and we have what was going to be Slido, but we'll do it like we did the previous would have been Slido. I'm going to ask the audience now, the last question. Here are the choices, and then we'll come back and take a vote. Do you think, after this, that the current CGIAR's partnership for developing resilience in drylands, these approaches are innovative? B, brilliant. C, crazy, it'll never work. Okay, who thinks it's innovative? Okay, we have 22. Very good. Who thinks it's brilliant? Super, brilliant, exciting, brilliant. Okay, we have 7. Who thinks this is never? You guys are nuts. Crazy. Who thinks it's crazy? Who thinks I'm crazy? Oh, okay. Oh, no. Okay, so nobody thinks it's crazy. So the majority, thank you for your confidence. A majority thinks it's innovative. You agree it's innovative? All right. Thank you very much for your time, and handing it back over, I think, with 1 minute left in our time. Thank you very much to our panel.
Thanks a lot, Corey. Thank you, Kevin and your team. Where's Chris? Thanks a lot, Chris and your team. Asante Bwana. So Kevin, this was crazy good, but it still has some gaps, and I've got 3 minutes to make a couple of final remarks, and then we're going to take a break before the next session start. The next session will start at 10 o'clock sharp. Okay, so give me 3 minutes, then we can take a break. You can make sure everybody's here, greet your old friends, strengthen the networks. But in my closing remarks to this session, I want to ask a question that I think we all need to think about. The title of this section was Developing Resilience in the Drylands through CGIAR NAS Partnerships for Crop Improvement. Now, I am not a crop person, which probably explains why I survived 23 years in ICRISAT. What is crop improvement? Just think a little bit, what is crop improvement? Because most people think crop improvement is increasing yields. I don't agree with that. I think crop improvement means how are we improving the efficiency of land, improving the efficiency of water, improving the efficiency of labor, and improving the efficiency of other inputs, fertilizer, to increase the income stream for farmers through grain, through livestock feed, through environmental services. So I think in the new CGIAR, we need to elevate our thinking, and that's why yesterday in the queue, I invited my good friend from ILRI to come and ask the livestock question, because I kind of knew nobody's going to talk about livestock. All right? That is the main income for many farmers in the drylands. They eat the crops, they sell the livestock. And we need to begin to understand and appreciate that integration of crops and livestock is part of that, how we increase resilience in these systems. Okay, so let us try and rethink what crop improvement means. Crop improvement means increasing the efficiency and the resilience of the system. It is not just improving yield. The other question that I want to touch on that Kevin asked is, how do we make the NAS sustainable or resilient? The easiest way to do that is not to think of the NAS as any different from us. Bring them into the tight networks. Remember when I spoke about resilience earlier on, it is the interaction between the components that creates the efficiency of the system. So therefore, and I'm looking to that side of the audience where the big guns are sitting, perhaps we should change. Yes, I'm talking about you, Stan. Perhaps the next CGIAR week should not be a CGIAR week. It should be a CGIAR plus week, plus NAS, plus donors. We talk to each other on a weekly basis. there's no need for us to come and sit and talk to ourselves again. Why don't we tighten these networks between CGIAR, NAS, and donors? And try to really create a crucible for sustainable development and transformation of the drylands. So with that, I'd like to end this session. We're going to take a break until 10 o'clock. We have 11 minutes. I want to ask the moderator for the next session to come here so we just make sure we have it done. We've got everything sorted. So do your networking, strengthen your partnerships for the next 11 minutes, and we start again at 10 o'clock. Thank you very much.
No. That's the operating part.
We missed
It's coming.
Yeah, ICRISAT has got a session.
We are taking it away. Yep.
Sorry, let me just. Sorry, I need to see your name. Okay. Are you guys doing the next thing?
Yes.
Okay, so I can leave it to you. I don't know if you.
Yeah. Been able to moderate.
Good to meet you. How are you? Oh, good. Good. Great. So you've got until XYZ time, I think. Yeah. And then we have another break.
Another break.
And then I will take over for the exercise session again. Okay. Thank you.
Can I see your name?
Sorry, Andre.
Great. Good to see you.
Good to meet you.
Thank you.
I don't know if you noticed what they did. They moved around. It's okay. I think our major part is over. But I don't think I like the way they cut on the top and they pushed that around. So this is very tight rope, but I think just maybe move a little bit aside. No, I don't think that's not why they did it. Chris, putting it back now.
The 50.
How are you? Bonjour. I'm from Mali. Bonjour, myself.
So if you could take your seat, we will get started in 2 minutes. Mm. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, no, this is our event. Martina, you have to do it this time. So if you could take your seat, we have to get started now. It's a 30-minute session and we can't be running late. Otherwise, we'll be eating into the next session. Please have a seat. You are in a session on CGIAR integrated desert farming systems, transformative food systems for resilient dryland livelihoods. So this is a 30-minute session on a initiative that is in the making that you may have heard of in recent events, the last one being at COP29 on the integrated desert farming. And I just want to take 5 minutes to explain to you what do you mean by desert farming, the definition. So as the dryness, as the climate is changing, the dryness is on the rise. Even the areas that were typically not characterized as drylands are starting to appear like they are showing characteristics of drylands. So drylands are on the expansion. This is just a map between 2000 and 2015. And there's so many places in the Mediterranean, in sub-Saharan Africa, in South Asia, that were typically not known to be desert environments, but they're starting to show such characteristics. So when we talk about the water availability continuum and the dryness, this is just a really old picture. That's why it's black and white. But this science still remains valid. These principles still remain valid. As the aridity changes, the choice of what you can do with that water changes. So in a really desertic environment close to zero rainfall, there's very little you can do except irrigated agriculture. But as little water becomes available, you have pastures, you have some barley and mixed crop livestock system, and then you have more favorable environments. So when we're talking about integrated desert farming systems, we're talking here about deserts and the desert margins. So let's just think 0 to about 200 millimeters of rainfall. And these are such fragile places that they might be drylands today, but if they are not managed in a sustainable way, they may turn into deserts. So that's the pessimism, that you have to be very careful doing agriculture there. On the other side, technology is changing. You have new sciences coming, new materials coming, AI. You are de-risking these systems by having informed decision-making possible. So because you have new materials, you have solar energy that is becoming increasingly affordable, you can put these systems into productive use, but in such a way that you're not intensifying them. You're trying to give opportunity to the people living there to earn a dignified livelihood opportunity. That's what we are trying to do here, how to put desert systems into production using modern technologies so that you can give a dignified livelihood opportunity in a sustainable manner. So if you look at the dryland systems, these are the four most common production systems that you find. Either you have a somewhat rain-fed system with little bit of rainfall available, or it's purely irrigated agriculture with almost zero rainfall. and it's completely dependent on the irrigated water that's available to you. Then you have agro-silvopastoral systems, again, rangelands, mixed farming systems with some small ruminants growing there. And then you have the purely desert environment, desert farming, where you have to have maybe protected agriculture, you have almost zero rainfall, you can do desalination of water, atmospheric water harvesting, those kinds of technologies. If you were to map areas all over the world with different kinds of environments, irrigated, rain-fed, agropastoral or deserts, deserts take almost more area than even the irrigated agriculture. So we see some potential there, we see some opportunities there, because these areas are almost supporting the livelihoods of close to 40 million people. And the desert potential area of expansion where you can take this production system, you can mostly find in the Middle East, North Africa, the GCC countries, in Central Asia, and South Asia and the Sahel. So these are the places where we see potential for offering solutions that are meant for desert and desertic environments. So this is typically an integrated desert farming system looks like, where water is the most limiting factor. You want to stretch that water availability to the extent possible. So how can you take that water when it's in high quality, it's available to you in pristine condition, versus as it gets increasingly degraded with salinity being added, other kinds of pollutants getting added, how can you put it to use for other purposes? So you may have a source of water that may be used for some seasonal crop production, or maybe some oasis system with some fruit trees, maybe date palm or other things growing, or you can have solar powered drying facility to add value to your crops. You may have a livestock feed production systems. These are possible ways of farmer opting to use that limited water to earn a dignified livelihood. What we mean by integrated is that how do you bring them all together? How you can take water from one user to the next user. So output from one becomes the input for the other, and that's why you're deriving multiple times the value from that limited water than trying to do it in an isolated manner, one farmer at a time. It could be a community of farmers. It could be a big one farm putting all of these production systems together. It's a plug and play. Not everyone needs to do everything. It really depends in their particular context, what is possible way forward. So the choice of tree may differ, the choice of crop that you grow inside the greenhouse may differ, but it's a plug and play where the bottom line is, how can you maximize income per unit of water? How can you derive maximum value out of it? So this is typically pictures of desertic environments, how they look like. You may have cactus growing, you may have some solar power drip irrigation system, forages growing, and different people earning different ways of livelihoods, and all coming together to share that limited water in a collective way. So with that, I just wanted to set the scene and define for you what do we mean by integrated desert farming. And it's desert and the desert margins. And these are fragile systems, but we want to put them to good use using modern technologies. And the way we are going about doing it is that we have a consortium of partners already that we are talking to. But this is also a call for others interested to please consider joining us if you have novel solutions that are bankable ideas, because we are trying to offer a bundle of solutions to investors, to private sector, to donors, to say, this is not blue sky research. This is something that has been tested, and we can put them to use in a systematic way, bringing them all together and show value proposition to the donors and the private sector. So this is also a call for others who wish to join this journey with us to please join us. This is a QR code I'll be sharing with you if you want to know more about the integrated desert farming. How are we progressing with identify bankable ideas, innovations, suitable geographies, etc. We can continue the conversation later, but for the sake of time, I don't want to dwell too much into it. And I want to switch gears immediately and call our Director General, Mr. Ali Abu Sabah, to make some opening remarks and the significance of IDFS, please.
Thank you very much, Vinay. If you could go back to the previous slide, please, the schematic one. Yes. So, colleagues, thank you so much for being with us here today. Vinay, you've said it all, so I will only say two very specific points. Number one, are you able to hear me well? Okay. So this program seeks to stretch the limits and to harvest the most innovative and most relevant innovations and technologies available in any center, any research program in the CGIAR. For any program, you still have to have 3-4 leaders that are mostly addressing the core issues. But the collaboration itself should be a window and opportunity for everyone to bring the very best that they have that works within the drylands. And the reason I'm saying this is that more recently we are seeing a serious challenge. We are seeing serious challenges at the level of the countries within Siwana in general. Everywhere I go, ministers ask, how about options for feeding the animals? How can we become more efficient with water? How can you bring in CGIAR technologies? They ask for ICARDA, but they're asked for the CGIAR as a whole. So it doesn't matter whether the technology comes from CIAT, from IMI, from ICARDA. What is important is that we bring in the most relevant solutions to the country level. The second part is the whole issue of the circularity. I think, Vinay, you've mentioned this before. Within the context of resource-constrained environment, especially within Siwana more broadly and within the context of drylands and deserts, these systems, you're looking at a maximum of 150, 200 millimeters of rain. Even, that would be a stretch. So a lot of dependence on groundwater, a lot of dependence on the very limited rainfall that will be available to be harvested and to be deployed within the context of a circular economy. So I'm keen to hear from everyone. So I will stop there to allow the remaining 20 minutes for our partners to discuss their contribution. Thank you, Vinay. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, DG. So I want to switch gears and now let our partners who are coming into the consortium with their own comparative advantage, their own suites of solution that brings us all together to bring a value proposition to the donor and to the investors and the private sector, how we are joining hands and trying to paint a bigger picture rather than selling our own individual components. So I really want to invite our partners from ICBA. Dr. Rao, if you could join us here. And then I would like to invite ICRISAT, Dr. Emil Jat, if you could join us here. IFPRI, Dr. Steve Omamo, please. IMI, Dr. Funke. And WorldFish, Dr. Joran Schmidt, please. I have one common question for all of you. How each one of us has a unique selling proposition in this IDFS. We don't want to be complementing each other. We don't want to be competing with each other or stepping on each other's shoes. As science is becoming increasingly multidisciplinary, it looks like everybody's doing everything. But at the end of the day, we all have our own specialization for our own centers. And that's the unique value proposition that we are bringing to the table. So if we can start with ICBA, Dr. Rao, you have about 3 minutes to say, what is ICBA? What is the value proposition? What do you bring into the consortium?
Okay, thank you very much, Vinay. I think most of you know ICBA. ICBA is International Center for Biosaline Agriculture based in Dubai. And it has a mandate to work in Sub-Saharan Africa, Central Asia, and also MENA region. The major focus is on saline soil, saline water, and value chains that can fit into those agroecologies. Globally, about 1/10 of the total land area is saline, one way or other. In addition to that, there are also sodic soils, and then when the drylands and saline soils meet, the problem aggravates. We need to consider them together rather than in isolation. And then when you look at the saline soils, what are the soil factors? It will change the dynamics of the plant nutrient availability if you look into the where the plants can grow. And then most of the saline soils, the nutrient availability is an issue. And then what are the value chains we can grow? For example, we are focusing on quinoa and also fodder value chains, but fodder value chains in respect to under high saline soils, what are the fodders can be grown? And also some of the fodders, they accumulate the salts into the fodder. Then we need to look into the quality of the fodder when you irrigate with the saline water or saline under saline soils. And there are several fodders are very useful under saline conditions. But we also need to look into the whole value chain system. Suppose if we give the fodder seed or the cuttings to the farmer, what kind of assistance they need to really take full realization of the genetic potential of those fodders. That's why we need to have a good agronomy. We need to have a good fertility management system. And also, when we irrigate the crops with the saline water, salinity also impacts the quality. For example, date farm, we did 20 years of study. The fruit quality is being affected by the saline water. And then some varieties are not so affected, some are more affected. That means there is a genetic differences within the crop, either it is the date palm or other, including the sorghum, millet. We did a lot of studies using the saline water and under saline soils. That's why we need to look at as a holistic model when we advocating the innovations for the farmer. Farmer wants everything at one point rather than ICBA going and saying something and the ICARDA coming and saying and ICRISAT coming. If farmer gets, maybe for example, I want to integrate sorghum variety, it can give high biomass under saline water, saline soils, and then also have good quality of the fodder. And it is not like, for example, sorghum also has a HCN under drought conditions. What will happen to the HCN content under high saline conditions? That kind of integrated approach is important. Otherwise, we go to the same farmers with the individual approach, then farmer is also get tired because we are going with the different organizational names. Then farmer wants, for him, everything is whole value chain. Thank you.
Now, if we can move on to our colleague from IFPRI.
Yeah, thanks.
You bring your own set of specializations. So how are you bringing your specialization into IDFS?
Thanks for the invitation to join the consortium. Well, IFPRI does policy research, which policy research refers to systematic analysis of problems, options, investments that inform decisions by governments, donors, other stakeholders. And we think this is really important to this initiative, at least in three ways. First is assessing or understanding bottlenecks to adoption of technologies. We know there are many transformative technologies that fail to scale up or fail to take off in dryland areas. So undertaking research based on large-scale surveys, experimental design, digital tools, to understand where the bottlenecks might be, access to groundwater. It could be extension systems, it could be gender norms, really identify where these bottlenecks are and make recommendations to that effect. IFPRI is undertaking work of this kind in Egypt, Sudan, Yemen. A lot of this work really based on these large-scale surveys that are really very informative. A second way is to understand the impact of technologies once they're adopted. As we know, technologies are not neutral. Some people benefit more than others, so understanding why and how and to what extent. Others don't benefit at all and are left out. So understanding the constraints, understanding the issues that drive adoption and expansion. And so, this is really critical to delivering on what we were hearing today about this initiative. And so, for instance, a recent survey in Yemen of solar irrigation systems, where you find that farmers adopted and they changed their production systems toward horticulture, but then they didn't get the income because they weren't prepared to market these new crops that they were growing. So understanding really what is driving that sort of outcome and making recommendations accordingly. The third area is assessing returns to investment strategies. So we know that resources are constrained and really need to know where the best destination of that marginal dollar would be. And so using modeling techniques, computable general equilibrium models with really detailed agri-food system components, we can understand what a particular investment approach would yield in terms of income, in terms of, excuse me, in terms of employment, nutrition, and so on. And therefore understanding which way within this initiative the investment should go. So at least those three ways, and there are others as well.
Value proposition and the business opportunity and the enablers and bottlenecks. Thank you so much. ML, you're representing ICRISAT, and we are the sister center together offering the dryland crops. So how is ICRISAT contributing to this consortium?
Thank you, Vinay. First of all, let me compliment ICARDA for taking this movement forward, which is close to my heart because I was born and brought up on a dryland farm. So it's very, very important. I think from ICRISAT's perspective, I would like to put 5 points, which I see complementing ones. The first one is on the resilient, the dryland, the nutrient-dense crops and their seed systems, with the 50 years or plus of the legacy of the work. And we see a lot of that opportunity in the desert areas where these crops got some niche, where we, rather than, as you said, reinventing the wheel, we can go straight and help countries, and we are already working in some of those countries like Saudi Arabia and others. The second aspect is on the science-led regenerative landscape innovations, where ICRISAT again got 50 plus years of work and continued work on innovating those further. We see the policy level impacts of those innovations so we can bring those and work together. The third one is on complementing opportunities on the digital innovations and the climate information services. We already see, on the red palm weevil, we are contributing. So we see a lot of those digital technologies and innovations which can contribute to this consortium. The fourth one is, I think we work across the agri-food system value chain, and in that perspective, the agribusiness innovations, the agribusiness or entrepreneurship opportunities, which is one of the important aspects in terms of linking to the market. And ICRISAT been working over decades on that through the agribusiness innovation platform, which brings a good opportunity to complement and support this approach. And the final one, the fifth one, is on the one is we bring together our network of partners, but also the capacity development and the South-South learning. So those are the 5 key areas where we see opportunities to contribute to this consortium. Thank you.
Sure. IMI, the water center, and that's at the heart of the IDFS. So, Dr. Funke, what's the comparative advantage that IMI brings to this consortium?
Okay, thank you very much, and congratulations that we're starting this now. Continue from where you started about 2 years ago. The International Water Management Institute, as you have said, we just focus on water. And we're talking about water from rainfall system to full irrigation system, the whole continuum of water, understanding water availability, access, all forms of water, whether it's surface water, rainwater, groundwater, wastewater, and all that, and how you can optimally use these water resources in farming systems. So when we're thinking about, we've been doing that in about 55 countries, including 10 in the MENA region. And when you're looking at integrated desert farming system, everything, the design of the farming system itself is anchored on the access to water, not just available water, but also the quality of water. And that's where IMI comes in to deploy our tools that we have developed and experience and expertise to support the real design of this system in different places where we want to do it. So basically, we're looking at the integration of the water system itself, looking at the whole of water system, and from farm level to watershed to basin, and the whole hydrological processes, and understanding water availability and water allocation. You talked about allocation. When you withdraw water, when you use water for one purpose, you have actually withdrawn from another purpose. So how do you optimally combine the water resources to ensure that you deploy into different uses within the system? Integrated system is very important. We're going to be bringing understanding around the groundwater, because this system is highly dependent on the aquifer. And how do you draw on the aquifer without depletion? how can we sustainably use the groundwater resources for this kind of system? Not just drawing on it, but the governance of it is also another aspect. The governance of water resources, and that is where we are very strong, and we have deployed a lot of tools, frameworks, understanding, additional support tools to actually help us to govern water and allocate into to different sources. One other strong part is about water reuse. The whole of circular economy, the circularity of it's not only water, but also nutrients. The whole thing around circular economy is also where IMI is strong. Water reuse and taking wastewater, deploying that into agriculture, even agricultural water, reusing it within the system, ensuring that we have very good water quality monitoring and all that, deploying big data to actually understand live kind of quality of water that we can use for different purposes. But we're also looking at the different climate scenarios. And when we look at climate change, water is actually water change, right? So we're going to be looking at all these water systems integration in the context of different climate scenarios in the MENA region, and to see how we can optimally use it for sustainably. So basically, these are some of the things we've been doing in many countries, and we are very happy to be part of this, to deploy our expertise and tools to support the program. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Now, if we can move to WorldFish, because agriculture, aquaculture go hand in hand when it comes to the desertic environments. How is WorldFish helping us here?
Yeah, thank you very much. And just as a disclaimer, I'm coming from an ocean background, so I think this is as contrasting as it can get for me, actually, personally. So, but it is very, very interesting. So, what can obviously, I think I could say that from a WorldFish perspective, we almost have a competitive advantage when it comes to the specific commodity we're working with. But I think we have a couple of aspects that are really relevant here. And I mean, they are all linked, obviously, and we are talking about a system. And I think the schematic that you showed and you also referred to had the water pond, the fish pond in the middle, you know, the water flowing into, and understanding the water flows and the water availability and the water quality, but the ability to actually still use it, because when I came to WorldFish, it wasn't necessarily apparent that you can also use fish in drylands. And why would you do that? But there is a good reason for that. First of all, because you have the ability to use water that you might not be able to use otherwise. Plus, you actually produce an extremely nutrient-rich food commodity in a situation where you are probably nutrient deficient in parts, at least. So, system thinking, and we heard the landscape comment from ML earlier. We're bringing resilient aquaculture, also seasonal fisheries. I mean, you've shown the different systems, and rain-fed systems, I think, are very, very interesting in that respect. We're talking about integrated solutions, and how do we integrate that? We have been talking about nutritional needs with culturally preferred food. It's easy to think about, you know, what would be the optimal combination of different food commodities, you know, that maximizes or optimizes the outcome in terms of nutrients. But we also need to consider that there's culturally preferred food. I also like the aspect of modular systems. We have here a system that you implement, but you might, you know, when we are talking about scaling, then we are probably not necessarily scaling in terms of upscaling, but outscaling. You know, we want to use systems and being able to use them in different contexts, and the context refers to the availability. So this is something WorldFish is also working on. And then the last one, in terms of the circularity, again, I think this is something where we have started to work, and you mentioned energy as a very relevant one, and the new technologies actually enabling us more and more to be more efficient with the water, also in relation to using it for aquatic food. So thank you very much for that opportunity.
Thank you so much. There you heard it. If we can give a round of applause to our consortium partners. And again, I want to reiterate, it's a call to all for joining this consortium. And now I would like to invite our board member and professor from University of Galway, Ireland, Professor Charles Phelan, to make some takeaway. What were the key takeaways that you could catch here?
Thanks very much, Vinay, and thanks to everybody in the audience. Firstly, I think Vinay has really eloquently given us a briefing on the challenge of drylands and desertification. Like, clearly, it's quite clear that the focus is on deserts and desert margins, that really we're focused here on this program on the areas at risk of desertification. So that there's about 100 million hectares of productive land lost each year to desertification. So that's an area about the size of Egypt. So like this is really a critical problem, and this is only going to get worse with the challenge of climate change. And depending on which scenarios you look at, this may get worse by 5 or 10% on an annualized basis. But Vinay really has highlighted that at the heart of this is 40 million people who live in these vulnerable regions. And so here we have the launch of this program today with all of the highly skilled and talented centers and individuals. And clearly I think there's two key words in the title of the program: integrated and innovation. So in terms of integration, it's clearly a 1CG type approach, which I think is really great to see that connection then to the Gulf Cooperation Council member states and indeed the ministries is interministerial in terms of you look at the ministries that are involved. So it's multi-center, it's multidisciplinary, clearly focused on outputs and impacts. And really, I think it's really great that Vinay has asked all of our colleagues here to identify their USPs in relation to that integration. So, but through that integration, like what it will deliver are innovation packages. And really they're about food, feed, and they're also about employment and decent jobs within the region. So that private sector element is really quite to the fore in this. And it focuses on entrepreneurship, green skills, and that's really important for the just transition in terms of climate change. The intersectoral part, I think what excites me particularly as a board member of ICARDA is that it also speaks to the integration with the green energy transition. So it's intersectoral in that sense. We tend to take agriculture as one silo. We don't talk a lot to the energy sector, and we think of the NDCs. So it's really important to have that integration if we want to try and meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. So really great to see solar powered agriculture, irrigation, drying and so forth. Then greenhouse technology, horticulture, there's a huge amount of innovation happening in that space at present. And really, when one thinks about that, there's a gap in the diets of people. There's a need for healthy and affordable diets. We all need to eat more fruits and vegetables. They're typically produced or can be produced in horticultural systems. So it really speaks to that connection as well. ML has highlighted the desert productive species and systems, and indeed, highlighted that we need to think in terms of landscapes as well. So that really, many of the centers have done like incredible work over the years in breeding and in selecting and developing drought-tolerant dates, forages, cactus, and so forth. And then, but really, water is at the center of this program. And Ole Funke from Water Management Institute has really talked about water use efficiency being critical, and our colleagues from the International Centre for Biosaline Agriculture highlight the salinity, the need to work with saline water in a much more productive way than we can at present. So saline tolerant forages and crops and soils are really critically important. But then Ali has also pointed out the systems thinking piece, the circularity, and this is really prevalent within this, that the green, the blue, the grey water, those circular economy principles of reduce, reuse, recycle, they're really to the fore here. And it's great to see that circularity in terms of water, nutrients, fertilizer, and then the integration of the agricultural system. So we have our colleague from the WorldFish Center, multi-trophic aquaculture, critical, and then this kind of in terms of integrated livestock and feed and food systems. So that's really super to see that. And there's also, I think, insect protein within this. But ultimately, it's about outcomes and impacts. It's about reducing food and feed imports, about high value exports, water saving and reuse within these farming systems. But again, our colleague from IFPRI pointed out to us, and I think we have to think about this, is the question of scaling. There are 40 million people ultimately to be scaled to, and that's why the necessity to focus on scaling is really important, and then the differential impacts of that scaling. But from a policy perspective, the program is really well positioned to advance some of the key policy challenges or goals of our era. The UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, it speaks to that. It speaks to the Convention on Climate on the Convention to Combat Desertification, and also the SDGs to 2030 and beyond. So ultimately, we have a program here, I think, which everybody has to be commended on, that's quite transformational. And in one way, it could ensure that the desert lands that are at the margins are no longer the marginalized lands. That's one way of thinking about it. And I'd really like to, commend everybody for putting this together. And really, I think we should put a round of our hands together to enable it to deliver on its ambition. And hopefully it will be funded to the extent that it should be funded. So thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, we close the session. And if you want to keep this conversation going, we have some cards with QR codes, and you can learn more as well as touch base with us. Thank you.
Colleagues, can we continue the session? As I promised earlier, we need to manage our time very succinctly, so I'm going to keep going. The next session is the ICRISAT session, where we'll be working and talking about unlocking opportunities for dryland cereal food systems. So, as a very quick introduction, ICRISAT wished to be known as the Dryland Systems Organization. I spoke a little bit about systems, how we integrate things, how we look at the interactions, the feedback mechanisms, both positive and negative, to drive the system forward. So the next couple of minutes, we're going to deal with some of those components, but just for those who don't know ICRISAT very well, we operate in 3 different domains. We operate within the crop breeding domain, which is what a lot of the discussions was about this morning. We operate in the domain that MLYAT, that was just up here, manages, which is the biophysical side, the resilient farm and food systems. And then we have the third component, which is the enabling systems transformation. And I think one of the things that ICRISAT bring to the table is the effective integration of these 3 global research programs. And that is what I referred to earlier, where I said that the success of a system is how you integrate the components and not how functional the individual components are. So I want to say 2 more things about ICRISAT before I hand over to my colleague Stan. ICRISAT won the 21 Africa Food Prize for no feeble reasons. It is simply because we've been able to integrate those 3 programs that we've had that level of impact. And if you allow me to be a little bit naughty, a number of the colleagues that are now working with other organizations were schooled within ICRISAT. And I just had to say that because so many of our colleagues have left the nest fully fledged with a lot of colorful feathers, making great impact elsewhere. And that, I think, is one of the great things that ICRISAT has brought to the CGIAR and the larger world is a crucible for developing great systems thinkers, great scientists, people that can make contributions to the world. And with that bit of naughtiness, Stan, if you can take control, please. Thank you
very much. So clearly, with Andre, the diplomatic community really lost a possibility when he chose to join agriculture. It's a great pleasure to be here to lead a session with respect to the work that is actually starting to be done. And it hasn't been lost on me. Again, it was commented for those that hadn't joined us earlier during the session, talking about delivering resilient drylands when it's raining cats and dogs outside is a rather interesting idea. It's a delicious irony, but I think of us that are involved in agriculture, for plant breeders, we always usually plan to do drought experiments, and that ensures there will be rain in that location during the time. It's the reason why at ICRISAT we have a rainout shelter. When you do weeds work, and you really want weeds in your plots, for some reason even the weeds don't grow, so we're in a very interesting place. So we're going to talk today about the work that we are doing with the Islamic Development Bank, especially around a level of activity with respect to millet and sorghum and wheat. And I think that there is a video that we will start with before we actually invite our two colleagues to come up and answer some questions on the panel. So with that, I will ask the video to run, please.
The 57 Islamic Development Bank member countries hold vast resources, 29% of the world's agricultural land, 14% of its renewable water resources, and produce 18 of the 20 major agricultural commodities traded globally. Yet, drought, climate change, and economic hardships have left millions vulnerable, with nearly a third of the 700 million globally hungry people residing in OIC member countries. The COVID-19 pandemic and geopolitical conflicts further disrupted global food security, with wheat prices soaring by over 50%. These crises revealed the fragility of food systems in regions dependent on imports. To combat these challenges, the ISDB launched a $10.54 billion food security response program in July 2022. This initiative aims to avert the ongoing food crisis, enhance resilience, and transform dryland agriculture at scale, focusing on key commodities like wheat, millet, and sorghum. The Regional Wheat, Millet, and Sorghum Food Security, Trade, and Transformation Program supports the ISDB's realignment strategy 2023 to 2025, which focuses on helping member countries recover and work towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Developed with the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics, the program harnesses science and innovation to revolutionize cereal-based cropping systems in the drylands of ISDB member countries. Africa, with 60% of the world's unused arable land, is central to global food security. The program targets 5 million households across 15 countries in Africa, aiming to boost agricultural production, foster trade, and enhance food security. By raising productivity and resilience through climate-resilient innovations, the program aims to increase farmer incomes, improve livestock productivity, and create jobs, enhancing food and nutritional security in Africa, capable of leading to production surplus for socio-economic growth. Success relies on significant investment with support from national and international technical partners and major financial institutions, driving agricultural transformation and growth. Scaling up climate-smart practices coupled with takaful insurance is crucial for sustainability. The program promotes holistic climate-resilient farming systems to ensure long-term environmental stewardship. Empowering youth and women through business skills and digital agriculture is a key focus, fostering value chain development and creating the next generation of agripreneurs. By 2029, the Islamic Development Bank envisions self-sufficiency in cereal production, ensuring food security, economic prosperity, and a brighter future for all. Together, we can transform agriculture, secure our future, and unlock the potential of millions across Africa and beyond.
Thank you very much. And to acknowledge the excellent collaboration that we have with ICARDA and so many of our other CG centers. With that, I'd like to invite up our two panelists. First of all, Mr. Ghali Baji. He's the lead global food security specialist for the Islamic Development Bank. Please, Mr. Baji. And my colleague, Dr. Rebi Harawa, who is the Africa Director for the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics. So we'll let you just settle in. I know that time is against us, so we're just going to launch into, there will be a couple of rounds of questions. Mr. Baji, first of all, over to you. We've seen already a little bit of an oversight of the good work of ISDB, and I had the great pleasure with the Director General and many others led by Ismahan El-Wafi to visit the Jeddah headquarters of the Islamic Development Bank, and there's so many things that we can do together. The question that I would have for you, sir, can you share ISDB's strategic vision for resilient agriculture, food security, and socioeconomic development, given the $10 billion announcement that was made? And I think I will give you this microphone. Oh, yes.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much for this important question. And I just want to reiterate all our appreciation for the CGIAR system, particularly ICRISAT, ICARDA, IITA, and IFPRI, and also ILRI and ICRAF as well. I think what we decided yesterday and what we developed yesterday was just to say that whatever we are needed in our institution at the Multilateral Development Bank is to just support our member country. Whatever policy, strategy we're going to put in place will be based on country needs. And you, CGIAR system, you have the technologies, you have the strategies, you develop policy, you develop strategies. Even yesterday, you just launched your new strategy. Our ISDB strategy is based on three main blocks. First, an objective, promoting sustainable resilience and equitable agriculture and rural development by alleviating poverty, creating wealth, and promoting public partnership. It's structured into pillars and guiding principle. The 6 pillars are the following: building resilience and climate smart agriculture, improve access to market, promoting inclusive, sustainable and integrated approaches, and promote access to Islamic microfinance, and then promote private sector collaboration and building partnership within the CGIAR system. And the guiding principle will be around 4 main blocks: synergy and complementarity, a viable approach, innovation, and regional differentiation. Now, we think for this question, we need to provide practical responses. Whatever policy we are developing, I heard a few minutes ago that I think it's from Cairo, they were here working since 25 years with CGIAR system. If he's still asking the same question, I think we failed. We need to rethink, to reshape our way of collaboration towards the farmers. It's not only research in our labs. It's not developing, I don't know, crop improvement, or trying to do whatever we can do in our labs by providing new technology, but I think we need to be on the ground by providing practical program projects leading to impact. And I think our policy will be to see how important will be to gather somewhat knowledge. This is exactly what I told you yesterday. Lydia and Rebi, we were working together, and I think for now, we're still developing a huge program. It's not only based on regional value chain program, but we include the trade and transformation aspect. Because whatever we will be doing today in terms of research, it will be the market who's going to drive all this. That's why we name it Trade and Transformation Initiative. Look what happened in Asia. Look what happened in Ukraine and Russia. Our country are suffering. United States, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Doha, they are now trying to develop a sustainable agriculture, but it will be not cost efficient. Now within OIC member country, we had a strategic meetings in Doha where we say now, let's promote the OIC intra-trade. If Saudi Arabia, they have money, they have knowledge, but they don't have the land, let's outsource the production. Let's select a champion from the CGIAR system. It's where ICARDA and ICRISAT comes in. And we will be developing 100% of wheat production, for example, in Senegal, but the level of consumption of Senegal will be only 20%. And the 80 remaining percent will be sent to Saudi Arabia. And we are fostering OIC member country strategic. This is in a nutshell what I wanted to say. Thank you.
So that is an ideal segue to the follow-up question that I have for you, actually, if you wouldn't mind. I know you are aware of the title of the project that we are working on together, but I'll just remind our colleagues that we are working together on the Regional Wheat, Millet, Sorghum Trade and Transformation Program. How does this align with the strategic vision that you've just mentioned so eloquently?
I think even the video is a response to that. We were saying that food security response program need to be provided in response to our member country. Our mandate is to support them by providing the much needed finance, but also we need to provide advisory services. How are we going to do that as a financial institution? We need to tap into CGIAR system. They have the knowledge. They create technologies, science, but not for them. We need to find a way how we're going to escalate, how we're going to transform that technologies into practical project program towards our member country. That's why we developed this $10.54 billion, name it Food Security Response Program, to adequately respond to the challenges in our member countries. And this regional meat, village, sorghum value chain fall into that program. And I think now we are targeting more than 50 member countries in Africa. And it's not in Africa, because in Africa will be the production area, but the concentrated area will be more and beyond Africa. Thank you.
Well answered. Thank you very much. So we'll turn to my colleague, Dr. Rebi Harawa. I would also just acknowledge, as has Mr. Badji, that we did launch our Africa vision for the next 5 years from an ICRISAT standpoint, a roadmap for how we will accomplish many of the things and make contributions. To Dr. Rebi, the question is rather straightforward. How can ICRISAT help in implementing this proposal that we're working on in partnership, co-designing with the Islamic Development Bank?
Yeah, thank you very much, Stan. And let me first of all say thank you to the Islamic Development Bank for actually entrusting in ICRISAT as the key partner in the implementation of this particular program, which, as you saw in the video, that this is the program in the making. So as ICRISAT, we are actually a lead implementing partner in this program with a number of other partners, ICARDA, ICBA. And our key role is to provide the technical assistance to this program. If you heard from the objectives of this particular program, is to really transform food and nutritional security in the drylands, as well as livelihoods. And ICRISAT, we are bringing in the science and the innovation to accelerate the achievement of this impact. The program itself has 4 components. One is that of increasing productivity. And as Baji has said, actually, he has been challenging ICRISAT to say, ICRISAT, you are a science and innovation lead, and you have technologies. And I said, yes, we have technologies. How many varieties do you have? I said, we have hundreds of varieties. Then he said, those varieties, they don't belong to you. They belong to the farmers. And I think that's what this project is really all about. Take it to the farmer, take it to the farmer. I think as you heard from the Norman Bullock. So within the increasing productivity, ICRISAT, we are going to deploy the varieties that we have developed in millets, sorghum, of course, wheat from ICARDA, to take them to the farmers. And these are high-yielding varieties. These are varieties that are highly nutritious, but also high water use efficiency. These are varieties that we believe that in the agroecologies where we are working, they are actually going to bring the food and the nutrition that the farmers need. The second component is that of value addition and post-harvest. I think many times we underestimate that we need to bring the knowledge of value addition, because this is where you start now touching on the agribusiness aspect. We think that production is enough for the farmers, but we need to make sure that there's value addition to really get these farmers out of subsistence farming to where now they become the agribusiness actors. The post-harvest, I can't emphasize enough. I think we know the statistics. In most of these cereals, almost 30%, they actually lost through the post-harvest challenges. And so ICRISAT is going to deploy the technologies that we have developed in the value addition, just to tell people that if you want to know what products can come out of sorghum and millets, that is beyond the porridge. We have our booth right here that you can even have milk that you can drink from millets, from sorghum. So these are the type of products that we have been able to develop, and these are the products that will be deployed in this particular project, bringing the youth, the women into the agribusiness in the process. And of course, when it comes to post-harvest, you're looking at mechanization that is going to be part of this program to make sure that crops like sorghum and millets, where you see that even when you want to harvest, you need to actually have mechanization, not the typical harvest, which is manual, where you incur a lot of losses. The third area is that of intra-OIC trade, as he has already mentioned. And we are saying intra because this is also going to happen even within the OIC member states in the region. You're looking at countries like in the Sahel. If you go further north, they are actually looking for the same crops, not just for food, but also for feed and fodder as well. The last component is that of capacity building and knowledge, and this is very, very critical. I think for the NAS, you have heard in the previous session that we really need to continue working with the NAS partners, but also beyond the NAS is the local actors on the value chain, because this project is not just about research. We are taking the research and innovations and start working with the actors on the value chain. So there is a lot of capacity building, but also ICRISAT is positioned to actually bring the knowledge even from Asia under what we call South-South cooperation, where the knowledge on how to use mechanization, the value addition, actually will be exchanged in this particular program.
Thank you very much. I know time is against us, and please prepare at least one question, but I'm going to go back to Baji. You might be able to educate us a little bit. I'll ask you a question. What are you doing around looking at co-financing with partners? And then I'm going to ask you the really key question. How do you see the timeline of this project with respect to the steps until we can actually get feet on the ground to start doing this important work? So the partner co-financing and then the timelines, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this question. You know, it's very strategic to design mechanisms, how we're going to conduct our approach towards our member countries, because expectations are very high. We are supporting member countries because we receive an official request, plus maybe feasibility study or technical documents. But our second role also to provide advisory services. For Africa region and in agriculture, I get a chance to get a card, a map. And this map, it was developed by the African Development Bank. As we say it in French, Mr. Abou Saba will tell, on n'invente pas la roue. We cannot reinvent the wheel. With this map, we have the strategic crops all around Africa, from north to south, east, and west. And it's divided into crop champions. In these crop champions, we divide it into cash crop and staple crops, staple food. Now we'll say that for this one, let's see who are our champion for that. For this particular millet and sorghum, it was ICRISAT, ICARDA, plus. Now we say, okay, let's see who's gonna be in. We have our concessional financing, we have our financial mechanism, we have also other financial institutions, bilateral and the multilateral. We went to African Development Bank, we discussed with them, we have a millet, they already developed a wheat program in Ethiopia. And then we went to Saudi Fund for Development. They said our main focus will be to finance infrastructure. We went to Badea, we say, hey, we have a program and we have a common member country. How do we tap in? How do we work together in terms of co-financing, co-creating, co-designing for impact? We cannot do alone, separately, program leading to development. Otherwise, 20 years after, you will be financing the same program. Let's be developing and having a global approach, tackling globally the project, the program, the challenges, by providing the much needed financing. Now what we did, after designing this concept note, we went to country virtually. We start engaging with them by conducting what we call the country dialogue with the support of my former colleague. I'm calling him the dinosaur, Dr. Bashir Jama here. He was our former manager in our agriculture division. He knows a lot about this. He's the one, I need to be honest, he's the one who created the shift between project for project and project for development. A project designed to be implemented in 5 years sometimes will take 10 years. Are we really providing the much needed finance? Because if you say that you need to tackle this into 5 years, if you go across 5 years, you fail. That's why now we need to get a new approach. Let's tap into the comparative advantage of each CGIAR unit. That's why for this program, the next step will be first, the timeline, country engagement, country dialogue, and now we develop the framework, we present it to our, let's call Operation Technical Committee. It will be approved, endorsed by the president, and then we will start now designing country individual projects. Because maybe in Senegal, they will not need such activities. In Mali, they will need, depending on the agroecological conditions. That's why we are just designing for impact, but not putting component 1, component 2, component 3, already developed into your small house by ICRISAT and say that we have a project. No, it will not work like that.
Very good.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to take the chair's prerogative. I know I promised a question, but I'm looking to Dr. Bashir. He does not know that I'm going to ask him this. We have about 30 seconds, or if you wouldn't mind just making a statement from your standpoint. You have been assisting on both sides. You know this area very well. I'm almost asking you maybe to make some concluding remarks, if you would be so kind. I think a microphone is right with you.
Thanks, Stan. I think as Baji mentioned, this will be largely a country-led process. The advantage that ICRISAT, ICARDA, and the CG systems have So you have already strong presence and technologies in these countries. You are on familiar grounds. Those road shows that we shall have with the countries are critical. And when the timelines come, particularly for this program, we will really request you to put out your best feet in engaging with the country. It's the ownership, it's your ability to be seen to add value to the whole process, and to also help in crowding additional resources into the space.
Yes.
Some of these countries have little headroom or space to borrow, and will benefit a lot of support in identifying grant resources, whether it's from the Arab Coordination Group that he mentioned, or from other sources that are privy to the CGIAR Center. So it's a partnership for resource mobilization and partnerships for greater impact and at a scale.
Yes.
That the countries are looking for.
Thank you, Dr. Bashir. A better summary I could not imagine. Please join me in thanking our panel and the colleagues for a great session. It's a small gift as well. Thank you very much. No, he's asking if it's money. We know that bankers have a different point of view on these sort of things, but it's a great pleasure. Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stan and your team. Rebi, always, I get tears in my eyes when I listen to your enthusiasm. And Baji, there's a lot we can learn from the way you communicate, calm, cool, collective. I always wish that I could communicate like that. I just want to reflect for a few seconds. I know I'm standing between you and the next break. This morning, I suggested that we look at resilience using the 4 pillars put forward by Volker and Benke and Buzz Hollings and those guys. And I want to go through them very quickly, referring to what you've just heard. The first pillar is change. Now, often when I talk about this, people say, we are not going to change what we do. That is not what we're asking you to do. We're not asking you to change what you do, but we're asking you to change how you do it and why you do it. Okay, so the big change here is not what ICRISAT has been doing in the last 50 years, but it is changing in how we do it, who we engage with, and for why we are doing it. So the change in how we work is critically important. Diversity, Rebi spoke about the diversity of the crops, but also the diversity of the partnerships. We are sitting here as a whole range of partnerships together with donors, co-designing. And yesterday, when we launched the ICRISAT strategy, Farah made a very, very interesting comment and said that we need to allow partnerships to evolve. Forcing partnerships is often forcing them or killing them. We need to allow these partnerships to evolve. And I think meetings like this is crucial in evolving these partnerships. And then the third pillar of resilience is the integration of knowledge systems. And Rebi spoke about capacity building, but if you unpack what the capacity building was all about, it is about new crops, it's about value addition, it's about post-harvest management, it's about trade, and there's a whole range of knowledge systems that we need to integrate, and again, co-design with partners, with the bank, with the buyers and sellers and the entire value chain. So that's the critical part of this project, is how do we integrate these knowledge systems? And then the last one is exactly what we are doing now, how we reorganize and self-organize around new objectives, new paradigms, new mental models, new ways of doing things, and the new reasons why we are doing things. So that's my reflections from what I've heard from 8 o'clock this morning until now. We are going to break now. It's 10 past 11. The next session will start at 11:30. And I please ask you to come back our old friend and colleague Alan Duncan is going to lead a session on drought and early action for resilient drylands. So another very, very important layer of this complex systems and how we improve the resilience of dryland systems. So again, strengthen your networks, talk to those people you haven't seen across the room for 10 years, enjoy coffee and tea, and we'll be back here. Try to be back seated by 11:30 so that we do not waste time. And I thank you very much for your attention, and for all the participants. It's been really great working with you.
Setting up that presentations and everything. Support computer.
Well, yeah, so the small break between them the other day, officially back to back. Yeah, I'm gonna give them two. And then we have an interview back. Yeah, but what we're gonna do the presentation, I'll manage that panel. So we have like presentation. Yeah.
Imagínate, vas a pasar el tiempo que You're right, you're right.
Sorry.
Ethiopia's Barana zone. Ethiopia's Barana zone, pastoral communities rely on water for their livestock and survival. However, recurring drought
This one does. Yeah, this one does as well.
Okay, folks, if you can start to take your seats, we're going to begin the next session. So we're going to start. If you just take your seats and finish off your conversations. Isabel? Andre? Great. So welcome everybody to this next technical session in the overall program for this morning, which is about delivering resilient drylands. It's an innovation showcase hosted by the Dryland Centers, ICARDA and ICRISAT. My name is Alan Duncan. I'm based at both the University of Edinburgh and the International Livestock Research Institute. My technical background is in livestock feeding, but over the last few years, I've been heavily involved in something called the Jameel Observatory for Food Security Early Action, and I'll be chairing the first segment of this session. This session is around drought early action for resilient drylands. I think we know that in the Horn of Africa and elsewhere, drought and other shocks, as well as conflict and climate change, are significantly influencing the food security and livelihoods of pastoral and agripastoral communities, potentially overwhelming their long-standing resilience in the face of these shocks, and undermining food, land, and water systems, which are vital to these regions' sustainable development. And in recent years, the idea of early or anticipatory action to deal with oncoming shocks has gained traction as cornerstones for effective preparation, response, and recovery against shocks. So acting in advance of the crisis, in theory, contributes to community resilience and longer term is less costly than emergency assistance. So the whole early action agenda is part of our agenda this morning. The session consists of 3 short technical presentations, followed by an interactive segment where I'll pass over to my colleague Peter Ballantyne. So our first presentation is going to be jointly made by Doctors Tahira Mohammed and Sam Derbyshire, who are both postdoctoral scientists at the International Livestock Research Institute. They're both affiliated with the Jameel Observatory for Food Security Early Action and also the SPARK program supporting pastoralism and agriculture in recurrent and protracted crises funded by FCDO. So Sam and Tahira are going to talk about early action to manage droughts, food insecurity, and environmental shocks in the Horn of Africa. I don't know who's starting. Is it Tahira? Yep. Do you want to come to the mic? So you come to here, Tahira, and
Muveni will help you with the presentation. Number 1, Muveni. No, no. Okay, she was. But you need this is the clicker to move this power slide.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know. Thank you very much, and sorry for that technicalities. It happens. I wonder why it happened when I took the microphone, but maybe giving me an energy to feel at home. So my name is Tahira Mohammed. I am a postdoctoral fellow at the Jamil Observatory for Food Security Early Action, based at the International Livestock Research Institute here in Nairobi. I briefly talk about the observatory and then the research that we are doing there. So the observatory looks broker science, knowledge, and real-world action to manage different crises in the drylands of Horn of Africa. And in relation to this, we are having different research. Now, one is by the postdoc, myself and Samuel, who will be presenting after me. And we have quite a number of PhD fellows who are doing fascinating research. And the area of the focus is building resilience to different risks and shocks, improving prediction and forecasting. Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is the one to move.
Okay. So it's improving the prediction and forecasting data and adding value to use that. And then most importantly also is advancing locally led early action and rethinking how early action is designed for pastoral communities in the dryland of Horn of Africa. So in a nutshell, that is the background. Now coming to the research, I worked in the dryland of the Horn of Africa, mostly Kenya, but some part of it also in southern part of Ethiopia. And there is this narrative of crisis in the Horn of Africa. Of course, they live in a variable condition whereby there is climatic variability, disease, conflict, and all this livestock narrative that is globally, of course, taken, but then impact people, how livestock investment in livestock is done. So all these things is challenge that dryland encounter. And with this, the solution we always see is like holistic solution, not just the normal standard humanitarian aid, whereby we anticipate crisis and then we come with aid and that is the end. The option, the alternative was the holistic thinking, whereby the system is supported, the dryland is supported, the capacity of the people is supported, and their knowledge harnessed in terms of not necessarily integrating, but supported, because they are sciences, local sciences, locally led innovations that need support, that need to be supported, but not to be replaced. So some of the research that we've been doing, especially within, we've been doing that has been emerging within the context of this is for the observatory, the early warning and anticipation. And for this, there is quite a number of intervention. Number one is cash transfer, different sort of assistance. As you can see from this photo, the one you can see the phone, the yellow one, people waiting for cash disbursement. And then you can see there's this roadmap for anticipatory action, because when the traditional forms of aid is like you wait for crisis and once it happens, you respond. But now the alternative is now you anticipate, and once you know the crisis is coming and the early warning is so much reliable these days, then you plan the action ahead of that. So the region has the roadmap, which IGAD and ICPRI is leading with other partners, and those are the things that we want to draw on and build, especially from the local perspective, and how can this roadmap be aligned to the local context, and how can pastoralists make use of it. But then aside this, there's also quite a number of resilient building programs. All these programs from the 1970s aim to build resilience of capacities. But in 2023, we're still experiencing drought. So have we ever built that resilience that we always talk about? So with all these multiple solutions, where are we? And as a center, what can we do to improve or to support the existing institution and the programs that are already existing? To this end, I think there is one thing that we need to understand, the disconnect about resilience in practice and resilience as we program in our proposals and in our activities. So I developed a table to kind of have a distinction between the assumed resilience narrative that we often see in programming and what resilience means from pastoral perspective. Because as I mentioned earlier, our research is so much on understanding what development, what humanitarian, what early warning means from pastoralist perspective. So from this table, I have like 5 domains, and I can just talk about 2, 3 of them. Number one is when we talk about pastoral system, we think it as a stable, stagnant system. And pastoral system is very much vibrant, and they don't just deal with risk, they deal with different uncertainties. Sometimes you're seeing drought and then disease come. Or even there's no disease and drought, there is animal raiding, insecurity. So all these factors, interconnect and make life an equilibrium and uncertain. but then the programming is different. So most of the time, the programming for agriculture setting is taken to pastoral setting, which sometimes contradict and even make them more vulnerable to the crisis that they already work with. And then another thing is when we have end products, of course, we talk about innovation, kind of things, but then innovation does not just mean technical fixes. It is a process. It is a change, something that happened over time. For example, from my previous research, we were looking at how resilience can be built from below. Like people, when emergencies happen, I call an M-Pesa person. M-Pesa is mobile money transfer, to send me some money to go and purchase medicine from the nearby vet services. But that is always not figured in fixing technocratic programs in terms of building resilience. So these processes, who are the first responders? Who do you turn to when you are in need? So these are the processes that we need to understand when we design resilient programming for pastoral setting. And then in terms of especially social protection, the target is always individual. So we go to household, we use vulnerability indexes, and then household individuals are targeted. But there are so many dynamics and social differentiation. We have gender dynamics, some household are led by women, some household are led by young people. But for example, if it is universal targeting, there is age limit. Like let's say if you have to get this cash assistant if you are 70 years and above, or you have certain vulnerability indexing, but that is not the case. There is collective aspect of livestock ownership. Sometimes maybe the woman in that setting does not own livestock, and because she's not in that age limit, she does not benefit, and that collectivity is often not figured. So these are the discussions and the research that we are having at the center. And then apart from this, I mentioned what activities that we are doing. One thing that we identified is there's so many things happen in the drylands in terms of a lot of resilient DAB interventions, humanitarian, and so many innovations going, but all of them are happening in fragmentation. So we talk about how to break the silos between these actors. How can we bring all this together so that my intervention does not undermine yours, but reinforce yours, so that at least we have lasting solution with the crisis that we talk about there. And then a second thing is understanding and supporting the network that I talk about. I think there's often tension between this network and how we want to provide sedentary-minded solutions. Network is very important within the drylands because you trust your people, you trust your neighbor, you share information, and all these social network help people survive. Is there a possibility whereby we build on this network, we understand this network so that our solution can align with this network and not undermine this network? To this end, number one, we as Jamil Observatory Fellow and SPAC supported postdoc, together with our colleagues, we are organizing pastoralism and dryland development seminar series to bring this discussion together. We are organizing this at the British Institute of East Africa here in Nairobi. And this discussion will be we align for 8 months. So we want to talk about this. What is the challenges in the dryland? How are we effectively addressing? What narrative is out there? And how can we, kind of reinforce what is needed and not what is just out there? So with this, and also another thing is the capacity, especially around Dryland Summer School, together with other partners. Jamil also supported Dryland Summer School, whereby a vibrant group of upcoming scholars, PhDs, and master students are taken together, and for a week they understood what is drylands, what is resilience building, and how can we understand that and build it in our network. So I'll stop here, and my colleague Sam will continue. Thank you.
I need to come here. No, you have to be on the camera.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Tahira. That was great. So very much as part of this sort of holistic approach to early action in the drylands, Jamil Observatory has commissioned a lot of work in the Greater Horn of Africa. And we have lots of important PhD projects coming along as well in partnership with the University of Edinburgh. But we also have our own research that we've been doing here in primarily in northern Kenya for the last 2 years. And this work is very much contextualized. We have long-term field sites in the north of Kenya in across different pastoralist contexts that are very much contextualized by research in the Greater Horn of Africa. to us, fundamentally, this work is about trying to understand what the scope is for improving the impact of the existing early warning systems that we have, and to allow them to be better at supporting pastoralists in very mobile and flexible contexts. And as we all know, these are characterized by very variable resource distributions and extremely uncertain conditions. So our work is diverse and it has many findings. Let me move on. That's the wrong way. It has diverse findings. Lots of them are coming out in the coming months and ahead. They're coming out this year in journal articles and reports. And they talk to many different things. And as Tahira said, we encourage you to all come to our seminar series that we're organizing at the British Institute on the second Thursday of every month here in Nairobi, where we hope to have debates and discussions about drylands development. It's already very popular, so do sign up. So if I could just sort of summarize some of the key landing areas of our research without getting too far into the weeds. We've looked a lot at cash transfers, mainly because they're still the primary aid modality, and this includes for anticipatory action. They are widely understood as the best way of doing assistance because they place the decision-making in the hands of the recipients, allow people to invest in the things that make sense to them. And they're important because these are contexts of extreme marginalization and in contexts characterized by long histories of a lack of investment, which is one of the primary blockages to preparing for drought today. So our work has had lots of implications about targeting that goes on with cash transfer programs and measuring their impact as well. And it's specifically sort of emphasized that individual or household level vulnerability, as Tahira was mentioning just now, assessments and targeting often don't reflect the reality of the kinds of collective and relational support systems that pastoralists rely on. They also don't articulate well with local level thinking about where vulnerabilities actually are located, which is often not at the individual level at all, but in collective resources or access to resources, management of resources, and also around opportunities for trade and this kind of thing. So I think there are fundamental challenges in actually also measuring the impact of cash transfer programs for similar reasons. In these contexts of high mobility and livelihood flexibility, cash that's distributed to one place, the impact of it usually won't be in that place. It would be deployed across much wider regions to do all sorts of different things. So actually understanding what cash transfer programs are doing is actually quite difficult, I think. The second sort of landing area for our research, and one of the key themes we're interested in, is this question of the disconnect between prediction-based approaches and the uncertainty that characterizes life in the drylands for pastoralists. I think our works raised questions about how systems rely on predictions amidst these contexts of uncertainty. Early warning systems rely on predictions made with forecasts and other forms of monitoring, and that aligns very well with settled agricultural farming contexts where livelihoods stay in one place. But I think there's scope for new thinking in the drylands because, as we know, extensive grazing systems function through these very dynamic real-term decision-making and essentially forms of constant improvisation, drawing on local knowledge, but constant improvisation. So people are constantly making and then changing their decisions about where to move their herds, whether to split their herds, which directions to go in, whether to purchase fodder and medicines and so on and so forth. And waiting to the last moment to act is often not an act of complacency, but it's a means of gathering as much information as possible before deciding how to respond to a situation which is also ultimately very volatile and involves intersecting forms of crisis at the same time. So I think that, to summarize, early warning systems are very good at knowing when to act, but I think there's scope for new thinking around how that translates into what to do in pastoralists' contexts. Finally, we've also looked a lot at drought itself and the sort of binary way in which drought tends to be discussed and presented. It's often, I think, sort of inadvertently approached as sort of discrete environmental phenomenon with its own specific implications, and sort of comes with separate forms of response. But the lived reality, as Tahira already said, is that drought always intersects with diverse other forms of crisis, including conflict and disease epidemics. And so it's not straightforward to assess what to do. And I think these general sort of findings, these areas of our findings, articulate very well with wider work going on at the moment through the SPARC program, our key partner and funder of our positions. Particularly in these areas, lots of SPARC research spans the whole continent of Africa and many other sites in the Middle East. And it's falling along similar landing areas where it advocates a lot for this focus on the collective. A lot of different SPARC studies have sort of highlighted that there are collective forms of decision-making and resource management, including access to land and water. And there are also collective forms of vulnerability and social assistance, and development needs to be better oriented towards these collective dynamics, rather than focusing mainly on households and individuals. I think also a lot of SPARC work argues that we need to be careful about assuming new forms of stability are the answer to some of these very long-standing problems. And we need to move away from these approaches that aim to create new forms of stability, whether that's in terms of subsistence or income or livelihood dynamics. And that includes drought management, I think, where there's an underlying assumption where we're trying to return to quote unquote normal conditions. The drylands are unstable places. People make the most of those conditions by adapting and adopting very dynamic and flexible livelihoods. And that's why the answers don't lie in trying to stabilize those livelihoods. They lie in trying to find more effective ways of supporting and investing in them. And finally, I think a lot of SPARC work falls down on this idea that we need to be careful about using generic indicators, because so many of the problems faced in the drylands are very contextually specific. Standardized indicators, I think, have quite significant limitations. They tend to not do well at accounting for the economic and social and political problems that really scope problems and decision makings for pastoralists. So the best approach is, I think, to find what progress looks like in a specific place, and then measures it with specific indicators that make sense in that place. So just to look into the future, building on all of that, building on our place within the SPARC program, we're interested in essentially 3 key areas moving ahead now. We're interested in the point that some of these fundamental challenges and the specific ways in which these crises and droughts are dealt with by pastoralists are often not present in high-level policy documents which treat these problems as universal across all kinds of livelihoods. So the specific ways in which pastoralists, highly mobile populations face these problems, I think there's scope for pathways for new policy pathways in that space. We're also interested in finding ways of getting early action and early warning systems to do better at supporting local knowledge. We're not necessarily interested in the idea of integrating local knowledge. It's more about understanding what people are doing and better orienting the development world and aid systems and support systems, and indeed the private sector, towards what's going on. And finally, we're interested in this broader, I think, theme which many people are interested in at the moment, of finding new approaches that focus on collective challenges and possibilities. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam and Tahira. Lots of food for thought there. Store up your questions because we'll have an interactive segment in a moment. I'm going to ask our next speaker to come to the podium. Rachel McDonnell is the Deputy Director General Research for Development for the International Water Management Institute. I met Rachel yesterday, discovered her background is in GIS, I think, and despite her name being from Scotland, she's actually from Ireland. She's Irish, sorry. She's actually from Cornwall. Rachel is going to speak to us on the Drought Action Catalyst, transforming innovation into resilience for a climate secure future. Welcome, Rachel.
Is this on now? Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you, Tahira and Sam, for setting the context about early action, collective action, early warning systems. So what I'm wanting to give you insight on is the CGIAR's Drought Action Catalyst. And in many ways, it begins to speak to some of the challenges you are already raising. And it's across CG area. So if you go and look at drought, go and do a Google search on drought. Go and use your fantastic AI. Look at the scattergun of the context of what a drought is. It's about changes in hydropower. If you were in Zambia, if you've been in Zambia recently, they were having 23-hour blackouts because of a drought. The river wasn't flowing. The Zambezi River wasn't flowing. There was no hydropower. In other areas, it's about, of course, it's about agriculture. It's about water resources. It's about health. Drought is so multifaceted and it affects multiple sectors. So as we approach handling drought, we have to have multiple ministries in the room, and also multiple collective action, as you were talking about. It hits so many different areas. And if you don't bring the Ministry of Energy in, with the Ministry of Finance, with the Ministry of Water, with the Ministry of Agriculture, with the Ministry of Health, the Department of Statistics, and all of those into the room, as you develop your thinking and your planning, you will not solve the many faceted issues of it. So we know it hits multiple sectors, and it's also, there are many systemic reasons for drought. Inequality, poor infrastructure. I'm a water person, so when I'm at a water conference, it's all about investments in new dams or in new river systems or even in wastewater treatment plants, because that's where the water needs to come from. And there isn't that investment to get past the drought. So what are we looking at? We are seeing drought impacts are growing. So whether it's the pastoral areas of the Greater Horn of Africa, we can see this is a growing tension. My colleague here is from the head of our Nepal office. Nepal is now suffering drought. You might think, well, how on earth do they get drought? We know that drought is locally defined. Whether it's a drought in Cornwall, where I come from, is very different to a drought here in Kenya, is very different to a drought in Nepal. It's a major change in the anomaly of normal patterns. And what we're seeing in Nepal is the wet monsoon months, those 4 or 5 months in the monsoon are getting wetter. But those months around that, the other 8 months, they're getting drier. And in there, we're now getting droughts. So we can see droughts are affecting around the world, challenging our current systems for water and food and energy in many of those areas. And we can see there is getting less. The stunting for children, the lack of access is going to be there. So we really do need to bring all our insight, all our research, all our capabilities together in this. We need to build resilience. We can't stop the droughts. These droughts and the changes in droughts, that look at the IPCC report, it's baked in for another 40 years, and they're going to get worse. And what we are seeing is what you also mentioned, is the systemic changes in the risk. You get 2 years of drought and then you get 2 years of flood. There's very little recovery time. So as we're designing our drought systems, we also need to think about floods. They can be equally destructive to pastoralists or wherever. So, but the trouble is, how do you find the solutions? There are so many. If you go on Google or AI it, there are so many solutions. But as you were saying, they have to be contextualized where you are. It might be insurance. It might be new drought-resistant beans. It might be just managing our water, might be using nature-based solutions. So some of our work in the MENA region, where it's called Al Maruna, the project funded by FCDO, it's about vegetating highland areas, because that keeps the water in the systems. So there are lots of ways and solutions that we can bring to that. But how do you come to that? And if you're a if you're responsible for drought in your ministry, how on earth do you do that? So we came together and developed the CGIAR's Drought Action Catalyst. Peter was there. We launched it at Riyadh at the COP, the Conference of Parties for the UN Convention for Combating Desertification in Riyadh. So it was about how do we bring not only all the CG, because the CG centers all bring something, but it's partners like the University of Nebraska, which is one of the main drought centers of the world, NOAA, NASA, all sorts of groups, partners that have bits of the puzzle to deal with tackling drought, including the Jamil Observatory. How do we bring them together and learn from what they're doing, but also then be able to take that learning? And by having a one-stop shop, the minister or the principal secretary can come to us, and we can bring together the experts for that area, for that region, and bring that knowledge. And what's wonderful is that the Drought Action Catalyst has become part of the Riyadh Action Agenda that's going out from COP16. So we have that endorsement of the major group of from COP16. So what are the fundamentals of the the catalyst even? Two parts. There are the technical, the mitigation, the solution part about building resilience, but it's also about partnerships, exactly what you're saying. Local knowledge, local context. I might be a drought expert, but being able to tackle drought in a region of Kenya, we need people who really understand what that means. How does it play out? What are the ramifications of that? So it's very much catalyzing actions, catalyzing partnerships. And for this Drought Action Catalyst, we have taken the 3 pillars of drought management that were passed by 93 countries back in 2013 and were re-endorsed last year at the major drought conference that was held at the WMO about. We've got our monitoring and early warning systems, absolutely key. We need to know the drought is coming, and we need to know where and how intense that drought is. Critical. But we also need to learn from the past. The vulnerability and impact assessment. Why are those pastoralists more vulnerable than the maize farmers? Why is it if you live in a city, you are less vulnerable than somewhere else? Why is it this particular tribe or group? Droughts are political, they are social, they are economic. There are many reasons beyond biophysical resources, your soils or your water, that determine your vulnerability to drought. And by looking at what happened in the past, we can then begin to help governments target. This is where you can help the most vulnerable to drought. So that assessment is important. Looking back up to the last 20 years, what are the impacts? Which ones got impact and where and who? And then the last one is about drought preparedness and about designing plans across all those different ministries. So our drought warning systems, there are many different types of drought warning systems. Here in the CG, we tend to focus on agricultural drought for obvious reasons, because we know that impacts the stakeholders that we work with. So this is the South Asia drought monitoring system that's been up in a long time. But we are also working a lot on future forecasting using AI. You know, if you go to the minister, he says, or he or she says, I already know there's a drought there, but what's coming? And we're able to now have 1, 2, 3 months ahead of being able to predict it. And as it gets a bit closer, we're able to update the precision of that and the accuracy of that to be able to do that. And we're looking at other indicators, as you said. What other ones can we use? This is work we did in Jordan, Lebanon, Morocco. We're looking at drought vulnerability. Again, we have refugee camps. We have many different groups within, for example, Jordan. And what are the impacts have been, and what is their vulnerability and why? So we had a whole series of reports so we can develop drought vulnerability profiles. And the third about is, what can we do to ease this? And I remember running a drought action plan workshop. We spent 2 years in Lebanon with the multiple ministries drawing up and agreeing what the drought action plan would be. And we were there, and it was even worse weather than this. And to get people focused, saying, about drought and what it means, this is actually the time to be writing and agreeing a drought action plan and making sure you got the emphasis and the support of the political systems behind you, because that's where you get the from. So looking at climate smart agriculture, many of the things that the CG does so well, we're coming together, bringing ICRISAT, ICARDA, IFPRI, everybody in this room that works in the CG often have drought insight, and that's what we're bringing together. So my ask is, come partner with us. Your knowledge is going to be equally as important in coming into the catalyst. We want to build up this one-stop shop where people can come to, bring your knowledge where people can come to, and we can then make those responses more timely, more proactive, and more resilient building. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Yeah, great to see the combination of the technical and the partnerships and the context and bringing people together. Our final presentation is from Sintayu Alamayu of the Alliance of Bioversity and CIAT. Alamayu, do you want to come forward? Alamayu is going to speak to us on innovative water and pasture monitoring and early warning systems, driving early action to tackle climate risks and manage conflicts in the pastoral areas of the IGAD region. So Alamayu, over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Alan. Good afternoon, actually, it's 12 past. My name is Sintayo Alamayo. I work for Alliance Bioversity and CIAT by professional climate change adaptation, and I do quite a lot on dryland and then modeling stuff as well. So first of all, really, I'm really excited. I think probably I would say today I'm hearing quite a lot of word pastoralist. So the past session has been farmer, which is really good. So which means, you know, dryland is something really attached with the pastoralist context as well. So given that I was born and raised as a pastoralist, so and then presenting this, it's actually from a knowledge came on top of, you know, not being an, you know, from elementary, call it to the grad school and so on. So I'll be presenting some of the work that we are currently implementing in Ethiopia, now scaling to Kenya as well, looking around water and pasture availability, of course, combining other bundle solution or climate advisory, how we can really inform early warning combined with anticipatory action. So as you all know, it has been really stated very well. What are the really challenge of the pastoralism? Climate variability, climate change, erratic, all this, can go under the climate change as well. So we have heat, drought, and flood. And again, what would this really result in terms of agriculture production? Which means we'll also reduce the agriculture production in terms of, yield, nutrition, income, and so on. And also again, result crop failure, unstable agriculture yield, reduced livestock productivity as well, because particularly in the pastoral region, dryland region, natural grazing is what's been practiced. So, which again will yield food insecurity. Now, for all these challenges, what kind of innovative solution do we really need to bring? It has been a very repetitive, recurrent drought. We keep writing, and so on. But what kind of solution that really has a long last we could really bring in terms of really, predicting in a way that also include a traditional knowledge. It seems like, we kind of sometimes, lose the scientific approach, taking the scientific approach in terms of developing the model, the back end, the front end, the way we're understood as a scientist. But the ultimate user and then, the people are actually affected by this, the pastoralists. How can we really bring that knowledge and link with the scientific and develop an early warning system that inform anticipatory action, actually before a drought occurs? So interestingly, this picture that you are seeing here, I took it myself. This is 2022 drought in southern Ethiopia. Of course, the same thing in northern Kenya. I've seen the number of livestock that we have lost. And if you translate that into, into the dollar, I don't know how much was that across the Horn of Africa. So, and IDPs, due to a drought as well, not a conflict, due to a drought. So for all this challenge, what kind of system do we really need to bring on board? That's more of acceptable by the community and also acceptable by the policymaker as well. And also institutionalize this kind of platform into a government institution for them to be able to use. So now we have developed what we call water monitoring and forecasting system. This is the surface water monitoring that we have developed in Ethiopia in collaboration with USGS, FISNet, other national partners as well. So when we talk on livestock, we don't really need to talk only water, right? We also need feed. And the pastoral region, range grazing is what's been practiced. So how are we also going to do the similar approach on water monitoring, what we call pasture monitoring as well? So yes, technologically, yes, there are a good data set that we can really bring and develop this kind of, a product. But the way is how are also, after we develop this kind of product, how are we also going to really communicate? So when we talk about the water point monitoring, it's a near real-time water surface monitoring. It's water surface. So it maps the number of water available. In each water point, it gives you the number of water in terms of volume. And the model run every other 24 hours, giving you the drop, including the use. That's what we also incorporate into the model. And also has a forecasting capability based on subseasonal and seasonal as well. So having this kind of information, you can able to really estimate in each water point. We also developed a profile. A profile shows you a number of livestock population that use this water surface, a number of human population also who actually use this water point. So has the water changed in terms of condition, we can able to predict before the drought, before the crisis come, to be able to provide, develop anticipatory reactions. So we do have a number of humanitarian organizations, including government, who are actually mandated to provide this kind of emergency assistance. So if you have this kind of information provided on real-time basis, at least there is high chance of reducing that. And actually we have witnessed that as a result of the work now currently we are involved in Borno, in southern parts of Ethiopia, including UNHCR. We actually had a very nice trip last couple of weeks ago to be able to see how the community are really perceiving this. I understand there's some question how the community are going to use this platform. I'm going to show you. So the same approach, we also developed what we call pasture monitoring, near real-time pasture monitoring and forecasting, which has a capability to provide kilogram ton per hectare, how much pasture is there. So we have integrated a number of data sets to be able to provide a data set. So in each, if you click in each this shape files, it's a district level, it's called Warada level. So you can even estimate the biomass trend and also forecast the biomass, how the trend will look like for the coming 3 months. So we are also enhancing this product for the coming 6 months as well. So this actually combine the water and the pasture all together. So providing the bundle service advisory is really important. Climate information advisory service that actually includes subseasonal and seasonal climate advisory. So majority in the dryland, there's really misconception that in dryland, we really don't need to provide climate information as services as compared to the crop. I think that's a mistake to me. So rainfall is errating in this part of the regions. And as you drive 2, 3, 4 kilometers, then you'll see there's no rain. Then as you go again, there is rain. So having this kind of climate advisory on time, even for the pasture, it will be really important. So we can combine this with the water and pasture to be able to, validate and, provide a very good advisory. And this advisory should also be communicated, incorporated with other major stakeholders. Partnership in this kind of advisory service is really important. We really don't replicate the climate advisory, what the Ethiopian Meteorological Institute is doing, or our other mandated institution is doing. But we downscale based on context specific and provide this advisory for them to be able to use, ultimately increase resilience. So how are we going to disseminate this information? There are a number of ways that we have integrated, but we use what we call human-centered design approach when we develop this platform. I have been involved in several platform development in the previous work and project that I've been part of it. But the way we have been doing is we envision, we design in the way we think as a scientist, oh, this will solve this problem. But we really never considered the human element from the ground perspective in terms of using this, in terms of interpreting this, in terms of making decisions using this information. So human-centered design approach actually helps you to identify those kind of gaps. How would you like this information to be really designed for you? How are you going to interpret it? What kind of method channel would you be preferring, would you prefer to use it? So all these are the methods that we have identified For example, now this one is, for example, 20th of bulk season. We are the pioneer in Ethiopia in terms of providing pastoral climate advisory. 6 advisory we have been developed in collaboration with Ethiopia Meteorological Institute. As I said, we are not repeating what they have done, but contextualizing based on context-specific approach. This is what you see here is Community Information Center again. So the Community Information Center is updated based on the water level change. So here, what you see here, this is the early warning conditions, good, watch, and alert. So during this time, there is a definition, and again, what kind of anticipatory action they really need to take as the condition change across this early warning. So this is an early warning, and we also developed an anticipatory action using a local language. So these are the board already been posted at local level. But then you can also, those who have access, they can also use an SMS. Radio is also something, we have also integrated. This is the Community Information Center. We also develop what called Pastoral Community of Practice, and also the platform itself, which is dynamic, publicly available, interactive. Then now we are also integrated into IVR. So now we're also looking how we can also bring a private sector using an API for them to disseminate this information. So in addition, we also do some other activity in this around watershed, bringing ecosystem-based approach for the government, larger project for, this is the intervention that they've been doing. I've seen the way they were really digging the hole, and then we had to come in and do a bit of, capacity building, how, things need to be done here. And of course, this also to try to mobilize carbon financing around this watershed. So these are some of the studies that we have implemented looking at our carbon market, and hopefully we will be publishing these things soon. So this is from tradition to technology. So co-creating risk solution with indigenous knowledge. So this is one of the case study which I want you to actually give a bit of attention and then and enjoy the video for a few minutes. The voice.
In Ethiopia's Borana zone, pastoral communities rely on water for their livestock and survival. However, recurring droughts and water shortages constantly threaten their way of life. With the implementation of a user-centered platform for monitoring pasture and water conditions. This system is the result of a collaboration between the Alliance of Bioversity International and CIAT, Ethiopia's Ministry of Agriculture, the Ethiopian Institute of Agricultural Research, the Oromia Agricultural Research Institute, the United States Geological Survey, and other key institutions. With funding from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, BMGF. It provides near real-time updates on water and pasture resources, accessible in English, Amharic, and Afan Oromo languages. This story follows a mother of 3 from Meadow Village in the Borana zone of Ethiopia. As a resilient pastoralist, she uses near real-time water point advisories to mobilize her community, taking proactive steps to safeguard their livestock resources and prevent disasters. Journey began at a stakeholder workshop in Yabelo, where local leaders, elders, and Abba Herega gathered to learn about water monitoring and early warning systems. Trained in reading water gauges, interpreting CIC updates, and taking proactive measures, she returned home determined to act. She-year-old mother walks toward the water gauge by the large pond named Dembi Korba, which is in Borana zone near the border town, Moyal, Ethiopia. She reads the measurement, 2 meters. The water level is good. The sun rises over the village, casting golden light over the calm waters. Today, all is well. The Community Information Board stands at the center of the village. It marks the water level as good. She fixed her eyes to the Community Information Board. There is no worry yet, but the board is a silent guardian of what is to come. A weekly gauge again. The level has dropped to 1.6 meters. Her expression changes, concern flickers in her eyes. On the next day, she walks to the information board. It now reads, "Watch. The dry season is beginning to take hold." But the heat is stronger now and the earth begins to show signs of dryness. The community remains unaware of the slow change taking place. By the third week, the water level falls to 1.3 meters, and she heads to the community information board. She looks at the community board. It now reads, "Alert." As she sat in deep thought, memories of past catastrophic droughts flooded her mind. The cracks near her house where she sat on the dry soil's edge were a stark reminder of what was coming. Time was running out. With determination, she rose, dusted off her shawl, and set out to mobilize local leaders and elders, determined to act before history repeated itself. On the next day, key community leaders, Kibale officials, Abahirga, and elders allied in the meeting. She shared her observations from the water gauge and community information center updates, alarmed the leaders that the water pond was nearing a crisis. The community collectively decided on immediate measures. 1. Stopping irrigation, prioritizing water for domestic and livestock. 2. Encouraging neighboring Kibales to use alternative water sources to reduce pressure on Dambi Korba. 3. Implementing watering frequency, allowing animals to drink every 2 days instead of daily. 1 more week has gone by, and the water level has decreased to 0.8 meters. With concern written on her face, she promptly notified the community leaders and elders about the deteriorating situation. A week later, she returned for another assessment and was alarmed to discover that the water level had dropped even further to just 0.4 meters. The board had now updated the status to near dry. The situation had become critical. Without immediate intervention, the entire community and their livestock would face severe water shortages, risking displacement and significant economic losses. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, once again she gathered Kibale leaders, Abahirga, and community elders for a crucial meeting. Concerned residents joined the discussion, fully aware of the severity of the crisis. Together, they identified the key factors accelerating the depletion of the water source and devised a series of urgent measures to prevent its complete exhaustion. 1. Relocating some livestock to alternative water sources. 2nd, strengthening the water usage restrictions for neighboring Kibales. 3. Adjusting livestock watering schedules, a 2-day rotation schedule. 4. Reinforce traditional water conservation techniques, ILRI. 5. Fencing the water point to ensuring controlled access for livestock. 6. Manually removing silt and debris to enhance water retention capacity.
Okay, good. So one last remark. So whenever we develop a science-based, a scientific-based product, we also really need to consider a traditional indigenous knowledge. So for the anticipatory reaction that has been also recommended, actually it was pulled from the traditional knowledge that this community really have. So integrating that into, into scientific. So yeah, so the impact is quite different. A number of institution and then stakeholder really take use of this, particularly in terms of resource mobilization. For example, EHF, Ethiopian Humanitarian Fund, for example. So they do a number of distribution in terms during emergencies. Now they have actually started really using this product to effectively intervene for humanitarian intervention, also even for seeking multi-level donor for funding shortage as well as a result of this kind of evidence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alamayu. movie experience. I'm now going to pass over to my colleague, Peter Ballantyne, who's going to lead the interactive segment. Peter?
Thank you, Alan. Good. So we've had 3 presentations. I like to walk around a bit when I facilitate. So we're going to have a little engagement here. You've been listening. So I'm going to invite, we have 4 panel members who will come up in a moment. And actually, in the next section, you should maybe move up and take a nice comfortable seat here. The 4 panel members, you know who you are. Everybody else, I want you to talk to somebody next to you. It can be beside you. It can be behind you. You've got 3 or 4 minutes. Yeah. And I want you to think about, you shouldn't be looking at your laptop or anything like that. You should be talking to the person next to you. And I would like to know one thing you liked, something that you liked. If you think about Sentayu's waterboard, a green thing, something that is an alert, something you think, not sure about that. Yeah. You've got 3 more minutes. You're looking at, you have a friend? You can join that gentleman behind you as well, if you like. Yes. So you've got 3, 4 minutes. Talk to your neighbors. It should be very, very noisy in here. Please, talking. Second round, certainly dive in. A couple of water. What is it? Region. Don't go everywhere. It's fine. Does this one work? Yes. So you got 2 more minutes, folks. I'm seeing some very quiet groups. Are you talking to yourself? Yeah. You can turn around and talk to the lady behind you. Ladies, can you have the attention of Okay, everybody, you have half a minute more. You just have half a more minute.
Yeah, very good.
Okay, everybody, you should have had a nice chance to chat. Okay, folks, let's wrap up your conversations. Okay, I'm going to come around with the microphone. Your time is up, Tahira. Time is up. I'm going to come around with the microphone completely randomly and surprisingly. And we're going to collect some likes. You know, when you're on Facebook, likes are very important. They tell everybody else in the world how influential you are. So I'm looking for likes. So I'm going to bring the microphone to the group here. And you have like 10 seconds. What's the thing you liked that you really heard that you liked? You talked about very, very quick. You remember?
About what we talked.
Yeah, you talked.
Oh, well, my name's Hashem from ICRISAT.
What did you like?
About the dry land, I liked the aspect of conservation, the local way the indigenous people are doing the conservation of,
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. The local mechanisms of conservation of water. Okay. I'm going to walk along here. This is going to be a surprise. These two are still talking. What did you like? The one like you talked about.
We were talking about local knowledge systems and how to integrate that with the
Speak loudly in the mic.
Using local knowledge systems and how to integrate that with our the scientific knowledge systems to kind of come up with a solution.
So you liked the integration of the local knowledge with the scientific knowledge. But if you remember, Sam said it's not about integration. Yeah, okay, come along here. I don't want to wake the baby up. Group over here. What did you like? You remember? No, okay. Too late. Over here, did you have a like? He's liking on the phone, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The like was about the real-time access to the information, to the weather information.
Real time. Yeah. Did you have a like still?
I like the fact, the fact that the community could easily monitor their water levels and make decisions on which livestock should be around and others to be moved to other water points.
So the community level decision making. Okay, I'm going to go over here and let's pass by. This person is on his phone. Can you remember what you liked?
The early warning systems.
Which one?
For the dryland for the dryland areas and
okay, early warning drylands. Yeah, that's why we're here. What did you like?
But what I didn't hear is about the solution.
Okay.
The solution. He didn't. I don't think we touched on the solution.
Okay, that's good. We'll change focus. We've done the likes. We'll do the alerts. We didn't hear any solutions. Alert. Something that worries you about. What did you talk about? I don't want to like. I want to worry.
My worry was on carbon market or carbon credit. Yeah.
You didn't hear about it?
I heard it, but it wasn't like explained more.
Okay. Not enough discussion, not an explanation of carbon markets.
Thanks. Very thought-provoking thought by Sam, and I'm going to talk about the worry, don't worry. An early warning system supporting local knowledge rather than integrating local knowledge, but like in terms of worry, concern, how is that actually in practice, and whether, the excellent presentation by Alamayu and with the water support, is that, in terms of reinforcing water conservation techniques, the traditional knowledge, and how with the way the dashboard would have supported that, is that a test case of your theory, Sam?
Okay, so that's a question for both. You guys can think about that. And collecting over here, you already had over here. Group, was there a group here? A worry or a like? A worry.
For my case, the biggest worry is
Yes, I think for our case, what happens to the community after the water has completely dried up?
Okay.
Yes.
You're worried about that? Okay. No solutions, right? Group over here. These guys are both online. Did you talk about something?
We did. I think what we ended up focusing on at the end is the user experience and the application. There are a lot of questions about, how that works, what it manifests, and so forth in terms of the response.
Okay. I'm going to take one or two more. Does anybody have a burning like or a burning dislike? Oh, here we go. There's two. Okay, very good. And then we go to the panel.
So I like the inclusion of women in that action, and these on both. We like the inclusion of women led interaction, but worried that she was alone. So the weight of the decision making, whether she was able to convince the community to take early action and nothing, there was no action. Thank you.
Okay, no action.
My worries are many, but a key one for me is those, what do you call, cash transfers that Tahira talked about. We're having real trouble with them where I work because they have created dependency syndromes. No exit strategy, and many partners are just giving it, and communities are not moving to development.
Worry. Did you have a shared worry?
That was one of the worries we discussed.
Another one?
Yeah, I mean, the local action in pastoral areas, I mean, it's difficult since it's a migratory system. So local action has to be linked to regional action and different places, different solutions.
Okay, so we talked about actions and problems and solutions. Okay, so that was just your chance to crowdsource. Did this group say something? Did you want to? You're looking at me like you want to say something.
I want to donate my time to the lovely lady beside.
Ah,
really?
Okay.
My concern was whatever the gentleman shared about the cash handout and creating.
Concerned about the cash things. Okay, good. So that's just warming us all up. So while you've been warming yourselves up, we have 4 panelists have joined the panel, and we're going to ask them to give, and they had the chance to prepare. So I sent them an email last night at midnight. So they had a chance to think about this session very deeply, and they know the topics that we're going to be talking about. So I'd like to very briefly introduce the panelists. We have Nancy Balfour. She works for the Center for Humanitarian Change, which is like a pastoralist-facing civil society group working here in the Horn of Africa, right? Okay, that's good. Then we have Guyo Malicha-Roba. He is a pastoralist who also is a scientist at the International Livestock Research Institute. We have Tessa Morris. She is, I don't really know what she is. She works for the Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Office as an advisor, I suspect. Yeah, FCDO, which is the UK Development Agency. And we have Dr. Dereji, well, there's several doctors, Dereji Wakajira. He is the director of the IGAD Center for Pastoral and Livestock Development, which is an IGAD, the regional organization here. So we've asked these 4 folks. So what I want to do is to very much to start, Nancy, reflecting on all 4, having heard some of the likes and worries. What did you hear? A particular insight that struck you, a commonality perhaps across all of the 3 presentations? What was your instant reaction?
Thanks, Peter. Peter failed to introduce me as a water specialist, which will become apparent later. But yeah. So I think one common theme that came across from what people were talking about was indigenous knowledge. But also what I was struck by is perhaps how we don't still understand how it works and how specific it is to pastoralist systems, which are hugely integrated, depend on combined resource usage, social networks, and mobility. And I think that in a lot of our interventions and a lot of government policies, we are still not able to identify that. So I think the second part of my sort of takeaway from a lot of it was that we need to be a lot more context specific. And in order to be context specific, we need to understand each and every context, not just how it is now, but also how it's changing. And that's where some of the research that's being done within Jamil and Spark, I think, is quite valuable for that. So those are my main current
Each and
takeaways.
every context. Hang on a moment, just each and every context. That's quite a proposal.
Yeah, I mean, it's about as local, as possible and with global support, essentially, isn't it?
Local as possible with global support.
Yeah.
Okay, super. Let's pass it. Guyo, same question. Thank you, Nancy. We'll come back on the water pieces. Same question, overall insight, thought, takeaways, common threads.
Yeah, I think from where I see it, I think all the project covers pastoral areas in difficult time, essentially promoting technological fix, promoting change in approach in terms of intervention from normal food aid to cash transfer, using human-centered decision processes. So for me, I think it's great. I think there are a lot of effort made at that, but I think I'm also concerned, like another person, that it's difficult for two reasons to do justice to this. One is that projects have very short timeline. I think if it's not fully embedded within a longer term system, then it fails to produce the dividend that we want to see. Number two, I think the big take is that how much of these approaches are strongly embedded within the community systems. I can give you an example. I think on the human-centered decision, it's a very great effort, but then look at it. If I do my traditional scouting in pastoral areas, I have a composite indicators before I make a decision to move. And some of those indicators fall outside just observing water and pasture. I look at number of animals or number of hoofs on the ground. I look at the warmth of the hair to accommodate animals. I look at the security concern. There's so many multiple factors that really makes, before I make a decision with confidence, I have to triangulate a lot of information. So pastoralists hardly believe in one source information. That's my take. But I think, of course, definitely there are others. Of course, cash transfer is good. It comes to individual, but then it is coming in a communal system that is based on collective risk management. And by giving me cash, I'm the only person who knows what comes to my M-Pesa. So you are isolating and creating individualized approach in a communally used system. So all these things have its own pros and cons. Thanks.
So the notion of a one-stop shop doesn't sound like that's something that as a pastoralist you would be like a one-stop shop for advice and information and all those things. Does that exist?
It does.
You guys don't.
If the AI, with the evolution of AI, I can get a talking app. I speak to my phone and say, what do you think of the weather ahead of me tomorrow? And then we can triangulate and say, I think if it speaks back to me in my mother tongue, I can easily make a decision based on number of people we can actually converse. But I think one-stop shop where at physical place I go there, I think it is a good step, but then I don't think it's a perfect solution for decentralized decision-making processes, which I think has to be cascade from certain level or build up to certain level for people to make a collective decision.
Thanks for you. If you pass the microphone on. Tessa, you're working for an organization that funds other people to do these things. Takeaways from all of this? Did you see something that really inspires you? Or you say, oh, I need to avoid that? Or thoughts?
Thank you. And thank you for the really rich presentations. I'm really grateful to actually work with a number of them, particularly Tahira and Sam on the Spark program. I'm also grateful for the rich presentations because Nancy stole the point that I wrote down, which is context is king. So I've got two other points that I've taken away from these presentations. The first is that the point Rachel made, which is drought is part of a system of crises. And I think that that's really important. And I'll come back to talk about that when we're looking at protracted crises and the complex nature of them. The second is building on a point that Sam made around data-driven decisions. And the example that he gave that pastoralists waiting to act until the last minute isn't an act of complacency, but is instead an effort to gain as much information as possible, to make the correct decision, to minimize risk, to make sure that they come out of it as unscathed as possible, even if it's not probable. And I think that we, particularly people who are maybe sat in my decision-making space, have to be utilizing all of the information that is available to us to ensure that we're investing in the right things that can drive the right impact in the right way. And again, I'll come on to speak about that a little bit more later.
Delaying decisions as long as possible is the kind of thing you do in FCDO?
No, but I do think that there is balance. I think there is a level of information that we can expect that should be able to make 80% certain decisions, which is sometimes all we can wait to do to prevent us from slipping into crises through that early warning, anticipatory action, policy space.
Okay, thank you. Reggie, overall, what did you hear? You've been in this space for quite a long time at different roles. What are we taking away from the big
Thank you very much.
presentation?
I think the first thing that I wish to thank Sam, Tahira, Sentayo, and Rachel for insight that they give us. We emphasize two areas and open up like that. Number one is the drought resilience context. If we take Horn of Africa, 70% is ASAL, arid and semi-arid. Add on that the impact of climate change. This is the life. This is the thing that we work together, and this is the thing that we have to prepare the people for long. So drought resilience is a theme that we are taking on forward. I will talk what ICARDA has done since 2011 with the member state. The second issue that I want to pick up is, as ICARD and member states and partners, we have been doing on drought resilience. Happy to see also the reflection that's coming from research angle. I don't pick up whatever Sam and Tahira is saying and others also. It's very important to fine tune and going forward. The second area is on anticipatory action. If we take the case of Sentayo's presentation, it will tell us scale. When we talk about anticipatory action at household level, at community level, at different government level. And there are enablers in all across. If I pick an example, that the lady at the center go beyond the water and want to take action, yes, let me sell 3 of my goats and do X, Y, Z, maybe provide better feed to protect others. Does the system allow that? So we need to keep thinking, expanding the scope, look at anticipatory action at scale, and allow the system to function in the long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So that's the first round. That's the general point. So what we've also, these people were chosen because they bring some very special insights. So Nancy, can we get the microphone back to Nancy? 2 of the presentations were all about water. And about 3 years ago, when we had our first community practice meeting, the keynote speaker told us that if you look at the drylands of the Horn of Africa, he said there's 2 things we need: peace and water. So we heard all about water. You work on water. You love water. You've been identifying some challenges with some of the things people do with water. Give us some expertise. What's the Sentayo gave us at a very local level, and then we heard from Nancy, Rachel, quite a bigger thing. Couple of moments, observations, takeaways.
So my observations are things that I heard in the presentations that also resonated with research that we've been doing on these topics and a kind of emerging thinking on water and climate resilience. So the first one is obviously water as storage is central to climate variability in the drylands, and we quite frequently don't talk about water storage. We saw a nice video where there was some water storage, but we don't talk about how important that is. We often go around talking about food security and climate resilience without talking about water, and that can be a massive mistake. The second one is, Tahira talked about this a bit as well, and it's coming out very clearly in a lot of the work that we've been doing, is that narratives on water resilience are very strong. That, if you've got more access to water, you will have better resilience. That's the narrative that you hear. there is no evidence for that, actually. And the way that water is being done in the drylands actually frequently undermines resilience. And the reason it undermines resilience is because of what we've been hearing, across the presentations, and also from what Goyo was saying about the very diverse ways that in which people understand and interact with their natural resources, with their social networks, and so on, especially in times of crisis. And if we treat water development as a sectoral approach, plonk it down in one place, we cause settlement, we cause salinity in the water problems, we cause health problems, we interrupt social dynamics. And the research we've just done says this very strongly. So the narrative about you put in more water, you'll get more resilience is not borne out by the evidence. And we have to be much more careful in these very fragile environments and with this very complex livelihood, how we put in water development. So the third one is that, I feel that we miss opportunities to use water points in these pastoralist areas as a place and a way to gather information and data. So I think it was Tahira or Sam talked about the fact that research methods frequently leave mobile populations out because they're so difficult to capture. It's not that difficult. Your water point is your data collection point, and I think we miss opportunities. I know there's at least one person in the room who'll love me for saying that. The fourth point is that system strengthening is a key part of anticipatory action in the drylands, and I think that came slightly through some of the presentations, but perhaps not as strongly as I'd like to hear it. That basically, a well-governed water supply will deliver reliable services, but management is weak in a lot of the drylands throughout the region. Where management is strong, it's very often because there is an indigenous management system in place, an indigenous governance. In the video, you heard frequent reference to the Abaharega, which is an indigenous water management system within the Baran culture, which I will not speak to because Goyo is the expert here. But there are very good traditional indigenous management systems for water, governance systems for water. They're not appropriate everywhere, and they're not necessarily appropriate or can easily be applied directly to some of the more developed and complex technologies that we have in water these days. But there are things to learn from, and there is ways to build more hybrid governance around water supply. If you don't have good management, you don't have reliable water supply, you don't have water contributing to resilience. And then I think my final point here would be building on what Centeo presented on the platform and data systems. We don't have very good monitoring at all across the landscape, and the importance of monitoring water and pasture together cannot be overemphasized. It is an integrated system, and they come together. And I think we do fail very often to consider water as part of the complex landscape, and landscape level monitoring and planning is very unusual. We are all in our silos. So, and just a final anecdote on that is that failure to monitor groundwater in Somalia during the drought caused a catastrophic situation where basically water ran out in Baidoa in Somalia at the height of the drought, when they had thousands of people had migrated because of the drought into displaced camps, and water completely ran out because they overpumped it and they dried up all the boreholes. And it should never happen. I mean, monitoring groundwater is not difficult. That should just never happen. But we don't have these monitoring systems in place, not just in Somalia, but across a lot of the landscape. So yeah, very good initiatives there presented by Centeo, and we need more of that.
Thanks, Nancy. I want to go back to the point. More water doesn't mean more resilience. So what should the narrative be?
The narrative should...
Water narrative.
I think the water narrative should be around, what I just said about landscape planning, understanding how natural resources are used as capacities in a resilient system for pastoralism. And if you don't understand how the water and the pasture and the social capital are all used together, and how mobility is a strategy and where people move to, you put the water in the wrong place, you cause settlement, you interrupt clan dynamics. That's where the failures are coming in. And also the failures are coming in because you put in a lot more water, but you fail to deal with the governance. So you don't have reliable water. You've just got dead boreholes.
Okay, so it's not more water might be a good thing, but it's the way, it's the way it's contextualized and managed and understood and all of those things.
Absolutely.
Okay, can you hand the mic to Tessa? Okay, so Tess, I got the wrong name, I think. Protracted crises is in the name of that initiative that you've been supporting in this region and elsewhere. What have you heard? Protracted crises, how do the three things we've talked about have any bearing on dealing with them, anticipating them, mitigating their effects? What's your thoughts?
So protracted crises, super complex. And I want to pull on a kind of message that both Rachel and Tahira presented on earlier, which is that breaking silos, particularly in protracted crises, is absolutely essential. Forcing collaboration between lots of actors. So, in the drought response, not just thinking about bringing in water experts and humanitarians, but also peace through natural resource management more effectively, but also thinking about proper development partnerships to ensure that whatever is put in place to be able to restore water or improve access to it is done so with a mindset around building local resilience, building long-term development strategies, capabilities to then be able to withstand shocks in the future. On the vital need for collaboration, it's also really important to note that in many of these protracted crises locations, it's already dominated by life-saving interventions. From a donor perspective, it's the humanitarians who are there. They have a specific mindset sometimes, and actually sometimes life-saving is prioritized over long-term development and kind of resilience building interventions. I think as we move into a space where life-saving funding is not nearly coming close to meeting the amount of need, we need to be really actively lobbying and working with our humanitarian colleagues to make sure that as they're designing these life-saving interventions, which sometimes is ironically called life-saving interventions because when they're not done with that long-term perspective in mind, they can actually undermine the ability to life-save in future. But we need to make sure that anticipatory action schemes, early warning systems are put alongside those interventions to make sure that we are preventing future crises. We're not just lifting people out of crises for a temporary period of time. We're fundamentally helping these particular communities, these particular regions to withstand the future and exacerbating shocks that we will see over the coming years. And I think that that's really important.
Balance right then, yeah? So is that balance, is it really those humanitarians need to be more aware of the longer term pieces, or should the development, there's this kind of this nexus type thing, should the development folks who may be more prominent here, should they be kind of paying more attention to the life-saving? I mean, where's the, is it, I mean, probably you'll say everybody needs to work together, but is there a kind of a priority you think? I mean, you're going to be going to a tough environment in your next posting. What's your thinking? Will you be able to find a way to balance these types of things?
I think it starts with talking the same language, making sure that we've got commonality built within our objectives amongst the humanitarian development peace nexus. It's always been really hard to work across it, but now it is absolutely essential. We're not going to be able to address the needs in any way, shape or form without that collaboration. Yes, humanitarian actors are the people who will continue to be investing large scale in these environments and these protracted crises. So they are absolutely critical to have around the table. And I've been really impressed with actually the attendance of humanitarian partners to this CG event. I think they really understand the value of research, evidence, technology, knowledge in driving the development of interventions that can have that long-term sustainability and resilience building effect. But it's going to be a slow process. It will be 2 steps forward, 1 step back when it comes down to the cloche on thinking about prioritizing resources. people stick to what they know. So the case has to be made that what they know is no longer the priority. It's no longer going to work. Here are the alternative options. Here are what people at the ground level are asking for. This is what is going to help them survive through this period of crisis, prevent the protracted crises from occurring, and ultimately, hopefully, fingers crossed, lead to a prosperity.
Okay, thank you. Can you pass the mic to Reggie? Reggie, you're working at a regional level, you're working at a policy level. One of the things you need to do is take some of these big things and make sure, but you also have to look at how they get implemented. So drought, I mean, where does drought fit in the, I know you work for ICPALD, but you're part of the IGAT family. Where does that, and where do you see the regional policy engagement kind of interfacing with these other issues that have been coming up?
Thank you very much, Peter. I have just a bit touched in the past. In 2011, the head of state of this region has come together, agreed to work towards drought resilience. Tasked IGAD to lead that. So let's focusing on that. Since 2014, there are a lot of initiatives that are working towards drought resilience. As IGAD and member state, we have provided a framework where to focus, let's say, 5 areas: natural resource management, which is both water and rangeland, functioning markets for livestock and other products, diversifying livelihood. What we need to see is also that the land is big, the diversity of economic activities happening in the system are also big. Equally, we shouldn't forget. And the third area is livelihood. The fourth area is drought disaster risk management, which is now more advancing, expanding, and lesson is getting, because there are a lot of elements into it. Initially, okay, drought will come, we will respond to the drought. Now the context and narrative is changing, how to improve early action and early warning, and now moving towards also anticipatory action, how to bring the private to function in that sphere of anticipatory action. What we mean by private sector is, you know, when you are in a stress, you want to sell your animal, the market is not there. So how can the policy support that kind of system exist so that offtake will be easy, not only offtake when you want to restock, the kind of breed that you want is available somewhere else. So the context understanding is continuously evolving. I've been talking this morning, one of the momentum was excellent up until COVID hit us. And COVID hit us, that momentum is really lowered in this region. The kind of investment we need in drought resilience building is high. Government resources now very much declining, and you can see also the global situation. It's a worrying. The things that we are talking is require huge resource. We are still fighting the historical injustice, the marginalization, infrastructure is not there. Absorbing capacity to shock is not there. So that's where we are driving as IGAD and Horn of Africa. There are a lot of partners that are working on it. And the next phase is we are energizing to come back to that momentum of development partners, states come back and invest in resilience building in the Horn of Africa. Thank you.
That sounds like a huge, it's all these people at all these countries, all these levels, all these things. What would be, I mean, is there a kind of, there's never a magic bullet, but is there something that you see a massive opportunity where you would say in the coming couple of years, if we would do this or this group, I mean, if you look at this is the meeting about science, is there some science that could really transform things, you think, or is it much more about the policy buy-in? What would be a kind of a number one change you would really see making a difference in this region?
Yeah, where is the pen holders are the Ministry of Finance. And Ministry of Finance, you need to come with figure. Yeah.
We need evidence numbers.
Evidence number. I mean, one of the things, dry land is a potential. We cannot get rid of it. 70% of our land is dry land. How can we make work for people and for the country? and where should this scarce resource go? That's why we are dynamically working with the state, with other researchers, collect evidence, reach out to the policymakers at that point. Otherwise, the money will go somewhere else.
Yeah, you can add to that. Yes, you have to have a microphone, though.
The microphone. Yeah, no, it reminds me of the last Spark Learning event, actually, that and some will remember this, that as part of the synthesis paper we're trying to develop, we were looking for figures for the region on the extent, how much does the livestock economy and the drylands economy actually contribute to the overall economy of the countries in the region. Those figures were really hard to get hold of. And that's terrible. I mean, you're right. We need those arguments to be able to convince the ministries of finance.
Okay. So numbers, data, figures, dollars. Okay. Thank you very much. Our time is moving quickly. Guyo, thankfully, you have the microphone. So I want you to forget for a moment that you're a scientist. And I would like you to put on your pastoralist hat. And, we've been talking all this stuff. You've been hearing about IGAD, big picture, nexuses, catalysts, platforms, AA. What is this, or where does this, people say, where does it hit the road or hit the trail? For a pastoralist point of view, what would you want to be seeing happen? What's your priorities? What's going to really make a difference at the community level, when you look at your animals in the morning or in the evening?
Yeah, I think we agreed. You shouldn't ask me a hard question like that, but it's fine. Yeah, I think for me, as a pastoralist, I think people live in difficult times. When I go to see my people in Marsabit, they ask me difficult questions. Some of the difficult questions solutions are within this kind of conversation. But I think few things are interesting. One, I think, is a system to slightly touch what Nancy spoke about is, let me talk about the vision. The vision of the pastoral system is where I am possibly able to keep animals that I want to keep, move with them. In my movement, I am facilitated and access the market at the time when I want to liquidate my animals. The sad reality is that the market has different structural issues. So I can't liquidate animals when I want to liquidate them. It's only when there's emergency that I'm told, you're in trouble, can you sell it? At that point, I don't need that market at that particular moment. And also, it's not favorable for me to engage at that market. Two, I think, is this conversation, I think IGAD has started something quite good, which you could take advantage of, is this transhumance protocol. Countries that are connected ecologically, which are divided by political boundaries, can take advantage of that kind of protocol to establish connection, not only for grazing, but then also for market. Because I come from northern Kenya, I'm connected to someone in southern Ethiopia who also consider my Isiolo grazing area as their also grazing area. That's tradition. But that tradition has been disrupted by border rigidity, political boundaries. So if we take advantage of this kind of provision at higher level and making sure that we invest not only in the spirit, but in terms of real resources to allow people to now plan at scale and think of your landscape at a wider scale, then it also borders this resilience conversation that we have. So I think all these things, I know you're running out of time, it's a big question, but I think if you manage to do all these pieces together, and then lastly, if you put investment where they're required, really, if you look at northern Kenya, a lot of money has been put on a big abattoirs. Nobody discussed what happens in that abattoirs up until they're almost complete. Is then when they say, I think someone has to trade here. Who is that? How are they going to trade here? Are they trading as a cooperative? So it's like bank building a bulletproof building, and then they say, I think we need transaction, not the bulletproof building. So there's a problem there. So a lot of problem has to be fixed in terms of investment flow, to the right infrastructure, to connect people, and to have a bit of disruptive market system that actually help me access market in Saudi Arabia without necessarily being in Saudi Arabia. Those are all things I think my dream would be.
Okay, and would these things increase your drought resilience, whatever we mean by that? The drought resilience of your family, your community, the drought resilience piece. Is there anything about that? What would that look like?
Yeah, I think the pillar of drought resilience is accessing land and landscape that I want to access. I can split my heart to access certain landscape, still ensure that certain animals I can hold to them and have at least market wherever my animals are. I think for me, all that built into resilience. I think on the water question is, we don't define landscape with only water. We manage land and water together. There are some landscape which only require subsurface dam that gives me 2 months extra grazing. That gives me time not to go back to my drought reserve. I need an observation that is not only about groundwater, but also underground water. Because all this question, if you get it right, really builds into the long-term resilience question, where I can diversify my herd, I can split my herd, I can be mobile, because that is the essential integral aspect of stronger mobility in pastoral system.
Thanks. You will make the decision as late as possible.
Sure, I think decision processes are very complex, but I think in an oral society, decisions are not one point. Decisions are complex. People compare notes and make that decision. But then it's still in oral society, good decisions and good opportunities travel very fast. So as the bad opportunity also.
Great. Okay, we're wrapping up. Thank you very much, panelists. Can we have a round of applause? I'm going to very briefly go back to the speakers. And Tayo, you have a microphone there. Anything you've heard that makes you worry, or something you heard that you like? 1 minute, half a minute only, very, very quick. Rachel's the same and Sam's the same. A quick reflection, very quick.
Yeah. First of all, yeah, since I see Ruben here, I also want to extend to Gates Foundation for supporting us for this project. That's one. The second one is, yeah, I work with Guillaume and then of course Daraja as well. So, and they also talked about the scalability of this. That's really important. Always when you develop this kind of an innovative platform, scaling is where you need to target, because this kind of product always keep changing. So instead of from reinventing from the wheel, start from where you have built and scale that up.
A thought from you? Anything that you like, dislike, worry, concern?
I loved the discussion, and I think you made the very good point, and it links to your that we've always found that drought monitoring systems or anything to it has to be locally owned. It can't just come in from NOAA or NASA or from IMI. It is locally owned, and the trust in the data that you were showing and that you were highlighting here. Yes, data is important, but that trust in the data is critical if it's going to be used. Otherwise, they're just pretty pictures. So absolutely fantastic point.
Thank you. Sam, you have a mic here. Any observation, reaction on your side? You have to click one of the.
Hello? Okay. Thank you very much. I also very much enjoyed the discussion. I thought it was fantastic. And I think I'm seeing two kind of questions basically emerging, which I think probably are important to think about as we all move forward. The first is, what's the role of an early warning system? Is it to support government departments or institutions or the development sector to be more efficient and more effective, or is it to help pastoralists, or is it both? Which way are early warning systems looking? And the second question is, what are we doing about local knowledge? Everyone's interested in it. Everyone's talking about it. Are we supposed to be integrating local knowledge into bigger early warning systems? Are we supposed to be supporting it as it is? So those are my two takeaway questions.
Thank you, Sam. So those sound like great topics for future seminars. Alan, hand over back to you to wrap us all up and introduce the next stage.
Yes, thanks, Peter. Yeah, so we've had a really interesting session this morning. I want to thank our speakers, Rachel, Sam, Tahira, Sintayu, and our panel members, Nancy, Guyo, Tess, and Dereja. So let's express our appreciation in the usual way. We're finished bang on time. Our next session, I think, starts in 15 minutes at 1:30, and it's on red palm weevil project, a global threat requiring collaborative solutions. There's a bit of a pop-up here, which is the advert for that. So come back in 15 minutes if you want to join that presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can we please be seated to start the next session? Can you put it up? Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for coming for this very important session, information session. So we have half an hour to to dive into the subject, and so this is on the red palm weevil. And as you can see, I have put up roughly the run of show so that you know what you can expect. So we have brief opening remarks by Fatma from the UAE Presidential Court, followed by statements from Ruben from the Gates Foundation, because UAE and Gates are jointly financially supporting this activity. We have some remarks from the DG of ICARDA to see, I mean, how that fits also with, you know, the senior management in the CGIAR. Then we have a brief presentation by Augusto, so that, you know, for somebody who has never heard about red palm weevil, so at least to put some picture, you know, to put some idea on this little thread. Next, please. And then we have a panel. So we have formulated a project around the red palm weevil, and this project has 5 work streams. And work stream 1 is led by Samira from ICPE. It's on bio-based innovations. Work stream 2 is on biotechnological innovations, and this will be introduced by Leena Tripathi from IITA. Work stream 3 is on digital innovation and AI, introduced by Srikant from ICRISAT. Work stream 4 is on good agricultural practices from Ganga Rao from IGBA, from the International Center for Biosaline Agriculture. And work stream 5 is on policy, institution, and global access. I will today jump in and talk about this. But before we go into details, I would like to ask Fatma to give us her blessing.
Thank you, Michael, and good afternoon, everybody. I hope everyone is not feeling too sleepy at the end of the week, and we're almost done as well with the week. So I know we're very limited with time, so I want to get straight to the point by first saying thank you to our partners at the Gates Foundation on your partnership for this project, and to ICARDA, as well as our extended partners who are supporting us on this international consortium. It's a pleasure to be able to talk about such a beautiful pest, but unfortunately such a destructive pest. And the UAE has had a long history of trying to combat, control, and tackle the red palm weevil. We come from a country that has a lot of palm trees, and it's also very much part of our culture. But unfortunately, the last 10, 15 years, we've been struggling to manage the red palm weevil. So this is something that is of utmost high priority for us. It's not just a pest, it's the pest that we struggle with in the UAE. And really, we're here to find a different way of tackling it. And we believe that this is by investing in science and innovation and technologies. So what we've done is partnered up with the Gates Foundation and ICARDA to develop an international consortium that brings together partners from around the world who can help us find solutions. And we don't only believe that this will be beneficial for the UAE, this is also important to low and middle income countries, because it also exists in coconut palms around the world. So by coming together, we believe that the UAE can be used as a test ground for these technologies, and we would like to then see them being adopted and implemented in other countries as well. So I'll stop there and say thank you again for having us.
Thank you very much, Fatma. May I then ask Ruben to give us a few words on.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here again with the mighty UAE, the new member of the CGIAR. We're really proud in the Gates Foundation that we are having this alliance. As I keep repeating in plenaries and corridors, as we ask the CGIAR to prioritize and consolidate, funders should do something similar. We should have alliance of funders and join forces and funding and work together. And this, I think, even small strategic is the example of how two funders of the CGIAR, more than funders, but trying to promote impact and results, have joined together to make this happen. Despite what it says there in the slide, I'm not going to go technically in the rep and wheel because I see my friend Augusto, that we worked together many years, and he's the expert, so I will let him do that. But I just wanted to thank UAE first for funding the CGIAR, for funding this consortium, and for bringing, hopefully, other partners from the neighborhood into the CGIAR. The second point is that we are working in this consortium with a fantastic center, the International Center for Ag Research in the Dry Areas. Most of you are staff of that center, and the Director General is sitting on my left. Sometimes it's not as well known as other CGIAR centers, and is one of the key jewels of the CGIAR. We hope that through the leadership of ICARDA, combined with other sister centers in the CGIAR and national partners and others, this will be a total success. So I want to put a bit of pressure to my best friend Ali. We're really looking for the success, Ali, since ICARDA is in the picture. Finally, I am from Latin America, and I remember many other initiatives of the CGIAR to confront global pests. Most people outside the CGIAR think that the CGIAR is only doing research on crops, for example. They are focused on that. They don't know the huge impacts of the CGIAR on control of global pests and disease. And there are many examples in the literature. So this is another example. So I'm really happy to see that now to see this consortia going that way again. But for us, this is not just a pest control initiative. I think this could be another way of working with the CGIAR that could move things forward outside the Middle East and North Africa region. So we hope that this consortia also has spillovers to the rest. So very happy to be here to contribute, to work with the UAE and ICARDA. And I apologize in advance because I have a meeting at 2 and I may have to run, but it's not, I mean, I want to show my appreciation, but I had to disappear at 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So then we ask your neighbor, who is the DG of ICARDA, to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Michael, and a big thank you to Fatma and to Ruben, especially for the kind words he just mentioned, which no pressure. I think we're well prepared and geared up for that. Maybe just a few words of reflection. Number one, I think it's a very exciting opportunity for us to be working together with this consortium group with the great funding opportunities from the UAE and Gates. Simply because ICARDA is not expert on everything, but we know how to mobilize expertise within the CGIAR. We know how to design a very aggressive process to be able to tackle the big challenge of the weevil. And it is this recognition that we've reached out to our sister centers from the CGIAR, as well as to my brother, Director General of ECP, who immediately, actually, and on the spot agreed to provide unconditional support and to be part of this very strong collaboration. At a later stage, you will hear from Lena and from many others, the different technical components. But what I would like to say here is that what we are learning from this control and this consortium is a methodology that will prove the concept and to allow CGIAR to deal with many other forms of pests and disease through the approach we have developed to be able to deal with this challenge. I also want to commend the colleagues from UAE and Gates because there has been a process of co-development, of co-creation. There has been a lot of hurdles we had to cross together. We had to make refinement and adjustments as we went through this process. And of course, drawing on the very deep knowledge of ICBA, who's been on the ground for many years, and of course, with very strong capacity in working with all the key players, including the ministry and the presidential court. My other point is, for years, the CGIAR has not been as active in the GCC region as it should. Under the pretext, these are rich countries and this and that, but they suffer from the same problems that the rest of the world suffer from. And it was quite important that the global research infrastructure that we have at the CGIAR gets busy into engaging and understanding and developing innovations and making sure that they're adapted to the needs of this region. And the Gates and UAE funding actually helped unlock that potential and to deal with this. We are hoping that the demonstration of success that will come from this program would open up the doors and convince the governments and the policymakers in this region to invest more in science and demonstrated leadership from UAE and the Gates to make this happen. My last point is really, I call on my colleagues. I think the challenge has been put to us. Let's make sure that we work with speed, with efficiency. Let's get things done so that we're able to report progress and success. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today.
Thank you. And now we give the floor to Augusto, who is ICARDA's new DDG for research. And he will give us, an overview, a presentation about the problem and the solutions, hopefully.
Yeah, thank you, Michael, and thank you both the UAE, which was my house for 3 years, where I have the fortune to meet many scientists, many good scientists, and today sitting on the table, the next one coming to take a portfolio of very interesting research in ICBA. Also to Ruben, not only because he's a donor, but he was my boss years ago, and we did very good, interesting science. The red palm weevil is following me because I encountered the red palm weevil before. There was a moment where we were working in those communities in the Chocó, where people eat the fruit of a palm, and then there was a few animals that were collected, and they were not the typical. In the Colombia is the black weevil, pure black, no spots, that attack the palms as well, and then very poor communities in the Afro-descendant communities in Colombia depend on this palm to get the sources of carotenoid, so biofortification, the sources of good oils for sustained livelihoods, and protein. So this is a very important product. And then comes these few samples to my lab, and they work with red spots. And they're thinking, wow, now we have a hybrid between the palmarum and the Rhynchophorus. And the entomologists were totally excited about the fact that it makes it true, because Rhynchophorus is actually being introduced in the US, very close in Miami, not in front of Colombia, and then introduced by the horticulturalist, bringing tay palms into the coast of the United States. So then people thought it make it true. And now this pest can destroy the palms that communities in Colombia depend on. So this has been following me. We discovered that it's not. Actually, there is natural variation in the Rhynchophorus, the black one, for red spots. So that was a very interesting point. And that shows the importance of research across the globe. Correct? Some expertise that I gained years ago working in the tropical agriculture, trying to tackle different perspectives, taught me about how important is the migration of pests. And this is the case of the red palm weevil. So the red palm weevil is a pest of Southeast Asia that has made the way through all the way from Southeast Asia into the Middle East. And the thing about this pest is not only the fact that it can travel so much, but also they can adapt so well to climate change. So as the heat increases, as the dryness increases, this pest have found a way to adapt from a very tropical hot environment to a very dry hot environment. So meaning that the pest can actually migrate even further. And then communities in sub-Saharan Africa are in danger. So that's the reason why Gay Foundation is excited. That was the UAE is excited to solve the problem so that this pest doesn't destroy the oil palms from which the African communities depend on. and then the world economy depend on. So this is a very important aspect of the research. So the strategy that we have put together is not just ICARDA's strategy. This is a collection of discussions that ICARDA had, and it's not. I'm not going to take credit for this. This happened before I joined ICARDA. So the scientists of ICARDA meet together with partners of IITA, ICIPE, which is sitting here, ICRISAT, ICBA. At that time, I was in the other side of the fence, also working on this, and then put together a portfolio that's supposed to combat and control the pest and give solutions to the low and middle income countries. So all these technologies are defined and devised so that we equipped the people that need it the most with technologies that are high end. What excites me about this project is not that only we are taking things from the shelf, but we are developing as we implement the project. So there are high biotechnology solutions aligned with the most advanced chemicals, pesticides. Also, the best practices of maintaining the palms in good shape so they can afford the attack of the pest, and also to introduce timely with us, how these technologies are going to be faced. So this is a key moment where the UAE and the Gay Foundation shake hands, committing funds not only for this project but for the CGIAR. As Ruben mentioned, this is a new way of doing business. This is attracting new funders to solve problems that are global and important, and so this is something to celebrate. So we have the high level representative of the CGIAR, the DG of ICARDA, Ismahan, which is the new CEO of the consortium, His Excellency Miriam, and many other people that is important in this decision-making process. So why ICARDA? Because ICARDA has been for 50 years now. We are about to celebrate 50 years of history of ICARDA in the drylands. And this is a pest that has made its way through the drylands, and we need to understand how the threats of different type of other pests could make it through, because the drylands are a fragile ecosystem for food production. So if other pests make it through with a very fragile system, we can completely lose the capacity to produce food in this part of the world. And so we need to react and act. And so ICARDA's leadership, rooted in the deep problems of the Arabian Peninsula, ICARDA has expertise to integrate pest management, but also to integrate partners in the decision-making process. And we have the expertise to create the policies that will be required to put these technologies into place in the region. So next one. As you can see there, why the consortium was built. So we have the partners in the UAE, we have the international centers, not only from the CGIAR pool, but also from ICIPE and others. We have the international centers, the advanced research institutions. We have also private companies and organizations in the Great South, like IMBRAPA. So this is a real South-to-South collaboration, which is also something that needs to be treasured from this project. So what are the research priorities? We have to determine how to collaborate together. So we have the input from the national and international experts, policymakers, and private sector. We have identified the critical gaps that needs to be tackled for this particular pest, and we want to ensure that we address in the short term the eradication and the control of this menace. As you can see, what we have committed to do is to improve the readiness for dealing with the pest. We have to demonstrate how communities can engage and facilitate the management of the pest. So there's a good component on social science approach. We have to reduce the pesticide cost and improve the quality of the pesticides so that communities can enjoy eating good products out of the farming systems. We have to improve the readiness for scaling, and we have to train people to get aware that the pest is a problem, and then be ready to communicate timely to the decision-making process. So with that, I thank you, because this is just an overview of the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving an overview. Now I would really like to ask the work stream leaders, I mean, to come, or if you want to speak from your table, from your place, to 2 minutes to briefly introduce your work stream. So we have five work streams identified. You have heard already a little bit, and we will start with work stream 1 with Samira Faris from ICPE, from the International Institute for Insect Ecology and Physiology. And tell us, please, what ICPE is contributing to this project.
Very devastating pest. We are coming with very climate resilient, sustainable management approach that is encompass, number 1, identification of novel attractant and repellent from dead palm and non-palm trees, and also the use of chemical in bush bull approach. Also, furthermore, we will explore potent entomopathogenic and endophytic fungi for management of these pests, in addition to use of chitosan as biopesticide for potential co-development with private sectors. To maximize the efficiency of this product, we will develop improved delivery mode that include the use of auto-dissemination device, the use of nano-encapsulated chitosan particle for both the biopesticide and for the RNA construct. This will be done in collaboration with IITA, which is led by Lina. Being invasive pest, the pest is lacking potent, efficient natural enemy in the invaded range. And the work package will explore, introduce, and reunite the efficient natural enemy with the pest and release it in MENA region, both UAE and the low and medium income country of Morocco and Egypt. Now that the pest has been detected just here next door in Djibouti, we will establish the extent of spread and also the host range of the pest in Africa. And we help them to manage it wherever possible and wherever resource become available. The implementation of this work package will be guided by our geospatial tools and also the AI. That is the replacement of the traps, the release of the parasitoid, and also the implementation of the biopesticide. This work package, we are not going to do it in isolation. We'll be working with all work stream in the program, together also with the national and international partner, the national partner in both UAE, Egypt, and Morocco. As I conclude, I want to thank ICARDA for their leading role, the government of UAE and Gates Foundation for their generous support. And with that, I want to thank you all. Thank you.
Then we move to workstream 2, is the biotechnological approaches. And we have Dr. Lina Tripathi. She is from the International Tropical Institute of IITA. And she will tell us a little bit about, what she's coordinating that work stream together with other institutions, but she will tell us a little bit what she has in mind that this work stream can contribute to control the pest.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael. And thanks, ICARDA, for inviting IITA to be part of this consortium. We are really happy, and then we are happy to contribute with all the experiences so far from other crops, but also on the insect control. We have not worked on the weevils before, but we have worked on aphids and whiteflies. So we have done a lot of, as the DG of ICARDA was saying, like, it's not only plants, we have done a lot of work on the pest control as well. So the work stream 2, we will do 2 ways. Like, we will approach the advanced biotechnological tools for controlling weevils, like through the insect approaches, but also through plants by building the host resistance in the plants. And we will use two different technologies, RNAi, and as well as the most advanced, more precise technology, which is gene editing. So we will be doing like RNAi in insects, like a double-stranded RNA, as like a direct control, like a direct applying to the insects. You know, palms are very different. Sprays will definitely not work on palm because it's a big field, big trees, and you cannot do the foliar spray for that one. So we will be actually looking for the more innovative on how to deliver that double-stranded RNA, because also the weevils are in the trunks of the plant. So, you know, currently is injections, which are very laborious. So we will be developing more like a nanoparticle-based RNAi delivery to the palms for control of the weevils. But then the second thing is, this is still laborious, but you know, we can also develop the palm varieties which can produce this double-stranded RNA itself. So we will be developing those transgenic date palm which will express the double-stranded RNA. That's one approach. So these are two different objectives. Then we will do the gene editing. So with the gene editing, we will again target the insects like a red palm weevil, and we will try to make them male sterile. So, you know, we will work on their reproductive system so that, you know, they will reduce the population and they will also replace the other. And this is like a proven technologies for mosquitoes. So we will adapt that from mosquito into the red palm weevil. The another approach will be, we will do the gene editing into the red date palms. So to build their host resistance by targeting some of the genes, endogenous gene, and those will be non-GM. So, you know, they will be like any conventional date palms, but with the inbuilt resistance to that. And because this is a new technologies, you know, the biotech, we have to make sure that, you know, these are environmentally and safe, and also the safe for the food and feed. So we will be doing quite a lot of biosafety regulatory work as well, very closely working with the regulators. And as is a new tool, so, you know, we have to do quite a lot of public awareness. So there is a whole one objective where we'll be working public awareness and as well as the capacity building. We are planning to train the young next generation scientists from UAE, from Egypt, under this component for the genome editing. And in this one, we will closely work with the New York University in Abu Dhabi. They are already doing some work in red palm weevil with ICIPE, who will be mainly doing the rearing of the weevils for us. And then all the research on the genome editing will be done at IITA in Nairobi. So the research will be in Nairobi, but then the beneficiary countries will be UAE, Egypt, and Morocco. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We move to workstream 3, which is led by Srikant from ICRISAT, and he will tell us about what he has in mind to do.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, ICARDA, for inviting ICRISAT. For the last 10 years, we've been working with artificial intelligence and with the private players to make products that can help farmers in the last mile delivery. So in this context, when we have been approached, we looked at the private players who are working in IoT sensors and also on using remote sensing tools, and also combining other areas. How can we integrate and have a multi-model data sourcing to build up early detection, early warning, and early action digital platform for this, which will include even a component of a citizen science, wherein we will generate data from farmers and users of this technology. So in this, we will have a AI-backed search engine, which takes care of all the data that has been generated on this red palm weevil for the last many, many years. We don't want to lose the legacy data that is already available, so that there will be a AI-backed search engine within it. And then we will do experiments using these IoT sensors in field, on in situ farms, and also in farmers' fields, so that we will get good quality data. Then we can integrate it with optical sensing satellite data, and also have some drones do the work, so that we are looking forward to integrate advanced statistics and AI models and machine learning models to give that extra time for the farmers so that the date palms, we can say, hey, this is this early warning in this place, so that they'll have enough time to use all these different methodologies for controlling this pest in a manageable way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. ICRISAT. A very important partner is the International Center for Biosaline Agriculture, because that's an international center based in UAE. And that's why the new chief scientist from ICBA will tell us what he will contribute to combating red palm weevil.
Thank you, Michael. This is my second month in UAE. I'm really enjoying the hospitality in UAE. And then before going to UAE, I was in Africa 17 years, because especially for this project, that my experience also highly useful. And under the good agriculture practices, we want to develop, validate, and deploy the good agriculture practices to control the red palm weevil. We wanted to approach past, have the baseline studies so that we understand what the farmers are actually practicing. Do they control or do they manage? If once we understand, then we will be able to give solutions. That is the first approach we want to follow. And also benchmark what are the gaps in the good agriculture practices in terms of knowledge, in terms of practices, in terms of adoption. And third one is on-farm validation. Whatever the technology is existing, we wanted to validate with the farmers, so that farmers also we want to co-design and co-implement, rather than we are pushing the technology. We need to get their feedback also, so that adoption will be much faster. And then we also want to implement the innovative gap methodologies, especially to produce the healthy seedlings, both for the farmers and also urban plantations as a gardens, so that if you only control with the farmers, the urban gardens will be the source for the red palm weevil. We also want to develop the human capacity and institutional capacity and also community engagement, because we cannot able to bring sustainable management of the red palm weevil, because it is very hard to control. First, we need to think about the management, how best we can reduce the incidence. That's where we need the all the stakeholders engaged in this, so that we will be able to effectively implement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Igba. And last but not least, so work stream 5 is on accelerating red palm weevil management. So this work packages is led by ICARDA. And so we have different disciplines under this work package, is to look at definitely all the innovations that come out of the 4 work streams, and to see which one of those ones are scalable. Really to look into adoption pathways and scaling strategies, because so there is a whole science around this one to identify the barriers and the enablers for scaling, because some technologies they look very promising, but they stay on the shelf. They are not moving. They are not scaled out, and so there's a whole science around it to identify why that is happening. So that's an important to look into adoption pathways and scaling strategies. So to make sure that the innovations become available in UAE, but also the solutions for the low and middle income countries. And to do this, I mean, the colleagues from ICARDA, they use also citizen science and community engagement to empower farmers, extension workers, local organization, and the public to participate in the red palm weevil monitoring and control efforts, as well as socioeconomic impact assessment to evaluate the costs and the benefits of red palm weevil control strategies for farmers, communities, and governments, as well as informing agricultural policy and regulations. So the idea is really to look into scaling strategies, more important than necessarily do the scaling by ourselves. In UAE, a large amount of scaling has already been done in the commercial farms, but the urban and the smallholder farmers are a little bit neglected. So that's why the effort will focus on this to address the smallholder farmers and the urban areas. And and then most important, as we said, UAE will be used as a test bed for existing technologies as well as new technologies, and to see how those ones can benefit low and middle income countries like Egypt, like Morocco, like Kenya, and like India. Because as was said, I mean, date for us, date palm is an important tree. But as in South Asia, we have also the coconut plant, the oil palm plantation, as well as the coconut plantation. So that's why it's really, meanwhile, it's an insect pest registered in 60 countries. And so that's why we really need to think about, and that's also the interest of Gates, to see how existing technologies and refined technologies can be taken out of UAE and can benefit the low and middle income countries and other parts of the world. Now, to conclude, I see that we are almost done with the time. Now, how did we set up this consortium? Of course, I mean, you have heard already what ICARDA brings to the table. Because ICARDA has been working in the Gulf, the office is there since 1995. But ICARDA also surprisingly has some expertise in management of insect pests. A major insect pest has attacked the cactus plantation in Morocco and wiped out cactus plantation. And ICARDA, together with INRA, we are hosted by INRA in Morocco, have over the last 10 years developed control strategies to, first of all, to identify resistant ecotypes, and then to develop a program to rapidly replace the extinct collections. So, quite a bit of expertise in entomology. But then, as also was said, also, we were interested from the beginning to bring other experts in the field together, colleagues that have expertise with problems like fall armyworm or other diseases, so that we don't start from scratch. And we hope also that this project, I mean, for now, a 3 years project, it has a strong component on MEL, monitoring, evaluation, and learning, and recording progress made, so that it can also serve as a template for other diseases and in other regions. So that we really take this, with major donors, with international organizations. You have seen all the partners, the national programs, and that also in future, that can be used as a model to address other diseases and pests in other parts of the world. Thank you very much for listening to us, and I hope you will be hearing more from us in the next 3 years, and we will make enough noise so that in the Science Week or in the COPs, or that we keep you informed about the progress made. And thank you very much for coming, and we wish you a wonderful last 2 days of the Science Week. Can we take a picture?
With this one. Yes. Congratulations on the new.
Stand.
Please come in. Yeah, we can do a small circle. Come like this way.
The less attractive people.
No.
Maybe
the giants. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done all.
Thank you very much for supporting.
See you next week.
I'm very excited.
Okay,
Okay, so we are ending the session of the drylands, and so with that, I would like to thank all the participants for their patience, for bringing really good scientific intel into how to move forward the agenda of the drylands, and for that, before we finished, I would like to call Ramon because Ramon has something to share with us, please.
Thank you, Ramon. Yeah. Thank you very much. And friends and colleagues, as we come to this closing session, it's just a brief interlude. As we know, as the world confronts the twin crises of climate change and land degradation, we're proud today at this closing session to introduce a new groundbreaking publication by scientists at ICRISAT. It unveils a powerful new ally, probably not a stranger to all of us, but there's new technologies and new innovations around this in the quest for sustainable agriculture, and of course I'm referring to microbes. Titled Microbial Solutions for Advancing Nature-Positive Regeneration Agriculture in the Drylands, the compendium offers next-generation research, practical innovations, and using beneficial microorganisms to restore soil health, boost crop yields, and drastically cut dependence on chemical inputs in dryland farming systems, something we hear a lot of. So without further ado, I'd like to also introduce to the stage Dr. Stanford Blade, our Deputy Director, General Research and Innovations, and Dr. ML Jat, Director at ICRISAT for Resilient Farm and Food Systems, the author of the book along with other scientists. Thank you. You can. You can keep it. I'll keep one. Yeah. So, colleagues, if I could just get the cameras. It's a pleasure to launch the new compendium, Microbial Solutions for Advancing Nature-Positive and Regenerative Agriculture in the Drylands. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and to finalize the session, I would like to invite our two DGs, so Dr. Ali Abu Sabah and then the ICRISAT DG, please, to give us your remarks. So,
yeah. Take it. Please.
Sorry, you here? Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this very important session. And this, for the first time, probably, the host told me that time as much as you need. It is really, but thank you very much for your generosity. Of course, my colleague, DG Kajali, and all the very esteemed colleagues, thank you very much for your presence over here. Friends, we are discussing something which is extremely, extremely important about drylands. And of course, this morning and otherwise also you know how important this is. But let me summarize the whole thing in one sentence, if I can, that the global food security, global nutrition security, global environment security, and global climate resilience cannot be achieved without addressing the issues of drylands. Without addressing the issues of drylands, none of these goals can be achieved. Because drylands cover 45 to 50%, or rough estimates of the whole cultivated lands. About 1/3 population of this world are getting their livelihood from these drylands. And of course, you can calculate in terms of ecosystem services, in terms of other benefits and so on. So this is extremely, extremely important. But I think the more important aspect is that these drylands are getting drier. These drylands, which already need a lot of water, but they are becoming thirstier. Drylands are very low in soil fertility. Soil health is not good, as all of us know. They are hungry. But they are becoming more and more hungry because of changing climate, because of increasing temperature, because of degradation of soil, water, and environment, because of all kinds of pollutions. So the problem, which was already complex in drylands, are becoming more and more complex. And therefore, we really need to address the issues. And the third dimension of this dryland agriculture is that if we do not address these issues, if we do not act now, the cost of inaction is going to be much, much higher. And probably we will be reaching a point from where there will be no point of return. And therefore, we really need to address the challenges of drylands. Challenges of drylands are not only challenges of only few countries or few organizations. It is not only the challenges of ICARDA and ICRISAT, though these two organizations are the best one to lead it. But then it is the challenges of many other partners. And what we urge, and we were discussing with my friend, that dryland agenda should be a global agenda. It should not be agenda of only one or two nations where these lands are more. It should not be an agenda of only African continent where around 50% of these lands are drylands, or Asia. It must be global agenda. See, if today we can give a call that let us make dryland agenda the global agenda, because without addressing the issues of drylands, as I mentioned, neither sustainable development goals nor the climate, environment, food, and nutrition security issues can be achieved. Now, the point is how to address the issues of drylands. It is not that we cannot do. We can really address the issues. And I shall place before only 4 or 5 points how all these issues can be addressed. But the heart of all these issues for addressing the challenges will be new science and new technology, for which all of us are here. Fortunately, new science is available, whether you talk of improvement in crop varieties, improvement in climate resilience, biofortification of crops, accelerating our crop improvement process. So from crop sector side, several tools and technologies are now available, starting from genome editing to all area of solutions. This is available. But then crop improvement alone is not going to serve the purpose of drylands. It has to be very closely integrated with the management of natural resources, management of water, management of soil, management of carbon, management of nutrient, management of biodiversity, and so on. So it has to be integrated management of crop and natural resource management. And third component will be including or integrating livestock and animal component also here. Because in all of these drylands, livestock are extremely important. And fortunately, we have got very good developments in new science, new technologies with many of our CG partners that we really need to integrate. But we must not forget that most of these drylands, wherever they are located in whatever continent it could be, over the years, decades, centuries, and millennium, the farmers have developed some of their very good indigenous technical knowledges. May not be all, but some of those knowledge, which you call as ITKs, indigenous technical knowledge, are extremely important even in today's context. So if we can integrate indigenous technical knowledge and new science and technology, then probably we'll be able to find the solution. So integration of new and traditional knowledges, integration of crop, natural resources, livestock, and all other aspects is going to be the key for this. Now, most often we also hear this, that research organizations have got so many technologies, but those are not reaching to the farmers. This is true. May not be entirely true, but it is true. So what can be done? And there comes the next component of addressing issues of drylands. Dryland farmers, as we all know, are small and marginal. They are resource poor. Knowledge is also quite limited with them. And incidentally, modern agricultural technologies are knowledge intensive. They need knowledge, they need skill, they need incentives. So we have to reach these things to the farmers. How to do that? Of course, CG and our NARS partners are doing it for last several decades, but there is need to intensify this process with skill development, with capacity building, not only of our farmers, but also of our students. And I say these two in many of the forum, that the skill and capacity of our policymakers, they also need to understand and appreciate the issues, and also of the scientists. We cannot claim that we know everything. New science, new technologies, new avenues are emerging, but we cannot live with our knowledge which we studied in our master's or in our PhD program. We have to upgrade our knowledge. Now, how all of these things can be possible? For that, we really have to work very closely with our NARS partners, with all our partners, donors, funders. And that is what this particular session we are going to address. How to bring everybody together. Now, the roadmap for Resilient Drylands. ICARDA and ICRISAT, we prepared it together, but then others also can contribute. Let me tell you how ICRISAT can contribute in achieving the goals of resilient drylands. ICRISAT, as you know, is working on this particular aspect for more than 50 years, more than 5 decades, 54 years to be precise. Incidentally, ICRISAT works on those crops which are very much suitable for drylands. We work on millets. And if you compare one millet with one cereal, you will understand how little water and how little nutrient these crops take compared to major cereals like rice, wheat, and maize. ICRISAT has got expertise on working on these crops. It has already developed several of the varieties, more than 700 plus for millets, along with our NARS partners. And of late, we have been successful in developing short duration, climate resilient, biofortified millets. And I also thank all of you, the whole global community, for making 2023 as International Year of Millet a very successful event where the whole world could understand the importance of millet, and they came together under the call of United Nations how to promote these millets for food security, for nutrition security, for environmental security and climate security. The second group of crops with which ICRISAT works are the pulses like pigeon pea and chickpea. Again, as I said, dryland soils are not only thirsty, they are hungry too. So they need more and more organic carbon in soil, more and more nitrogen and other nutrients. Fortunately, these pulses fixes nitrogen. So they can add nitrogen, they can add carbon to soil. So they are not going to degrade the soil any further. They will help in improving the soil health, which is one of the very challenging aspects of dryland soils. We also work with groundnut. Again, similar kind of benefits can be there. Just yesterday only, we released our roadmap for Africa and agriculture. And my colleague, Rebi Haroa, is here. And again, for whole Africa, drylands are the major ecosystem, major landscape. So in that particular document, we have identified what we are going to do and how we are going to address the issues of African agriculture, particularly the drylands. So that important aspect, and those documents also could be very, very useful. Again, just now, we released this particular document. It is not only important because we have released it, but microbes are going to play a very important role. So far, we have been working, doing a lot of research on fertilizer, chemical fertilizers. But for dryland soils, let me tell you, until and unless we can regenerate the soil with microbes, whether it is bacteria, actinomycetes, fungus, whatever it is, we will not be able to sustain the health of soil in drylands. Now, this particular document gives a very good account of what we could achieve in ICRISAT. But similar things can be done in collaboration with others also. We are also going to strengthen our Africa program. So these all are going to contribute in a big way to address the issues of drylands. Friends, all of you know very well that we have to address these issues, as I said. There are opportunities available, starting from new science, new technology, collaboration, funders, and of course, once we come together, we will be able to address those. But then what is needed now is what we are discussing today. Developing a clear roadmap to address these very important challenges. And as I said, this must be a global issue. This must be recognized as a global issue. And not only ICARDA and ICRISAT, but all of us need to come together to contribute the way we can to address these challenges. So with this, here I shall stop. And again, if my good host permit, I can again come back. But thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And thank you very much for giving all my colleagues from ICRISAT and CG to be here and to address this cause of drylands. The other day I was talking to my friends in ICRISAT that of course we are doing research, excellent. We are publishing in journals like Nature Science, that is also excellent. But then if we can really contribute through our science, through our technologies, to the people who need it most. Generally, people feel that the technologies can be used by rich farmers or rich people. They need technologies. But what I feel, poor farmers, poor people need technologies more than any other. Because their problems can be solved only with technology. We have seen it in the past with all these green revolutions, white revolutions in Asia, and of course many other parts. Until unless we reach this technology to the poor people, they will not be able to come out of their problems. And that's what we need to do. That's what we can do. And that is the overall theme of Science Week also, that with science, we can. It is really true. With science, we can. But also we need to add another phrase over there, that with science, we can. And also with science, we will. We will. We have to do this because there is no other way. You cannot escape from drylands. You cannot keep this agenda for future. Okay, we shall address it after 5 years. If you wait, as I said, the cost of inaction is going to be so tremendous, you will not be able to make it. So time is now, opportunity is now, and let us do it now. Thank you very much, all of you once again. Thank you all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And there is very little that one can add after the very eloquent, reflections that my brother, Himanshu, DG of ICRISAT, has just contributed. So I will only limit myself maybe to a few points that can potentially be additional and to explain also how we see this going forward. I think the thinking behind this, global dryland strategy to build resilience starts from the fact that the magnitude of the challenges are much bigger than the capacity of any single institution to deal with alone. So the starting point was, with ICRISAT having the tropical drylands mandate with the crops they will operate, and ICARDA, the non-tropical land, the non-tropical drylands and the crops we work on, as well as the water and the livestock. It would have been a very important step forward for the capabilities in the two organizations to come together so that we are able to harvest the best in science, the best in capabilities. We put our forces together to better design strategies and interventions that addresses the challenges of the global drylands. Together, we cover half of the planet, of half of the arable land on the planet. So there's a very strong rationale for how it started. Taking it to the next level is the capabilities across the wider centers within the CGIAR. If we're able to also tap on capabilities that can be complementary to what we have in the two institutions, we are even more stronger than the two of us working alone. So I want to take just a few moments to thank Stan Blade and Michael Baum, who have taken this effort prior to the current leadership team being in place, which has been a very participatory process. ML Jad and many others in the room, Vinay and my colleagues from ICARDA, my colleagues from ICRISAT, because it's been a good 1 full year of work. And it was a very essential piece, because unless you are able to build that ownership among the teams in the two organizations, and more broadly beyond within the rest of the CGIAR, there would have been very little chances for this global dryland strategy to go anywhere. So that's my first point. The second point is more global reflection. Over the past 10 years, the drylands more broadly have almost disappeared from the global, the global stage. And, without necessarily claiming to know more than what I do, there has been some bad experiences in the past, and that has led to some views that have somehow led to the neglect of the drylands. I don't believe today the drylands importance is sufficiently reflected on the global stage, among UN organizations, even within the CGIAR. So it is our duty to work together and to demonstrate that we could be a major contributor. My brother here have just enumerated a number of areas where the world cannot make progress without paying sufficient attention to the importance of the global drylands, because this is where things have to happen. This is where things have to start. And this is where you can have the largest impact across the globe. And we don't need to recreate anything. The two institutions have the global mandate. Yeah? So we're not fighting for anyone to give us the mandate. The mandate is what we have. And that should be the starting point. The third area is, where do we go from there? We've had very helpful conversations last year, senior management teams between the two organizations to identify what are the low-hanging fruits. We don't need to recreate the world, to recreate the wheel, right? There are so much that we can do together. And we will be responding to the generous invitation from my brother to go to Hyderabad last week of May to have a deeper and further conversation as to how can we organize our troops together to work more effectively with each other. How can we exchange capabilities, expertise? How can we not duplicate anything that we're doing? And how can we leverage each other's capability to expand the outreach? And the reason I'm saying this, I was invited to go to the UAE by ICRISAT to meet some of your national partners, and we spent a couple of days there. I have learned so much about the crops and the opportunities that the work that ICRISAT is doing across many other countries and India has a huge potential for the non-tropical drylands. So I think this learning has to be shared much more widely, and we are able to give the countries across the globe a much wider choice in terms of the pool of genetic resources we can put in their hands to work with. So the thinking of the past about putting an iron fence around ICARDA, no one should come to our region, or vice versa. I think ICRISAT, you're more open because you have everybody in India, right? But I think this ideology needs to change, and we need to be more focused on what is best interest of the countries we serve, the farmers that we are all working for. And we can do that by looking more flexibly and more openly about the wide range of technologies that we can bring in a very complementary way and not in any competitive way. And I think through this podium, I'm also opening the door for all other CGIAR centers to come in a collaborative way, in ways where they can be additional, not competitive to the drylands. I'm sure I also speak on behalf of my brother that they will find our hands wide open, because the more, the better, and the more effective we're able to harvest and harness capabilities across the CGIAR will be for the best interest of the farmers that we're all serving. So I will not be I will not take any further of your time. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to share those remarks. I think we have a working group that will be trying to help prepare for this very important meetings in May, and this team will look at the crops we do, the research we conduct, the infrastructure we have in the non-tropical drylands, together with what you have, and come up with very concrete ideas, low-hanging fruits, things that can show the importance of this collaboration taking forward. And we will also be working on the political front to make sure we raise the the importance of the drylands to the global stage, working with FAO and many other organizations who have the global mandates on some of these issues. So thank you so much once again for your attention.
You can okay. Okay, thank you everyone, and thank you both for very insightful perspective on how the two centers will interact together and bring the science for the drylands. And with that, we're closing the session for today, and thank you for your patience, thank you for your goodwill, and see you next. The group photo, yes. Okay, so we have this.
Yes, okay. Yeah, no, I
Thank you for the meeting now. Okay. Now it's with the direct internet. Immediately heard. Did you ask me to take you? I'm so sorry. Later. Okay. African father. With Baji and but the good thing is this is finished. This meeting is finished.